Lin Moyu was right. In the history of the Xinxia Imperial Examination, there are very few candidates who can pass the second stage. The fifth round of the exam is also the last round of the exam. There are 5 stages in the battle space. The current highest record is through the third stage. This record was set more than 100 years ago. The record has never been broken since. The examiners in Jiangning province are also speculating whether Lin Moyu can break the record. I see a chance. Although I don't know what this guy's skills are, it can be seen from his previous results that his skills are abnormal. The examiner no longer wants to describe it as powerful, but directly calls it abnormal. I suspect that he has awakened a talent. No matter how strong a profession is, there is a limit. It is impossible to be so strong. If you really awaken a talent, that would be a great thing. That is, if you can awaken your talents just after changing jobs, maybe you can awaken new talents when you change jobs. You think too much. Talented professionals are already very rare, and double-talented ones are even more rare. Who knows? The examiners got lost while chatting. But everyone blinked and the points changed again. Lin Moyu's points change is the most dramatic, like it was on the rocket. Lin Moyu repeated his old trick, making the skeleton warriors dispatch one after another, attracting the attention of the Farron orcs. The way to deal with orcs, he doesn't care how novel it is, the most important thing is to be practical. Skeleton warriors attract firepower, pull monsters together, create corpses, and then Moyu uses corpse burst to carry out mass killings. Lin Moyu is already familiar with this style of play, and his efficiency is astonishingly high. Soon, the scattered skeleton warriors had already attracted all the Farron orcs they could see. Then they started running around the feline orc archers. Lin Moyu thought an order and the skeleton warriors forced other monsters to gather almost instantaneously. Here he then issued an attack command to the skeleton warrior. The skill was used, and the 16th level orc fighter was instantly killed. Then a series of corpses exploded, and in the blink of an eye, the surroundings returned to being calm once again. The points instantly increased by 20,000, reaching 34,605 points. In the second stage, each monster can bring 100 points to Lin Moyu. 200 monsters is 20,000 points. The examiners are no strangers to it by now. This guy is in phase 2. The monsters in the second stage only increased by 1 level, and they still have no effect on him. This is simply to send points. If I had permission, I'd really want to increase the difficulty. That's right, it's fun to get dozens of bosses for him to kill. Looking at Lin Moyu's more than 30,000 points, and then looking at the others, the gap is really too big. So far, Xia Shui is ranked second. As an elemental mage, Xia Shui has good group attack skills. The second fastest clearer after Lin Moyu. At this point, her points have reached more than 7,000 points. She had almost killed the 100 monsters in the first round. After Xia Shui is Feng Xiao. The Holy Swordsman came from behind and reached 6,000 points. It can be seen that the Holy Swordsman is also a good class to deal with group attacks. Sui Mei and Wang Zihao were close. Sui Mei attacked and killed one after another. Although it was stable, the efficiency was not high. Wang Zihao is more straightforward, directly confronting monsters head-on. As for his madness skill, now is not the time. The points increase of both of them is not fast, and it is only in the early 5,000s. But they all have faith in themselves. After completing the first stage, breaking 10,000 points is not a problem. As long as the points can break through 10,000. Grades, occupations, ranks, everything meets the requirements. Entering Shajing Academy is a certainty. The grand examination of the Xinxia Empire is nationwide and is conducted on a provincial basis. It is carried out on the same day and at the same time, and the progress between provinces is also simultaneous. Now almost all the provincial exams have started the 5th round of exams. One after another, the trial towers opened up the battle space. As long as anyone can enter here, they are considered geniuses. This is also the most talented group of candidates among all the candidates in the Xinxia Empire this year. In the eyes of the upper echelons of the Xinxia Empire, these candidates are the future of the Xinxia Empire. Every year, a group of strong people can always be born from it, sending fresh blood to the Xinxia Empire. In the capital of the kingdom next to Xinxia, the well-known Xiaojing city, a huge tower floated in midair. Countless people in Xiaojing city looked up at the sky. No matter where they were, they could clearly see this tower. This tower does not usually appear. When it appears, it is the day when the Xinxia Empire is under examination. This is the body of the trial tower. The trial towers that are undergoing big exams in various provincial capitals are all clones of it. There are 3 divine towers in the Xinxia Empire. The trial tower is one of them. The other one is Xinxia Pagoda, located in Xiaojing Academy. The third is called the Demon Extinguishing Tower, which is on the front line all year round and basically does not appear in the eyes of the civilians. Only the highest level military personnel can bear witness to it. Suddenly the sky darkened and the temperature dropped sharply. The darkness fell in an instant, and a pitch-black evil light came from the sky, rushing towards the trial tower at an astonishing speed. Bold! The deafening sound resounded throughout the city. A virtual big hand appeared in the air, trying to block the dark and evil light. Tisk tisk, you can't stop it. A sinister smile sounded in the pitch-black evil light, and at the same time, the black light flourished. A huge demon head appeared in the night. The head has 2 horns and fangs, exactly like the devil image described in the Bible. The 2 horns made a piercing rattling sound, and a burst of black light shot at the phantom giant hand. The black light collided with the giant hand without making any sound, and at the same time annihilated the invisible hand. At this time another giant eye appeared in the sky, and a golden light shot out from the eye, heading straight for the pitch-black evil light. The pitch-black evil light suddenly split into 2, and one of them collided with the golden light. The other evil light's speed suddenly increased dozens of times, and it rushed at the trial tower in an instant. You wanna die? A giant hand appeared in the air again, firmly pinching the demon's head. The devil's head let out a sinister smile. This is just a clone, kill it as you like. But you guys in the trial tower, tisk tisk. With a bang, the demon's head was pinched and exploded. 3 figures appeared next to the main body of the trial tower. They are tall and proud, standing in the void. Just being there they release a strong breath. I didn't expect those bastards from the abyss to come and attack us. They're all cowards. What should we do now? One of them made contact with the trial tower to find out the situation inside the tower. A portion of the abyss has entered the trial tower. Their targets are the candidates in the battle space. The space in the tower is disturbed, and the power of the abyss has infected the rules inside the examination. The land in the tower was originally obtained from the abyss, which is beneficial to them. I need some time to set things right. How long? 1 hour. At this time, in the battle space in the tower, all the students are struggling to kill monsters. Suddenly, all the monsters disappeared collectively. Then the world changed. The breath became more oppressive in an instant. A trace of black air emerged from the ground. How come they disappeared? What happened? Why did the monster suddenly disappear? Lin Moyu immediately gathered the skeleton warriors to protect himself. When the situation is uncertain, protecting yourself is the first choice. Lin nerd. With a familiar voice, Lin Moyu saw Xia Shui. Seeing another person in the battle space, Lin Moyu seemed a little surprised. Not only was he surprised, Xia Shui was also surprised. The skeleton warriors made way in the defense for Xia Shui to enter. Xia Shui asked, "Do you know what happened?" Lin Moyu shook his head, expressing that he didn't know. Xia Shui said, "I was killing monsters just now, and suddenly the monsters all disappeared. I do not know what happened." Xia Shui was a little surprised at first, but after a while, with Lin Moyu around, it seemed less scary. Lin Moyu was too calm, and also passed this breath to Xia Shui. Immediately afterwards, rays of light lit up in the pitch-black battle space. One candidate after another appeared in the battle space. There are more than 100 people. In addition to the 5 people from Jiangning province, candidates from other provinces also came here. Children, suddenly a voice sounded. I am Bai Yuan. Wow. Everyone in the battle space widened their eyes in shock. Bai Shen, it turned out to be Bai Shen. I can actually hear the voice of the White God. Bai Yuan is the top powerhouse in the Xinxia Empire, and is honored as the White God. As soon as his voice appeared, it immediately caused violent repercussions in the battle space. Bai Shen's voice not only resounded in the battle space, but also spread throughout every examination room. Ning Xuanfeng's face changed slightly. Why did Bai Shen appear? Did something happen? Bai Yuan's voice sounded again. The demons from the Abyss world have invaded the battle space. We're fixing the battle space rules, it'll take about an hour. The demons in the Abyss world are targeting you. So for the next hour, you have to protect yourselves. We don't know what method the demons in the Abyss world will use to deal with you. I believe that as long as you all unite as one, the invading power of the Abyss will have nothing to do with you. I am the people of Xia, fearless of war and death. His words had a strong rendering power and aroused strong resonance. Don't be afraid to fight, don't be afraid to die. Don't be afraid to fight, don't be afraid to die. Candidates are all young people, full of vigor and vitality. At this time, the emotions were brought up, and they shouted loudly. Xia Shui couldn't help but wanted to yell, but when she saw Lin Moyu, who was still silent, she gave up after halfway raising her hand. Although Lin Moyu didn't follow suit, he was only 18 years old, and he was from Xinxia. There is inevitably excitement and pride in his eyes. Ho doesn't know how to roar, but he will not be soft when he kills the abyssal demon. Candidates began to gather. The education they received from childhood told them that the abyss is a very scary place. There are countless monsters, countless demons, countless dungeons, and countless equipment. It is said that the abyss is terrifying. The weakest monsters in it are all level 70, and they are elite monsters. Xia Shui whispered. She had heard about the horror of the abyss from Xia Dongyang, and she was terrified in her heart. Lin Moyu has only seen the abyss from the books, but the books were vague at best. In other words, he knows nothing about the abyss. I believe in the White God. Lin Moyu said lightly. Now that Bai Yuan said, as long as they unite as one, they can fight against the invading power of the abyss. Here Lin Moyu captures the key point in Bai Yuan's words. What they are fighting against is not the abyss. It is the invading power of the abyss. Presumably this force will not be too strong, they can fight against it. Otherwise, a monster from the abyss, a level 70 elite monster, would be enough to instantly kill everyone here. Xia Shui. In the outside world, Ning Xuanfeng's eyes sank slightly. Such a thing can happen unexpectedly. He was much calmer than the examiners, who were a little flustered. How so? I didn't expect such a thing to happen. The abyss came here on purpose for the big exam. No, they are here for the geniuses who participated in the 5th round of testing. If it is not handled well this time, they will come every year in the future. This is to break the roots of our Xinxia Empire. Those who can enter the battle space are all geniuses, and they are the future of the Xinxia Empire. The abyss is indeed very sinister. Shut up. Ning Xianfeng opened his mouth suddenly, causing all the examiners to shut up. Ning Xianfeng swept his gaze like a sword. Tell the people outside, don't panic, and trust Bai Shen. You too, believe in the White God. The examiners respectfully said, believe in Bai Shen. Bai Shen's status is lofty, and not everyone in Xinxia's country believe his words. Soon, the outside world became quiet. Everyone chooses to believe in the White God. At the same time, I also pray for the candidates who are in the battle space. The atmosphere in the battle space is getting more and more dignified. At some point, a scarlet blood moon appeared in the sky. It's the Abyss blood moon. Someone exclaimed. The power of the abyss has begun to act. Everyone get ready. The red moonlight fell on the ground like snow. The smell of blood in the air was even stronger now. In just a few minutes after Baishan finished speaking, all candidates were ready for battle. There are no auxiliary occupations here, only main combat occupations. The candidates formed a battle formation. The knights are at the front, followed by the mage and the archer. Knights follow their beliefs. If you want to kill my teammate, just step on your own corpse. Tisk tisk tisk, that's pretty good. It's a pity that you are all going to die. 1 hour is enough to kill you all. It's a pity that I can't take your bodies back. The flesh and blood of the young people are the most delicious. Ha 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 ha. The gloomy voice accompanied by the bloody moonlight made people shudder. A trace of disgust flashed across Lin Moyu's expression. This kind of sneaky guy is the most despised. Xiao Shui was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she moved a little closer to Lin Moyu. It seems that Lin Moyu can bring her some sense of security. Not only Xiao Shui, but many people were frightened, and their expressions were not confident. Coming! Someone yelled. A huge figure appeared in the moonlight. The detection technique flew over immediately, creating waves of breeze. Fill Orc Warrior, Abyss Infestation. Level 19. Someone suddenly yelled. I remembered, there is a level limit for the battle space, the highest level is 19. When he called out, someone also remembered this matter. That's right, why did I forget that the highest battle space is level 19, it can't be higher. I was taken aback just now. It is indeed only level 19. Then there's nothing to be afraid of, there are so many of us. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly shut up, unable to finish the following words. After that huge figure, one figure after another appeared in the distance, at least 100 of them. They are all level 19 monsters, all infected by the abyss. Each monster is 3 meters high, exuding a terrifying aura. They walked towards the examinees collectively, and the ground was so trampled that it shook. Under the moonlight, the monster looked hideous. There are dense barbs on the tail. After being infected by the power of the abyss, the appearance of the Orc warrior has been greatly changed. They become even more terrifying. The powerful pressure hits overwhelmingly. After all, the candidates are only 18 years old and have never experienced a real battlefield. When have I seen so many scary monsters? All of them were so frightened that their legs went weak. I lost most of my courage just now. Xiao Shui also turned pale, and unconsciously grabbed Lin Moyu's clothes. What should I do? Lin Moyu looked solemnly. Look at the size, it's not an ordinary monster. At least it's an enhanced elite monster. It's troublesome, but it can be dealt with. It was rare for him to say so much, as if he wanted to reassure Xiao Shui. But his words did not reassure Xiao Shui at all, but made her even more frightened. They are all enhanced elite monsters, aren't they the same as the monsters in the nightmare level dungeon? Suddenly, the corner of Lin Moyu's mouth drew a faint arc. Infected by the power of the abyss and mutated, will there be experience? Lin Moyu thought of a possibility. If it was what he thought, would these monsters allow him to advance to a higher level? The huge monster is approaching, not running, but approaching a little bit. It's like trying to play tricks on everyone, not in a hurry to kill them all, savoring the fear. The cold voice from the abyssal demon reappeared. Are you scared? Are you scared? These monsters have been strengthened by my power, and each one is equivalent to a strengthened elite monster. The number is not many, just 100. The White God said that if you unite, you can win. Look now, is it really okay? Hey, there are more than 100 of you, so it happens to be one for each of you. Are we gonna have solo battles or all-out war? Do you want to have a competition like a tournament? Is it better than 100 games? The winner lives and the loser dies. Ha 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 ha. The devilish voice hit everyone's senses again. The monsters were approaching, but the candidates were retreating. The majority of the candidates lost their courage at once. Wang Zihao's face was pale at this time, his legs trembled and he retreated with the others. The holy swordsman Feng Xiao held the sword. Although his face was not good-looking, he did not take a step back. The same was true for Zhuo Mei, holding the dagger, ready to fight to the death. There are also many candidates like Feng Xiao and Zhuo Mei who are in a fighting posture. Lin Moyu glanced at them and he moved. Click. Humph. The skeleton warrior rushed to the front, and Lin Moyu followed behind. Xiaoshui looked anxious. What are you doing? Come back quickly. What are you going to do? He's like this every time, never saying anything. Xiaoshui stomped her feet and followed. At this time Lin Moyu suddenly shouted in a low voice, go back. Xiaoshui paused, I don't want to. Whatever. Lin Moyu didn't say anything more, just follow if you want, it doesn't affect me anyway. The sudden movement of Lin Moyu attracted the attention of many people. What is this man going to do? He actually rushed up. A lot of skeletons, is this his summon? Is this man a summoner? Anyone know him? A series of detection techniques fell on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu, level 16, Necromancer. Necromancer, what kind of profession is that? I've never heard of it. I don't know, I've never heard of this profession. Maybe it's a new job. What should we do? Should we go together? Only a dozen people rushed over with Lin Moyu. Feng Xiao and Zhuo Mei were among them. Holding the will to die without fear, even if you have to die in battle, you have to die like a soldier. Xinxia people are not afraid of war and death. The Abyss demon sneered, hey, someone finally came to die. You are courageous, you deserve praise. You have great courage, I really don't want to kill you. Why don't you come to the Abyss and be the servant of this demon king? Lin Moyu ignored the words of the Abyss demon. When he came 50 meters away from the monster, he stopped suddenly. Do you want to come to our side, boy? The gate of the Abyss is always open for you. The voice of the Abyssal demon sounded again. Lin Moyu also had a slight smile in his eyes at this time. The limit distance for the corpse burst is 100 meters, and 50 meters is the intermediate distance. It is safe and sufficient. Xiaoshui came to Lin Moyu's side. She knew that Lin Moyu must have his own ideas, so she didn't ask much. Why don't you go up? Why did you stop? Feng Xiao, Zhuo Mei and others also rushed over with doubts on their faces. Don't move past here, all right. Lin Moyu said in a low voice, pointing forward a little. Wow. All skeleton fighters appear at the same time. A total of 100 skeleton warriors are like an army. So many. He actually has so many summons. This job looks amazing. After the skeleton warriors appeared, they charged towards the orc warriors like lightning one by one. Their speed is so fast. Zhuo Mei narrowed her eyes suddenly. She is a stalker, known for her agility attribute, and her full explosive speed is very fast. But at this time, she found that his speed was far inferior to that of the skeleton warrior. Hey, there are so many summons, still an undead summoning thing. Take these bones back and feed them to the watchdogs. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton warrior had arrived in front of the Furlan orc. Skill. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the big knife in the skeleton warrior's hand shone bright red at the same time. More than a dozen skeleton warriors used their skills on a Farron orc at the same time. A series of red lights fell, and the Furlan orc was seriously injured. The attack power of the skeleton warrior is stronger than expected. Farron orcs were infected by the power of the Abyss and became extremely powerful. Because of this, he is not dead yet. The huge swords in the orc's hands fell on the skeleton warriors one after another. Lin Moyu could feel the skeleton warriors being injured one after another. But the injury was not serious. The opponent's attributes can be roughly judged from the damage received by the skeleton warrior. Strength should be around 3,000. Physique should exceed 3,500. The higher the physique, the better. After the skeleton warrior finished using his skills, the knife in his hand kept falling on the Furlan orc. A dozen or so skeleton warriors ignored the attack and besieged a Furlan orc with all their strength. A few seconds later, the Furlan orc fell to the ground with a scream. Kill a level 19 Film orc fighter, experience, plus 8,000. Sure enough, I have gained experience. Lin Moyu found that his judgment was correct. It's just that the experience is a little bit less, but it's better than nothing. There was suddenly light in Moyu's palm. Boom! The sudden explosion startled them. Then they saw an unbelievable scene. The seemingly mighty Furlan orc warriors fell like wheat. Boom! Boom! Explosions followed one after another, each explosion taking away a dozen orcs. After more than a dozen earth-shattering explosions, all the Furlan orcs were dead. Lin Moyu looked at the experience, and he was still a little short of the level up. This kills them all? No, it's that simple? What kind of skill is this? It's too powerful. The amount of damage caused by the bursting of the corpse is calculated according to the vitality of the corpse. The stronger the vitality of the corpse, the greater the power of the explosion. So for Lin Moyu, as long as he can create the first corpse, the enemies of the same type can only suffer death. Everyone was stunned. One by one trembling excitedly. Saved, we've been saved. This brother is too strong, Necromancer, this profession is too powerful. I'm sure that this brother will become a god-level talent in the future. Wang Zihao said, how can you be so powerful, how can you be so powerful? His profession is too strong, why didn't I awaken this profession, it's not fair. No one paid any attention to his words, and now everyone is still in shock, and it was difficult to recover for a while. This scene is too fantastic to be believed. What happened was beyond everyone's understanding. It's not just the candidates who don't believe it, even the abyssal demons were in shock. The voice of the abyss demon sounded again, impossible, this is impossible. You angered me, the devil, and I want to kill you and eat your flesh. Amidst the screams, the scarlet moonlight suddenly burst into brilliant light. Another group of monsters appeared from all directions. This time, the monsters scattered widely, rushing towards the professionals as soon as they appeared. They're targeting the candidates. The professionals suddenly panicked and began to flee. Fortunately, the battle space is large enough, and they have enough room to evade. Now, let's see what you do. You are all going to die, all of you are going to die. The voice of the abyss demon is much weaker than before. The power of the abyss that can enter the battle space is limited, and by using power here, it drains the power of the demon in charge. Lin Moyu looked up at the moon. There is a dark shadow on the red moon. So you are there. He calculated the distance is about 200 meters. Lin Moyu issued an order in his heart at the same time. Several skeletons suddenly lifted the corpse of a Furlan orc, and threw it towards the moon with great force. Then a skeleton grabbed Lin Moyu and another skeleton threw them both up. The body of the Furlan orc flew towards the red moon like a sharp arrow, and Lin Moyu followed closely behind. You, what are you going to do? You crazy! The abyss demon suddenly panicked, and his voice began to tremble. Lin Moyu didn't speak, just stared at him coldly, with killing intent in his eyes. The body of the Furlan orc approached the shadow on the red moon, and Lin Moyu directly detonated it. In the loud bang, the abyss demon let out a scream. It was hit by the explosion, but he didn't die. This king is going to kill you, kill you. The voice became extremely weak, screaming wildly. Not dead yet, huh? Lin Moyu's palm glowed again. Soul flame. Ignore the defense and directly cause damage to the soul. A flame appeared above the black shadow, and the black shadow screamed again. What kind of skill is this? Why can it burn my soul? What kind of profession are you? It's impossible for such a profession to exist. Impossible. Lin Moyu didn't say a word, and when he fell, he added another soul flame in time. Although the demon was still screaming, he had become extremely weak compared to his entrance. Shajing City, outside the main body of the trial tower. Meng Anwen is the master of the trial tower, and he is working hard to restore the rules of the battle space. Several people looked at the trial tower with worried faces. The longer the time dragged on, the more dangerous the battle space would be for the candidates inside. Suddenly, Meng Anwen uttered a small gasp. Bai Yuan asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong?" Meng Anwen said, "The interference from the power of the abyss has been greatly weakened." Bai Yuan's expression turned very ugly in an instant. Could it be that all the examinees inside are dead? Meng Anwen sensed it carefully. "No, I can feel a lot of life breath inside, which is the breath of our human race. The breath of the abyssal demon's consciousness has become very weak, and he is injured." The abyss demon consciousness enters the battle space and uses the power of the abyss to disrupt the rules of the battle space. In a disguised form, the battle space was blocked. In that case, who could hurt him? Based on those candidates who only have 15 or 16 levels? Bai Yuan didn't believe it at all. In his imagination, the battle space is very large. If the candidates can make good use of it, they may survive for an hour until they come to rescue them, but it is impossible to counter-kill the opponent. Even if the opponent is just a consciousness, it is impossible. In the fighting space, a large number of Furlan orcs gave up their goal and started rushing towards Lin Moyu. The shadow on the blood moon roared. "I am going to kill you. I want to eat your flesh and drink your blood." He already sees Lin Moyu as a thorn in his side. He even forgot today's mission, lost his mind, and just wanted to kill Lin Moyu. A large number of Farron orcs infected by the power of the abyss rushed towards Lin Moyu. The skeleton warriors quickly formed a battle line to block them. How high is the attribute of the skeleton warrior? As high as 5,000 four-dimensional, far exceeding all same-level warriors. Even if it is infected by the power of the abyss, and its attributes reach the level of the enhanced elite monster, it is still far inferior to the skeleton warrior. Lin Moyu commanded the skeleton warriors to carry out spot kills. More than a dozen skeleton warriors surrounded and killed one at the same time. Just a few seconds later, another orc warrior was killed. Boom! The explosion sounded again. Exploding corpses is a magical skill, and Lin Moyu uses it time and time again. Suddenly, Lin Moyu noticed a change in the corpse burst skill. Corpse explosion, level 2, detonate the corpse, causing damage equal to 15% of the corpse's HP to enemies within 2 meters. After acquiring the skill, the corpse burst skill that never changed leveled up. It was upgraded at this moment. Range changed from 1 meter to 2 meters, damage changed from 10% of health to 15%. Seems like little has changed. But coupled with the talent of comprehensive amplification. Within a range of 40 meters, damage of 300% of the corpse's HP is inflicted on enemies. Just by raising one level, the skills have actually been turned upside down. It seems that repeated use of skills and proficiency with skills can increase the skills level. In addition to the natural skills acquired by changing jobs, the skills acquired by using skill scrolls later must be upgraded in this way. This is very similar to life-related and auxiliary skills. The roar continued, and after the range expanded, the corpse burst became more useful. In a blink of an eye, there was no longer a standing Farron orc beside Lin Moyu. Even the shadow on the blood moon was silent. There was a hint of a smile on the corner of Lin Moyu's mouth. He is shining. The whole body is shrouded in a layer of faint white light. He's leveled up. Lin Moyu's upgrade has attracted the attention of many people. Only then did they realize that they gained experience when killing these monsters infected by the power of the abyss. He actually used this kind of monster to level up. So, he has the ability to solo a nightmare-level dungeon. This guy is amazing. Lin Moyu, which province is he from? Fortunately, there is him, otherwise we would be dead. Many people whispered, and many people looked at Lin Moyu with adoration in their eyes. Lin Moyu looked up, the blood moon was still there, and the shadow was still there. Looks like he can't escape. With a thought, this time there were 5 corpses of Furlan orcs thrown up. Immediately afterwards, the skeleton warrior hugged Lin Moyu again and jumped up. The shadow in the blood moon seemed to realize that he was in trouble. Surprisingly, he didn't yell, but let out a cold laugh. Your name is Lin Moyu. This king remembers you. When you come to the abyss, this king will entertain you well. Lin Moyu smiled lightly, but did not speak. Corpses flew towards the blood moon. The corpse exploded. Amidst the violent explosion, the black shadow let out a final scream and was blown out. The blood moon shattered like a mirror and dissipated into thin air. The battle space also returned to normal. Outside the trial tower, Meng Anwen was surprised again. The consciousness of the abyss has been wiped out. The battle space has returned to normal. The children are safe and there are no injuries. Bai Yuan also showed an unbelievable expression. The development of the matter was completely different from what he expected. At his level, there are not many things that can surprise him. Can you backtrack? Bai Yuan wanted to know what happened in the battle space. Meng Anwen said, yes. Bai Yuan said in a deep voice, well, this is not urgent. Send the children back first, just in case there is more trouble. Good. In the battle space, the blood moon dissipated, and the earth was returning to normal. Xia Shui asked softly, Boy Lin, are you all right? At this time, she still had lingering fears, and her face was slightly pale. The previous incident was too scary. If it wasn't for Lin Moyu, she would have died already. Lin Moyu nodded, it's all right. Although there was no words of consolation, this answer was enough to reassure Xia Shui. In the battle space, all the candidates were still in shock at this time. Just now when the film orcs chased them down, they also fled, unable to fight against them at all. Fortunately, there is Lin Moyu. Bai Shen's voice sounded again. Candidates, the power of the abyss has disappeared, and the battle space has returned to normal. You will be sent back to the original examination room, and the test results will be announced later. Lin Moyu appeared at the entrance of the trial tower. Xia Shui, Sui Mei, Wang Zihao, and Feng Xiu also appeared. The entrance to the trial tower has been closed. The main battle class exam is over. Candidates, please rest where you are and wait for the final points evaluation. The examiner's voice resounded throughout the audience. No one leaves, and the final grades are announced shortly after the big exams conclude. This happens every year. Candidates are looking forward to it. For main combat professionals, the score consists of two parts. One is points. The second is evaluation. Some top institutions of higher learning have requirements not only for occupations, grades, and points, but also for evaluation. The higher the ranking, the higher the requirements. For example, Shaojing Academy's requirements for the main combat occupations are basically level 15 and above, and more than 10,000 points. The evaluation must also be at least excellent. For the rest of the top 20 universities, the rating points are relatively loose, but the evaluation must also be excellent. If you want to be admitted to a top university, evaluation is very important. If the target is just an ordinary institution of higher learning, then the evaluation is not so important. Just enough points to reach the standard will qualify. For candidates who have not entered the battle space, the evaluation will be given by the examiners of each province to handle. But candidates who have entered the battle space will be evaluated by the upper management of the Xinxia Empire. For the Xinxia Empire, candidates who can enter the battle space are all geniuses and need further attention. In Shaojing City, Meng Anwen, Bai Yuan and several other top powerhouses of the Xinxia Empire are retracing the events in the battle space. They have noticed all the performances of Lin Moyu and other candidates since they entered the battle space. This year is a little bit special. Due to the invasion of the abyss, the battle space experienced a huge change. They need to pay more attention to it. In the backtracking, Lin Moyu came into their sights. It turned out that he was the one who turned the tide, which is amazing. Necromancer, I heard about this profession before. It is a brand new profession that appeared in the #1 middle school in Shihai City, Jiangning Province. That's right, I originally wanted to pay special attention to him in this big exam, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. Not only is his profession strong, he must have awakened a talent, and his talent is also very strong. His career has completely surpassed those of his peers. This kid has a very good heart. Calm, decisive, and strong enough professionally, this kid already has the conditions to become a top powerhouse. Complimentary words flew out of their mouths one after another, all falling on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's performance is too eye-catching. When they were worried about casualties, it was Lin Moyu who turned the tide. He alone completely destroyed the plan of the Abyss. Compared with Lin Moyu, others pale in comparison. There's not even a bright spot to be found. There are only a dozen people who can still say they are brave. This year's evaluation is a bit difficult to give. What's the problem? Those who fled are all soft-headed. Such people will only be deserters when they go to the battlefield in the future, and they can't be counted on. You can't say that, after all, they are only teenagers. Lin Moyu must be excellent, let's discuss it with others. A few top experts determine the future of all candidates. If it were before, these candidates would be the arrogance of heaven. The champions of each province are rare geniuses. But this year, because of the existence of Lin Moyu, the performance of these people is a bit lacking. Other candidates were completely outclassed. You have to throw away the goods. Lin Moyu is like a shining star, completely covering up the existence of others. After much anticipation, the final results were finally announced. A huge light curtain flickered in the air. First, Lin Moyu, points, 34605, evaluation, excellent. Lin Moyu's name is impressively ranked first. Wow. The audience was in an uproar. Lu Yun jumped up, his old face was so excited that he was about to have a cerebral hemorrhage. First, champion, champion. Lu Yun's fingers trembled, extremely excited. His student won the provincial champion in Jiangning province. For Lu Yun, it was a great honor. Old Lu, congratulations. Lao Lu is really big this time. A provincial champion is enough to boast for 10 years. More than that, 20 years is fine, haha. In the past there was Su Qianxing, last year there was Lin Mohan, and this year there is a provincial champion. Shihai No. 1 Middle School is now completely famous. Xia Shui smiled and congratulated Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu, you really won the provincial champion. At this moment, it was clear that Xia Shui was convinced, and it was clear that she didn't want to compete with Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu smiled slightly, thank you. At the beginning of the 5th round of testing, Lin Moyu already knew that the provincial champion must be him. The results were indeed as expected. When the results were announced, he still felt a little excited though. Xia Shui looked at Lin Moyu in surprise. You can laugh, you know. You look pretty when you smile. Why don't you usually smile? She looked like she had discovered a new continent. The results of the second place also came out. Second, Xia Shui, points, 7,600, evaluation, excellent. With Lin Moyu in front, Xia Shui's results did not cause much sensation, but she was happy. Xia Shui was also rated as excellent. Lu Yun was excited again. Several principals around him cast envious glances. Not only the number 1 pick belonged to Lu Yun, but even the second place belonged to Lu Yun's school. This is too enviable. Third, Feng Xiao, points, 6,700, evaluation, excellent. Fourth, Sui, points, 6,325, evaluation, excellent. Fifth, Wang Zihao, points, 6,300, evaluation, poor. Wang Zihao's complexion changed drastically, because his evaluation turned out to be poor. As soon as this evaluation came out, he had no chance with Xiaojing Academy. Not to mention Xiaojing Academy, none of the top 20 institutions of higher learning in the Xinxia Empire would want him. Why? Why give me a bad evaluation? It's not fair, you're not fair. Wang Zihao finally couldn't bear it anymore and roared angrily. Suddenly a ray of light fell on Wang Zihao, and Wang Zihao disappeared instantly. Wang Zihao violated the rules of the examination room and will be expelled. A bad review in the exams cut off the possibility of Wang Zihao going to a top institution of higher learning. Now he was expelled, not to mention the top universities, even the top 100 universities would not want him. Even if there is a relationship at home, even if it is a dynasty guild, there is no way to compete with institutions of higher learning. Wang Zihao's future can be imagined. The best outcome is going to a regular institution of higher learning. The rankings are announced one by one. Except for Lin Moyu and Xia Shui, the overall grades of Shihai No. 1 middle school are not bad. Gao Yang is ranked 61st, which is considered middle of the road. The others are a little worse, but they can still be admitted to good schools. After the results were announced, the examiner's voice sounded again. Combat career, this year's Jiangning province, the provincial champion, Lin Moyu. The examiner solemnly announced that Lin Moyu has become the provincial champion of this exam, which once again caused a commotion. Then came thunderous applause. Everyone was congratulating Lin Moyu. It is not easy to become the #1 scholar in a province. Moreover, Lin Moyu's points are still crushing and won the first place. The 5 people who entered the battle space together, the points of the other 4 people added together, are not as many as him alone. The difference are too obvious. In the applause, the examiner's voice sounded again. An order came from the Empire, and Lin Moyu became the national champion in this year's big exam. Wow! Lu Yun jumped up again, and a ball of fire burst out of his head. He was so excited that the top of his head was on fire. National #1 scholar. Moyu is the #1 scholar in the country, the Nadiona champion. True or not, I can't hear you wrong. For a while, he couldn't even speak clearly, and Lu Yun couldn't believe his ears at all. Old Lu, are you okay? Don't get too excited, take care of yourself. Really, Lin Moyu is really the top pick in the country. You heard me right, this time, you can brag for the rest of your life. Your middle school can also be renamed Primus Middle School, and there is also a national champion that hails from here, which is a real treasure. They are both envious and jealous. The flame on Lu Yun's head lasted for a long time, just like his mood, excited. Outside the trial tower, the applause was like thunder. National champion, our Jiangning province has a national champion. Oh my god, how many years has it been since Jiangning province had a national champion? Lin Moyu is so good that he can become the #1 in the country. Lin Moyu remained indifferent and calm. When he won the provincial champion, he had already realized that the national champion might also fall on him. As expected. Xia Shui said in surprise, "You have become the #1 scholar in the country, why are you unhappy?" "I am happy," Lin Moyu said lightly. Xia Shui curled her lips, "You don't even know how to smile when you are happy." Lin Moyu, still calm, replied, "I laughed, in my heart. An idiot is an idiot." Xia Shui snorted, "But I still want to congratulate you, Lin Zhuangyuan. Note, this is a title given to the scholar who achieved the highest score on highest level of the imperial examination in ancient China and Vietnam. Sui Mei and Feng Xiu came together. Lin Moyu, congratulations. Sui Mei is a little smaller, and her voice is a little cold. The temperament displayed is very in line with her profession. Feng Xiu stretched out his hand, "Thank you this time, brother, if it weren't for you, we would be in big trouble." Sui Mei also followed suit. Lin Moyu shook hands with him, "It's standard." Feng Xiu asked, "Are you going to enter Shaojing Academy?" Lin Moyu nodded. "Okay, see you at Shaojing Academy, and I'll treat you to dinner then." "Yes." Lin Moyu responded lightly. Lin Moyu was too cold, even colder than Sui Mei, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Xia Shui laughed quickly, "This guy doesn't like to talk. I have been classmates with him for 3 years, and we didn't speak more than 10 sentences in total." Lin Moyu shook his head, 16 sentences. Da fuck. Both Feng Xiu and Sui Mei couldn't help laughing out loud. Lin Moyu, besides being quiet, seems like a lot of fun. After the final exam, send it back to school. Lu Yun did not come back with them. The major exam for the auxiliary profession is still going on, and he still has to accompany them. Lin Moyu returned home and had a good rest. Registration is available tomorrow. His goal is Showdown Academy. As the #1 scholar in the country, he will definitely be able to enter. If he can't enter, then others can't even dream about it. Silently summon 4 skeleton warriors, and then put them into the summoning space. The number of skeleton warriors in the summoning space has reached 104. In the battle space before, when fighting against the Furlan Orc warriors, the skeleton warriors were injured to varying degrees. In the summoning space, their injuries quickly recovered. Boom boom boom. The knock on the door brought Lin Moyu back from his meditative state. The flame above Lu Yun's head finally went out. But the excitement on his face has not faded. This old man in his 60s has never been as excited as he is today. Why are you here? It was already late at night. In the dead of night, Lu Yun suddenly came over. There must be something wrong. Not only Lu Yun came, but also someone Lin Moyu didn't know. When Lin Moyu saw this man, the hairs on his face exploded. The person who came had a terrifying aura, which made it difficult for him to breathe. It seemed that in the next second, he would suffocate. Lin Moyu didn't sit still. The skeleton warrior appeared in front of him instantly, protecting himself. Good response. He couldn't see the other person's face clearly, but Lin Moyu recognizes the other person's voice. The tense mind immediately relaxed. Lin Moyu saluted the visitor respectfully. I have met Lord Baishan. Bai Yuan withdrew his aura, and revealed his figure from the darkness. How do you know it's me? Lin Moyu also put away the skeleton warrior. I recognize your voice, senior. Hee hee. Bai Yuan laughed out loud. He was very satisfied with Lin Moyu's answer. He saw Lin Moyu in the backlash of the battle space. Now face to face, Bai Yuan is more satisfied with him. Lin Moyu is calm and collected. The instinctive reaction he made gave him full marks. Very good. I came here to talk to you about Xiaojing Academy. Unexpectedly, Baishan the White God would come to the door in person. Lin Moyu poured water for the two. Boiled water. Lu Yun explained, my lord, don't mind. Moyu's sister went to Xiaojing Academy last year, and he now lives alone. Bai Yuan glanced across the room. The furnishings in the house were very simple. A bit run down in many places. As you can imagine, the living environment at home is not rich, it can even be said to be poor. It is very rare for such a family to have a genius like Lin Moyu. Baishan smiled and said, Lin Moyu's sister is also in Xiaojing Academy? Lu Yun immediately interjected, Lin Mohan, she was admitted to Xiaojing Academy last year. Bai Yuan's status is too high and he doesn't recognize Lin Mohan's name. But today he has already kept Lin Mohan in his mind, and he can find out if he truly wished to. Both brother and sister can enter Xiaojing Academy, this is truly commendable. Bai Yuan praised and looked at Lin Moyu. On the way here, he had already heard through Lu Yun the personality of Lin Moyu, so naturally he knew that Lin Moyu seldom talked. Taciturn, he is indeed reserved. He really is like this now. Thinking in his heart, maybe it is this kind of personality that makes him calm beyond his peers. Can you show me your summoned object? For Bai Yuan's request, Lin Moyu naturally would not refuse, nor did he dare to refuse. The skeleton warrior appeared in the house without sound. Bai Yuan glanced at it, and said strangely, the four-dimensional attribute is 250, which seems to be mediocre. But in the battle space they were powerful. How did you do it? At Bai Yuan's level, there is no need to deliberately use the detection technique. Many skills have been integrated into his bones and become second nature. Hearing Bai Yuan's words, Lin Moyu suddenly understood something. What others see are only the basic attributes of the skeleton warrior. But the true strength of the skeleton warrior is only known by Moyu. Specifically his amplification talent multiplying the strength by fraudulent amounts. Bai Yuan continued to ask, what talent have you awakened? Lu Yun showed surprise. Moyu, have you really awakened your talent? Lin Moyu said softly, my talent is boosting all skills. Bai Yuan showed an expression that was as expected. Indeed, it can be seen from your performance in the battle space. Bai Yuan didn't continue to ask. Instead, the topic was changed. I am here this time. There are two things. One is to give you a reward. Originally, this reward will be given to you after you come to the academy, but since I am here, I brought it along. The second is to take you to the school. There will be a trial the day after tomorrow. I hope you can participate. Bai Yuan went straight to the point and explained his intentions. Lin Moyu asked, what kind of trial? Bai Yuan said, it's an internal trial of our Xiaojing Academy. The participants are all internal students of our Xiaojing Academy. The specific information can only be given to you after you agree to participate. Lin Moyu felt something unusual. Let me first say that I hope he can participate, which means that this trial is not mandatory for him to participate. The decision to participate or not is his own. The second is to test the personnel. The trial personnel are internal personnel of Xiaojing Academy. He didn't know much about Xiaojing Academy, and he didn't know the meaning of the trial. In addition, the content of the trial is kept secret, which shows that the content of the trial is not ordinary. Lin Moyu pondered the meaning of the White God's words. Caution is a state that must be maintained at all times. No matter what, always be cautious and analyze calmly. Bai Yuan showed a satisfied smile. It's good that you are cautious. I can't reveal too much about the content of the trial. What I can tell you is that this trial is a rare opportunity. Originally, you were not eligible to participate, but I personally gave you this opportunity. After listening to Baishan's words, Lin Moyu immediately made a decision. I will participate. Bai Yuan has already said so. If he still doesn't participate, then he will not give Bai Yuan face. Lin Moyu is not a fool, he would not do such offending things. In that case, let me give you the reward first. As the #1 scholar in the country, you will be rewarded a lot. There was a flash of light in Bai Yuan's hand, and several things appeared. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes. There was one thing he knew, the skill scroll. The first reward is your 100,000 points. This is the point reward for the national champion, and it does not conflict with the points you got in the big exam. Lin Moyu scored 34,605 points in the final exam, and the national champion was awarded an additional 100,000 points. In this way, Lin Moyu directly has more than 130,000 points. This score is quite a lot. Many old students in Xiaojing Academy may not have as many as him. Bai Yuan handed a card to Lin Moyu. Your points are all in it. You should have heard that points are more useful than gold coins in Xiaojing Academy. This fact is indeed the case. You will understand the details when you arrive at Xiaojing Academy. The second prize is still your national champion reward, 1 elementary skill scroll and 1 intermediate skill scroll. The third prize is to reward you additionally based on your performance in the battle space. This is a qualification to enter the Tower of God Shada once. As for the specific information about God Shada, you will naturally know it when you arrive at Xiaojing Academy, so I won't waste words. However, I can tell you that Shinshata's admission qualification is very precious, especially for the first time. Before going, you must make sufficient preparations. It is very important for Bai Yuan to advise this. I see. Lin Moyu tidied up simply. A talisman flew out from Bai Yuan and turned into a teleportation array. Lin Moyu and Bai Yuan stepped into the teleportation array and left under a brilliant light. The last bit of light disappeared, and the cabin was once again shrouded in darkness. Lu Yun sighed, left silently, and closed the door. Note, this mofo didn't even say goodbye or thank Principal Lu for taking care of him while Lin Mohan had been gone. Moyu is a cold man, haha. The street is very quiet late at night. No one could know that this small house, which seemed to be in disrepair, had 2 students from Xiaojing Academy for 2 consecutive years. One of them is the national champion. With hope in Lu Yan's eyes, he looked in Xia Jing's direction. Good luck, kid. The words are full of kindness and hope. Lin Moyu felt that he had been teleported for a long time, unlike the teleportation stone used this morning to enter the examination grounds, which arrived in a blink of an eye. The Xinxia Empire has a huge territory and a vast territory, and it is one of the most powerful countries in the human race. Xiaojing Academy is thousands of kilometers away from Shihai City. Even teleportation takes a while. Broken streamers flashed across the eyes. Countless magical pictures can be seen. It's all like broken fragments. Lin Moyu has a top-heavy feeling that time and space are disordered at this moment. Very uncomfortable. However, he didn't make any reaction, but his face was slightly pale. 10 seconds later, both feet set foot on the ground again. All discomfort disappeared at this moment. Very good endurance. Bai Yuan's evaluation of Lin Moyu increased a little bit in his heart. There is a qualitative difference between Xiaojing City and Shihai City in the middle of the night. As the capital of the Xinxia Empire, Xiaojing City is still brightly lit even in the middle of the night. Moonlight became a supporting role. Xiaojing Academy. A huge gate tens of meters high and hundreds of meters wide came into sight. Magnificent, refined, solid and powerful. This is Lin Moyu's first feeling. In an instant, he felt his own insignificance. He was shocked that just one portal had such an attractive aura. Lin Moyu even felt the danger from it. Deadly danger. Bai Yuan said, this gate is both a portal and a weapon. Even if top experts want to break in, they have to pay the price. Patted Lin Moyu's shoulder, let's go. As they approached, Lin Moyu felt a breath fall on him. Kind of like detection, but not quite the same. His identity was verified, and the door opened silently. Xiaojing Academy at night was not as quiet as imagined. Walking in the academy, Lin Moyu could feel energy fluctuations one after another. Energy fluctuations come from various locations in the academy. It's students practicing skills. Bai Yuan explained casually. He looks majestic and dominant, but he is very patient with Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu asked, can all skills be practiced? Bai Yuan explained, in addition to the natural skills of the profession, some special skills. Most skills develop through practice. This answer is similar to Lin Moyu's own guess. Skills need to be practiced and used to become more powerful. Lin Moyu raised a second question, is it enough to simply use a skill more to raise its strength? Bai Yuan smiled, it's hard to say, every skill is different, and some skills cannot be strengthened this way. This knowledge will be understood after you actually enter school. The teachers will teach you the details. Technical knowledge is a complete systematic subject, which cannot be explained clearly in a few words. Lin Moyu understands this. Bai Yuan had already made it very clear, so he didn't continue to ask. The energy fluctuations never stopped. Wave after wave, non-stop. From time to time, rays of light illuminate the night sky. They are all working hard. Lin Moyu thought in his heart. Lin Moyu was deeply impressed by Xiaojing Academy just at first sight. The students here work very hard. You can also practice skills in the middle of the night. Thinking again about his skills. It seems inconvenient to practice. The Xiaojing Academy was unexpectedly large. The two walked for a long time before reaching their destination. This is the residential area. You will stay here today, and someone will tell you the specific details. Remember, in Xiaojing Academy, most things can be traded. However, it should be based on the voluntary situation of both parties, and there is no forced buying and selling. Someone was already waiting, and ran over quickly after seeing Bai Yuan. I have seen Lord Baishan. The man saluted Bai Yuan respectfully. The White God has a very high status in the Xinxia Empire and is respected by countless people. Even though Lin Moyu didn't say anything in words, he respected Bai Yuan in his heart. Bai Yuan nodded, I'll leave it to you, I'll go first. Take a good rest, tomorrow someone will come to take you around. Bai Yuan is very busy, it is impossible to do everything by himself. It is already a great honor to come here to pick up Lin Moyu in person this time. How many people in the entire Xinxia Empire can enjoy this kind of treatment? Lin Moyu looked calm, and his tone was equally flat, okay. It was a simple word, Bai Yuan didn't say anything, but it startled the person next to him. Who would dare talk to Bai Yuan so coldly? He has never seen it. Unexpectedly, Bai Yuan just nodded, then turned and left, and fell into the darkness in a blink of an eye. Lin Moyu was brought by Bai Yuan, and that person dared not neglect him. He asked politely, "You are Lin Moyu, right?" Lin Moyu nodded, "Yes." The tone is still flat. The man was a little uncomfortable, feeling that Lin Moyu was too cold. But I didn't dare to say anything more. Where do you want to live? We have multiple options here. Xiaojing Academy not only has a large college, but the residential area also occupies a very large area. There are various options. 4-person, double and single dormitories. Detached villa. A villa with a training ground. Different houses have different prices. Lin Moyu really understands that points are better than gold coins. 4-person dormitory is the cheapest, 500 points per month. 2-person dormitory, 1,000 points per month. A single dormitory will cost 2,000 points per month. As for those single-family houses, tens of thousands of points are required every month. If you don't have points, you can also pay with gold coins. You just add 2 more zeros. A 4-person dormitory requires 50,000 gold coins per month, and a single-person dormitory requires 200,000 gold coins. It really isn't cheap. Lin Moyu now has hundreds of gold coins on him. Each point can be exchanged for 100 gold coins. However, gold coins cannot be exchanged for points. If found trying this, one will be severely punished. Bai Yuan said that in Xiaojing Academy, most things can be traded. Gold coins are converted into points, which is a small part. In addition, there are many resources that can only be purchased with points. In this way, points became the most important hard currency in the school. Points will never be used where gold coins can be used. Integral points can be saved if you can save. Under that person's detailed narration, Lin Moyu already knew a lot. His name is Jiang Tao, and he was admitted to Xiaojing Academy the year before last. Now I am an administrator in the residential area, responsible for the management of some small things, and can earn points at the same time for helping new students. From what he said, it can be heard that points are not easy to earn. Probably because of Bai Yuan's relationship, Jiang Tao was very polite to Lin Moyu. "Student Lin, I know you just finished the big exam, so you should have a lot of points. However, I still want to advise you to save points if you can. There are too many places where points will be used later." Lin Moyu probably understood that he should save some money. But he has no gold coins, and he doesn't want to live with others. "I want a single dormitory." Jiang Tao looked at Lin Moyu, "Are you sure?" Lin Moyu nodded. Jiang Tao sighed, "Once more, I will warn you not to be frivolous with your points. If you don't address your spending habits now, you will regret it when you discover how difficult it is to earn points." He sighed, as if he was someone with a story. He led Lin Moyu into the residential area, into Building 8, and went directly to the second floor. Building 8 is a single dormitory, except for 3 units on the second floor here, and the rest are empty. You choose by yourself. Lin Moyu looked across the row and pointed to the nearest one. "Let's take this one. Room 201. Give me your ID card, and I will register it." The identity card must be used by the person himself, even if it is lost, it is useless if others to find it. Jiang Tao took a machine, swiped his ID card, and Lin Moyu checked his fingerprints. With a beep, points are deducted. Jiang Tao's eyes widened suddenly, and he let out a strange cry. "How do you have so many points?" Lin Moyu's point balance is being displayed on the machine. After deducting 1,000 points, there are 133,605 points left. More than 130,000 points shocked Jiang Tao. Lin Moyu said, given rewards. Jiang Tao looked at Lin Moyu like he was looking at the god of wealth. No wonder you live in a single dormitory, so you have so many points. I have earned less than 10,000 points since I entered the university, not even a fraction of yours. What a rich man. Okay, from now on, room 201 in building 8 will be your dormitory. No one can come in without your permission. No one else can rent this dormitory until you return the lease. You have a good rest, come and find me if you need anything. Lin Moyu nodded, and suddenly asked, Senior, have you ever heard of Lin Mohan? Jiang Tao thought for a while, then shook his head, I've never heard of her. Your name is Lin Moyu, Lin Mohan is your relative. There are too many people in Showdown Academy. It's normal if you haven't heard of someone. You can go to the Academic Affairs office tomorrow, to ask though. Jiang Tao said a little more, and before he left, he suddenly said, by the way, remember to buy a communicator tomorrow, otherwise it will be very inconvenient. After closing the door of the dormitory, his ears were finally clean. Single dormitory, small, simple layout, very clean. Lin Moyu sat on the bed and began to meditate, recovering his mental strength. Early the next morning, someone knocked on the door of his dormitory. Lin Moyu opened the door with surprise and shock in his eyes. Ningyi, who hadn't seen her for a long time, stood at the door. Pretty, what's the matter, don't you know me? Lin Moyu smiled slightly, I know you. Ningyi giggled, let's go, I'll take you to have breakfast, and then I'll take you to familiarize yourself with Showdown Academy. There is a school cafeteria next to the residential area, and there are many people coming to eat early in the morning. Ningyi quickly took a bunch of food. Quite a lot of food. Ningyi has the same appetite as before. When it was time to pay, Lin Moyu took out his ID card, I'll pay it. Ningyi giggled and didn't stop him. With a beep, 5 points were deducted. Ningyi was surprised, you actually pay with points? You can pay with gold coins here, and where you can use gold coins, you definitely don't use points. Lin Moyu said softly, I have no gold coins. Ningyi slapped her head, just say it if you don't have gold coins, this lady has plenty of gold coins. Don't waste your points, points are hard to earn. Lin Moyu smiled, it's okay. Ningyi rejoiced, it's okay, it's only 5 points. Anyway, remember, never use points where gold coins can be used in the future. The points should be spent wisely. Lin Moyu accepted it humbly. If you have time, go to the exchange and sell the materials and weapons you have recently acquired. At least some gold coins can be exchanged there. Thinking of this, a gem appeared in Lin Moyu's palm. The Goblin King's nucleus is like a perfect ruby. Dazzling and charming. Lin Moyu handed it to Ningyi, for you. Wow. So beautiful. Ningyi saw at a glance that this crystal nucleus was unusual. After getting it, there is a burst of warmth, dispelling the cold. Detection brings a breeze. Is this the crystal nucleus of the Goblin King? Ningyi's beautiful eyes glowed with surprise. Lin Moyu nodded. Ningyi held the ruby-like crystal nucleus, looked left and right, her eyes were full of love. Do you know its value? Lin Moyu shook his head, not sure. I first learned about it in the exchange, and the task at that time was worth 100,000 gold coins. Later Wang Yi told him that it was worth at least 300,000 gold coins. But Lin Moyu thinks it may be more than 300,000. Otherwise, the young president of the Dynasty Guild wouldn't be so inspired by it. Although the source is only a low-level dungeon, the nightmare difficulty of the low-level dungeon is not something that anyone can do if they want to. Ningyi was in a good mood, and said cautiously, this is the core item of the Goblin King's ring, boss jewelry, worth tens of millions. If this thing is traded, the price should be around 10 million. 10 million, Lin Moyu was slightly dumbfounded, he didn't expect it to be so valuable. Wang Yi didn't seem to understand it very well, and even said that it was worth at least 300,000, a few zeros were missing. The Dynasty Guild is even more dishonest. They want to get 100,000, which is basically a lie to those who don't understand. 10 million is indeed very expensive for ordinary people. But to Ningyi, it was nothing. After all, she can give away the intermediate skill scrolls worth tens of millions if she wanted. Ningyi liked the Goblin King's crystal nucleus very much, so she accepted it bluntly. Thank you. Lin Moyu smiled slightly. Just accept it. Side note, this mofo is cold as hell to the principal, but then straight simps for this chick who took all his sweet potatoes, and even after finding out it's worth millions of gold that he needs, he still gives it away to this rich chick. Bruh, thinking with the wrong head. Moving on, haha. After eating, Ningyi took Lin Moyu to familiarize himself with Shajing Academy. In Shajing Academy, there is the Empire Exchange and the Academy Exchange. Gold coins can be used for trading in the Imperial Exchange. The Academy Exchange is owned by Shajing Academy, and the transactions in it are all points. Some items cannot be purchased in the Imperial Exchange. In addition to the exchange, Shajing Academy also has dozens of skill training grounds, which are distributed in various locations of the academy. Using the skill training grounds is not free, costs points. The Shajing Library, which claims to be comparable to the Imperial Library, has a large number of reference books. Except that some books can be viewed for free, some advanced materials also require points. All in all, without points, it is difficult to move an inch in the school, and it can only guarantee that you will not starve to death. Under Ningyi's introduction, Lin Moyu became familiar with the school. In the Academic Affairs Office, Lin Moyu completed the final admission procedures. In fact, Bai Yuan had already handled most of his procedures for him. Also because of Bai Yuan's relationship, the teachers in the Academic Affairs Office are very polite to Lin Moyu. In the Academic Affairs Office, Lin Moyu asked for information about Lin Mohan. After inquiring, it was found that there was indeed Lin Mohan's enrollment record. But now the information about her is all blank. When he came out of the Academic Affairs Office, Lin Moyu had obvious concerns in his eyes. Ningyi comforted him. Lin Mohan is your family, right, sister? Lin Moyu whispered. He didn't understand why Lin Mohan's information was blank. There is an enrollment record, which shows that Lin Mohan did enter Shajing Academy. Ningyi said, actually, it's normal for the information to be blank. Lin Moyu looked over, hoping to get an answer from Ningyi. It's possible that she is going to perform special missions issued by the school. Some missions need to be kept secret, and the information cannot be queried during the period. It is also possible that she has already left the school. I am not referring to dropping out, but she might have joined college to which the school belongs. There are many schools affiliated to the school. They seem to belong to the school, but they are actually relatively independent. For example, the most famous one is Chuangshan Academy, in addition to Shenlong Academy, Feitian Academy, and so on. There are more than a dozen colleges like this. If you join them, your information will also be blank. So you don't have to worry. Your sister probably just joined an academy. Listening to Ningyi's explanation, Lin Moyu felt a little relieved. He had already arrived at Shajing Academy, although he couldn't find Lin Mohan immediately. But since she's here, you can always find her. He remembered that the last time Lin Mohan contacted him was 3 months ago. In the past 3 months, there has been no news of her. Maybe she's really on a mission. Okay, don't worry, nothing will happen. Ningyi smiled and comforted Lin Moyu. The smile is as warm as the sun, and it also infected Lin Moyu. Thanks. Ningyi smiled and said, thank you. Let's go, it's time to get down to business. I'm here today to show you around the school and explain the various systems and uses, but I also have a mission to perform. For half a day, they just walked through the public area of the school. The school is very large, and the public area accounts for less than 1/10 of the school. There are also many colleges in the school, and people who are not in the colleges cannot enter at all. Qianlong Academy. There were quite a few people inside, who seemed to be discussing something. Ningyi walked in with Lin Moyu. "He is back." When a tall woman saw Ningyi, she rushed forward immediately. Ningyi giggled, "Sister Taozi, I brung him here." The woman looked at Lin Moyu. "Is this what Lord Baishan said?" "It's him." Ningyi naturally pulled Sister Taozi and introduced Lin Moyu, this year's national champion. "Sister Taozi, our captain." Sister Taozi introduced herself generously. "Hello, my name is Jiang Taotao, level 23, Elf Knight." Lin Moyu said softly, "Lin Moyu, level 17, Necromancer." Jiang Taotao's expression did not change. But the rest of the people showed a little surprise on their faces. "Only level 17, what a joke. You might as well just find a cat or a dog off the street." With a bit of arrogance and malice in the voice, a man holding a staff walked into the yard. Ningyi showed displeasure. "Lingzhen, pay attention to what you say. Moyu is the #1 scholar in the country." Lingzhen sneered, "It's just a national champion title. Compared with us, the national champion is nothing. It's not like I haven't seen those national champions in the past. They all ended up as trash." He was extremely arrogant, and he didn't take Lin Moyu in his eyes at all, let alone the national champion. At the same time, the people in the yard also showed pride. It seems that what Lingzhen said is true. The #1 scholar in the country was really not taken seriously by them. "Lingzhen, you talk like you're farting, it stinks." Ningyi yelled at him directly. Lingzhen snorted coldly and ignored Ningyi, but raised his head proudly. "Your name is Lin Moyu, right? I know you were introduced by Lord Baishan. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a relationship with Lord Baishan. In our Qianlong team, what matters is only strength. For this trial, it's okay to bring you along, but shut up and don't speak. It's best not to make a sound, let alone drag us down, otherwise I will be the first to be rude to you." Lin Moyu was a little speechless, feeling that this guy was a little too arrogant. It's not that he has never seen a proud person before. Xia Shui is proud enough, the eldest lady of the Xia family. But nothing like this guy. "Idiot?" Lin Moyu asked suddenly. Lingzhen's expression changed. "What did you say?" The staff in his hand suddenly burst into red flames, and huge energy fluctuations swept out. Ningyi stepped in front of Lin Moyu. "Lingzhen, you dare to do it." Jiang Taotao also came over to stand in front of Lingzhen. "Lingzhen, stop it." Looking at Jiang Taotao, Lingzhen gradually withdrew his momentum, and the flame on the staff went out. "Sister Taozi, I will save face for you." As he spoke, he gave Lin Moyu a hard look, walked aside and stopped talking. But his resentment towards Lin Moyu was obvious. Jiang Taotao turned to Lin Moyu and said, "We will set off at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, we will gather here then. The specific content of the trial will not be told until tomorrow." Lin Moyu nodded, "I know. Come on, let's go shopping and get ready." Ningyi pulled Lin Moyu away. Seeing the two leave, Jiang Taotao sighed softly. "Lingzhen, I know you have grievances, but personal grievances cannot affect the trial, and he was introduced by Lord Baishan, so you have to be careful." Lingzhen said unhappily, "I have a sense of proportion, but I'm just a little angry. Even if they want us to guide someone, they should at least be useful to us. What is the profession of a necromancer, have you heard of it?" Jiang Taotao shook her head and said, "He is the #1 scholar in the country." Although the #1 scholar in the country is nothing to us, there must be something special about being the #1 scholar. Someone next to him interjected, "Necromancer seems to be a new profession that just appeared this year, and it is said that it is a unique profession." Lingzhen was still disdainful. "Basically, a new job will appear every few years, and most of them turn out to be rubbish." Ningyi took Lin Moyu to the exchange, and said while walking, "Don't fight with that guy, he's a madman, it's not worth it." Lin Moyu said softly, "A dog bites a man, but a man cannot bite a dog." Haha. Ningyi was amused, she didn't expect Lin Moyu to have such a side. The two came to the Imperial Exchange. Lin Moyu quickly sold all the items he got in the instance of Shihai Mine. He did not choose consignment. He handed over the materials to the recycling task in the exchange. The obtained weapons and equipment were sold directly to the exchange. Weapon grades include black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond, and there are also legends and myths grades. Bronze is only an entry-level weapon, suitable for level 10 to 20 professionals, and they are not worth much. Basically, the price of each weapon is around 10,000. After Lin Moyu emptied his storage space, he got 230,000 gold coins in exchange. Although not much, it is enough for him to use for a while. Ningyi said, "I'm going to the trial tomorrow, you should buy some red and blue medicines." The red and blue medicines she spoke of are actually healing potions and magic potions. The healing potion can be used to treat injuries. Because the potion in the bottle is red, it is called red potion by professionals. The same is true for the magic potion, which is named after the blue color and used to restore mental power. The two medicines can be said to be the most used consumables by professionals. Elementary life potion, which can be used to treat injuries, applicable below level 20, cooldown time is 1 hour. Elementary mental potion, which can be used to restore mental power, applicable below level 20, with a cooling time of 1 hour. The price of both potions is 1,000 gold coins. According to Ningyi's suggestion, Lin Moyu bought 10 bottles each. 20,000 gold coins were spent. Lin Moyu bought 2 primary skill scrolls with 200,000 gold coins. There are only 10,000 gold coins left. He really spends money like water. Then the two went to the Shuafu exchange and bought a communicator with 100 points. The communicator looks like a watch and is very convenient to wear. It is a must-have for every student. The two have added friends so that they can contact each other by phone at any time. Ningyi shook her little hand, revealing her white and snowy skin. "From now on, I can come and harass you anytime and anywhere." Lin Moyu looked at Ningyi, who was like a flower and butterfly, and then smiled. According to Ningyi, the other participant in this trial was Lingzhen's younger brother. But because of Baishan's intervention, Lingzhen's younger brother was replaced by him. So Lingzhen was very disgusted when he saw him. Ningyi didn't know the specific content of the trial, but she knew that this trial was very important, and there were specific requirements for the level. It can't be too high, and it can't be too low. All will have to wait until tomorrow to know. Lin Moyu didn't take Lingzhen seriously. In his eyes, Lingzhen is just a clown, not worth mentioning. He is not arrogant, he is confident. He is confident that he will not be weaker than any professional below level 30. It was as bright as day in the small dormitory. A primary skill scroll was activated. A ball of light enveloped Lin Moyu. After a few minutes, the light cluster disappeared. Lin Moyu sighed. No new skills were acquired. Using skill scrolls may not be able to fully awaken skills. Even if the awakened skill is not necessarily a new skill, it is likely to be an old skill that has been mastered. In short, no new skills have been mastered. This is quite normal. With more and more skills mastered. If you want to awaken and learn new skills, the usage of skill scrolls will also increase significantly. The primary skill scroll is only 100,000 gold coins, which is not expensive. Even if you use 100, it is only 10 million. However, 10 million mid-level skill scrolls are needed. If they are used in large quantities, the price will be very beautiful. Lin Moyu had 2 primary skill scrolls, one was unsuccessful, and he used the second one. The light cluster reappeared, enveloping Lin Moyu. Gradually, Lin Moyu felt his body heat up, and a strange breath emerged from his body. He has experienced this feeling. Slightly happy in his heart. New skills. This skill roll was not wasted. Acquired skill, Slow Curse. Slow Curse, Level 1, curse the enemy within 5 meters, reducing the enemy's speed by 5% for 1 minute. Then amplified by his talent. The range of the curse has been increased from 5 meters to 100 meters, which is an increase of 20 times. The slowing effect has also been increased by 20 times, which can double the target's slowdown, including attack speed and action speed. In this way, the enemy's attack power is almost halved. And it lasts up to 20 minutes. Another divine skill. Lin Moyu studies the slow curse. My skills can be divided into summoning system, attack system, and curse system. I don't know if there will be other systems added. Curse-based skills greatly weaken the enemy, not only greatly increasing safety, but also increasing one's own attack power in a disguised form. No matter which line, it is very powerful. After researching the skills, he summoned 4 skeleton warriors by consuming his mental energy, and then drank a bottle of primary spiritual potion. Mental strength began to recover rapidly. The effect of the potion disappeared after 10 minutes of recovering 100 points of mental power. Knowing the effect of the potion, Lin Moyu began to enter a state of meditation. With 100 points of mental power, you can only drink 1 bottle in an hour. For his 1,000 points of spiritual power, it only accounted for 1/10 of it. If you rely solely on medicine to recover, it will take 10 hours. Overall, it's not much faster than meditation. Lin Moyu calculated that if meditation was combined with medicine, the efficiency would not be improved much. Interrupting meditation again and again to drink potions will greatly affect the effect of meditation. Not to mention the trouble, the loss outweighs the gain. The pleasant music from the communicator brought Lin Moyu back from his meditative state. The ringtone was set by Ningyi. Ningyi was the only one in Lin Moyu's communicator. Get up, the sun is drying your ass. As soon as it was connected, Ningyi's strange voice came. I'm downstairs, come down and have breakfast together, and we're leaving after eating. Good. Ningyi bought a lot of food. I don't know how long it will take this time, I need to prepare more food. Otherwise, like last time, Miss Ben almost starved to death. Fortunately, I have your sweet potatoes. Lin Moyu couldn't help but laugh. Obviously I don't eat buns, but I want to eat sweet potatoes. Lin Moyu followed silently and paid the money. It cost 10,000 gold coins to buy enough food for 2 people for a month. Fortunately, the storage space is not small, and it can be put in there. The consumption of Xiaojing Academy is really high, spending money like water. 10,000 gold coins, if placed in Shihai City, would be enough for Lin Moyu to eat for several years. Jiang Taotao and the others from Qianlong Academy were already waiting. Not only Jiang Taotao and others, but also many people in the academy formed different teams. Ningyi took Lin Moyu and walked over. Jiang Taotao looked at the time and said seriously, don't wander around after teleportation. This is not the first time she has conducted trials, and she obviously has experience. Lingjun stared at Lin Moyu in disgust. Boy, don't hold us back. Ningyi snorted coldly, you don't hold back. Jiang Taotao had a headache for a while. No matter what conflicts or ideas you have, put them after the trial. You should all be aware of the importance of this trial. Now everyone introduce their occupations. As the captain, at this time she must unite the team. Even if it is only a superficial unity, it must be achieved. Otherwise, this trial is doomed and they are better off giving up. Duan Gao, level 20, Prophet. Miao Yu, level 20, Elf Elder. The Prophet and Elf Elder are both auxiliary occupations, and both are rare auxiliary occupations. Prophet mainly increases various states. If a team has a high-level Prophet and the Prophet has enough skills, the team's combat power can be doubled at least. The Elf Elder is a nanny-type job, specializing in healing, and can also control monsters easily. Under Jiang Taodao's gaze, Lingjun reluctantly said, Lingjun, level 21, Warlock. Like Elemental Mage, Warlock is also a mage class, and it is also a rare class. There are overlaps and differences in skills between the two sides. Ningyi, level 19, Shadow Assassin. Lin Moyu, level 17, Necromancer. Jiang Taotao, level 23, Elf Knight. Jiang Taotao glanced at everyone. I'll say it again, this trial must be united. If anyone dares to jeopardize the trial's success, don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Taotao looked serious, and even Lingjun pricked up his ears at this moment. Ningyi smiled and said, Sister Taozi, don't worry, we will definitely not affect the trial. A giant teleportation array suddenly appeared in the air. Qianlong Academy, start the teleportation trial. A huge tower shadow appeared in the sky. The giant tower pierces the sky. It's God Shada. Ningyi whispered. Lin Moyu was also a little shocked at this time. Since he entered Shaojing Academy, he hasn't seen God Shata. Unexpectedly, the God Shata appeared in the air. The spire of the tower shot out a ray of light, covering Qianlong Academy. The students in Qianlong Academy were sent to the trial site at the same time. The teleportation lasted more than 10 seconds. From the time of the teleportation, it can be judged that the trial location is far away from Xiaojing Academy. The sound of the tide came to the ears. Shihai City is close to the sea, and Lin Moyu is too familiar with the sound of the waves, so he can't hear it wrong. The trial site is by the sea. Put your feet back on the ground. The site quickly recovered, and the glare of the sun shone down. Lin Moyu had the illusion that he had returned to the seaside of Shihai City. Ningyi's face was a little pale, and her little hands were tightly clutching Lin Moyu's arm. The small mouth pouted, and her face was full of displeasure. I'm dizzy, long-distance teleportation is really uncomfortable. Jiang Taotao said, teleport a few times, and you will get used to it. It was like this from the beginning. She glanced at Lin Moyu in a little surprise. Lin Moyu didn't even show any discomfort. Could it be that he often rides in the teleportation array? A thought popped up in her mind, and at the same time, her contempt for Lin Moyu also restrained a lot. Lin Moyu observed the surrounding situation. They are on an island. Not far behind them is the coastline. They were on a sandy beach. Wave after wave hit the shore. Not far away, there is a light curtain. The light curtain almost enveloped the entire island. They are outside the light curtain at this time. Through the light curtain, you can see many monsters inside the island. There is a stone floating in front of everyone, and the stone is shining. It's a mission stone. Jiang Taotao has experience, and immediately reached out to take her task in her hands. Lin Moyu also reached out and held his own task stone. The moment he took the task stone, he understood what the trial task was. The current island is called Mermaid Island. The island is full of sea monsters. In the center of Mermaid Island, there is a copy. A copy of Mermaid Tears. Their trial task is to enter the Mermaid Island, fight to the center of the Mermaid Island, and enter the Mermaid Dungeon. Kill the last boss in the dungeon and get Mermaid Tears from the boss. There are 3 key points in the entire trial mission. 1 is the team entering Mermaid Island. The average level is allowed up to level 20. It's an average rating, not an individual rating. Teams can only consist of a maximum of 6 people. Because of the need to face the boss, the level of the knight is naturally higher. In this way, it is necessary to bring a person with a lower level to balance the team out. It was also because Lin Moyu took the place of Ling Zhen's younger brother that caused Ling Zhen's resentment. The second point is that Mermaid's Tears can only be dropped in dungeons with nightmare difficulty. Therefore, the overall combat power of the team should not be too bad, otherwise it would be impossible to win. The third point, Mermaid Tears will only drop 3 times in total. Only the top 3 teams that break through the dungeon can get Mermaid Tears. Lin Moyu didn't understand why it was kept secret. In the end, it's just a copy. Is it possible that there is something special about Mermaid Tears? Jiang Taotao had finished reading the task, and said in a deep voice, I didn't expect this trial task to be Mermaid Tears. Jiang Taotao has experienced many trials and tasks, and has rich experience, so she must know more than them. Mermaid Dungeon, only 3 Mermaid Tears will drop every year. The tears of the mermaid can be used to create a very special kind of equipment, which is very useful. The location of Mermaid Island is not within the territory of our Xinxia Empire, so there are other countries that come to Mermaid Island every year, besides our Xinxia Empire. This time, our Qianlong Academy is all dispatched. There are a total of 10 teams, and we are the number 2 team. We not only have to compete with the students of Qianlong Academy, but also with professionals from other countries as well. Jiang Taotao explained the whole situation. Ning Yi asked, then what should we do? If we confront them, are we going to kill them? While speaking, she unconsciously looked at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu had really killed people. When they heard that they were going to kill someone, several people obviously became nervous, only Lin Moyu remained indifferent. Jiang Taotao shook her head, normally not. Similar things have happened before, and they just guard the door of the dungeon and refuse entry. They seldom actually kill people. Hearing what Jiang Taotao said, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Taotao continued, but we can't take it lightly, it's not that people haven't been killed. Okay, we are going to enter Finalizing Island. Segment height, plus buff us all, Duangao responded, and immediately began to display his skills. A halo of light appeared on everyone in an instant. Strength enhancement. Agility enhancement. Defense enhancement. Motivate. With the blessing of each state, everyone's attributes have been greatly improved. Lin Moyu feels these states. The 4 attributes of strength, agility, constitution, and spirit all increased by 30%. Mage skill power increased by 20%. All states last for 1 hour. Under the blessing of the prophet state, everyone's combat power has been greatly improved. The prophet class is indeed a powerful support job, especially in the difficult dungeons. With the presence of a prophet, the combat effectiveness of the team can be increased several times. However, compared with Lin Moyu's god-level talent, the prophet's increase is minimal. If the state of the prophet is blessed on the skeleton warrior, what effect will it have? With a thought in Lin Moyu's mind, a skeleton warrior suddenly appeared beside him. A cloudy wind was born for no reason, and the temperature dropped a few degrees. The sudden appearance of the skeleton warrior startled a few people. Skeleton warrior with a dark wind, jumping soul fire, holding a cold light sword in his hand. From time to time, there is a penetrating friction sound. Duan Gao, who was adding status to everyone, was so frightened that his hands trembled, and even his skills stopped. Miao Yu screamed and shrank behind Jiang Taotao. Undead summoner. Jiang Taotao was not calm. Lin Moyu, is this your summon? Lin Moyu looked at Duan Gao, please give it a status too. Okay. Duan Gao was stunned for 2 seconds before he came back to his senses, tried to calm himself down, and continued to add statuses to everyone. The light on the beach is constantly shining, and each team is in a state of blessing. Looking around, they are all rare occupations. Occupations that are rarely seen in other cities are blooming here. Lin Moyu already knew what Baishan meant by the insiders of Xiaojing Academy. These people showed their talents early on. They studied and grew up in Xiaojing Academy since they were young, and then changed jobs in Xiaojing Academy. It can be said that they are professionals trained by Xiaojing Academy. Basically, everyone is a rare occupation, and everyone receives the best education and enjoys excellent resources. The so-called upper class of the empire, far beyond the professionals in the cities. Like Ning Yi, the same age as Lin Moyu, has reached level 19. And he knows more than Lin Moyu. Jiang Taotao is only 1 year older than Ning Yi and Lin Moyu, and has reached level 23. Huh? Duan Gao was surprised. I can't bless it with my skills. The halo of status dissipated as soon as it appeared on the skeleton warrior. He tried it a few more times. Lin Moyu was not disappointed. Maybe it's because my talent is too strong. Low-level skills like Duan Gao are directly covered by my talent. You can't even bless the bony skeleton, it's useless. Ling Zhen snorted coldly, with disdain in his words. Lin Moyu looked at him with cold eyes. After provoking again and again, Lin Moyu is not without a temper. There was a red light in the skeleton warrior's eyes, and he also turned his head to look at Ling Zhen. The soul fire kept beating, and the wind was blowing. Ling Zhen suddenly shuddered, and took a step back unconsciously, and the civil staff burst into flames at the same time. Jiang Taotao reacted very quickly, and immediately stood between the two of them. If you want to fight, you must first complete the trial. Lin Moyu nodded and looked away. Ling Zhen took a deep breath and tried to restrain himself. When the skeleton warrior looked over just now, he really felt that his life was in danger. With a roar in the air, the trial began. Jiang Taotao immediately said, "Enter the island." Several people formed a team, which is regarded as a whole by the light curtain. The average grade is exactly 20, in line with the rules. Everyone only felt that they had passed through a water curtain and entered Mermaid Island. The air in the island is full of moisture. With every breath they can smell a strong fishy smell. The humidity was so heavy that the whole person seemed to be soaked in water. It's a very uncomfortable place, smelly and fishy. Ning Yi held her nose. She didn't like the smell here very much. There is a mountain peak in the center of the island, which is very conspicuous. The mermaid copy is just above the mountain. From a distance, you can see a huge waterfall sloping up from the mountain. On the top of the peak, the entrance of the mermaid copy is like a vortex on the bottom of the sea, constantly rotating. Jiang Taotao looked towards the mountain peak to determine the direction. The space inside the island is larger than expected, and after passing through the water curtain, everyone is scattered. The crowd that was densely packed before was no longer visible. Move quickly, our goal is the mermaid copy. If you can't beat the monster, try not to attack it. Jiang Taotao said in a deep voice. She ran forward immediately. The group followed. There are water pools everywhere here, and you can see many monsters in the water pools. These monsters are half man, half fish, with scales on their bodies. Not as beautiful and cute as the mermaid in the stories. The exposed fangs are very sharp, shining coldly in the sun. There is no doubt that their teeth are strong enough to bite through steel. A small channel was formed between the water pools, and the team quickly passed through the channel like a word. Wow! Amidst the sound of the water, a mermaid monster suddenly shot out of the pool at a high speed. Jiang Taotao reacted extremely quickly and activated her skills directly. Provoke. Knight's signature skill. The mermaid monster seemed to have been greatly insulted. She suddenly turned around and rushed towards Jiang Taotao. With red lights in her eyes, she seemed to have lost her mind. Lin Moyu's detection technique fell on the mermaid simultaneously. Mermaid Soldier. Level, 19. Power, 300. Agility, 150. Spirit, 200. Physique, 320. Skill, none. Looking at the attributes, it meets the standard of a level 19 monster. Not powerful, and has no skills. Such wild monsters can't stop them at all. Charge. Jiang Taotao didn't wait for the mermaid monster to arrive, she had already raised her shield to meet it. Under the charge skill, she instantly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and bumped into the mermaid monster. With a bang, the mermaid was knocked several meters away and fell to the ground. At this time a fireball flew out and accurately landed on the mermaid monster. With a bang, the mermaid monster was immediately enveloped in flames. But it didn't just die, it struggled a bit and rushed towards Jiang Taotao. A figure flickered behind it, and Ning Yi had already come to it at some point. The dagger poked out with a shimmer. Fatal blow. The skill was activated, and the dagger just pierced the mermaid's vest. The scales were broken, and the mermaid fell to the ground with a scream. At this time another ice arrow shot out and landed on the mermaid monster. The whole body of the mermaid monster was frozen, and it completely lost its movement. Killing level 19 mermaid soldiers, experience plus 1,500. Jiang Taotao gets fish scale X1. Lin Moyu received a reminder that the mermaid has been killed. Because of the 6-person team, the experience gained is not high. Jiang Taotao is the captain, and she will get all the dropped items. This is a trial, not for leveling, and Lin Moyu doesn't care about items. After quickly eliminating the mermaid monster, the team moved on. They encountered several waves of monsters along the way. The closer you are to the mountain, the more monsters there will be. The level is also gradually increasing. Level 21 monsters have already appeared afterwards, and it took some effort to eliminate them. After killing a level 21 monster, Jiang Taotao looked towards the mountain. According to the current speed, it will take at least 3 hours to reach the center of the island. We're too slow. Next, we encounter monsters. Miaoyu, you are in charge of controlling them. If we can't fight them, we won't fight them. Let's speed up and go to the copy. Jiang Taotao decided to ignore the monsters and speed up the team's progress. Miaoyu nodded, okay. The team sped up. When encountering a monster again, Miaoyu directly uses skills to control it. Windbound. Among the skills, the wind element gently moved, like a shackle, trapping a monster. It lasted for 1 minute, and after waiting for 1 minute, they had already disappeared. This way, the team's advancement speed is greatly accelerated. After only 20 minutes, the foot of the mountain can already be seen. Just as Jiang Taotao judged, they fell behind. At this time, other teams had already reached the foot of the mountain, far ahead of them. The waterfall falls from the top of the mountain, and there is only one road that can go up the mountain, and it is not spacious. In the waterfall and on the road, there are mermaid monsters standing. Especially at the foot of the mountain, the waterfall washes down, and dense pools of water appear at the foot of the mountain. The water pools are connected to each other, forming a winding road. There are mermaid monsters everywhere, and it's hard to avoid them. At this time, a team has already arrived at the foot of the mountain, cleaning up the monsters at the foot of the mountain, and preparing to go up the mountain. Jiang Taotao gritted her teeth, if we rush straight up, will you be okay? Miaozhu shook her head, the number is too much, I can't control it. And these monsters are all level 22, higher than me, my skills may fail. The level of the monster is higher than that of Miaoyu, so the skill may fail. I have failed several times along the way, but at that time there was only one monster, and if the control failed, it would be eliminated directly. But here, there are too many monsters, densely packed like a military camp. Jiang Taotao frowned. If it takes at least 1 hour to clean up along the road, they will be completely behind. But if we rush directly, without Miaoyu's control, it's very difficult to get through. If we are not careful, we will be surrounded by mermaid monsters, and the team will be in danger. For a while, Jiang Taotao fell into a dilemma. Lin Moyu looked at the road ahead, he had found the shortest road. Let me do it. Lin Moyu spoke suddenly. Ling Zhen sneered almost instinctively, come on, what can you do as a level 17 guy? Lin Moyu didn't touch anything along the way, just followed behind. Except for Ningyi, no one knew about his ability. Ningyi snorted, surnamed Ling, shut your mouth. Jiang Taotao glared at Ling Zhen, motioning him not to speak. Then Jiang Taotao asked Lin Moyu, what are you going to do? Lin Moyu said, use the skeleton warrior to distract the merfolk. Jiang Taotao's eyes lit up, and then she remembered that Lin Moyu's profession is a necromancer, although I don't know what kind of job a necromancer is and what skills he has. But it is a fact that he has summoned objects. It is a good way to use summoned objects to lure the mermaids away. This also made Jiang Taotao notice that among the teams that had rushed to the foot of the mountain, there were also summoners among them. It is estimated that the summoned object is also used to lure the mermaid away. Jiang Taotao said, I will leave it to you. Others, get ready, and while the monster is drawn away, we will go to the copy. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the skeleton warrior ran over with a unique clicking sound. So fast. Jiang Taotao watched. The speed of the skeleton warrior far exceeded her expectations. In the blink of an eye, he had already run tens of meters away, and appeared in front of a group of mermaid monsters. The mermaid screamed sharply, and immediately rushed towards the skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior ignored them, turned around and ran away. He ran to another water pool and pulled out all the mermaid monsters in the water pool. Then ran to another pool. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen mermaid monsters followed behind the skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior dragged a group of monsters and ran farther and farther. The passage in front of him was cleared. Jiang Taotao let out a low voice, let's go. The team moved quickly. Skeleton warriors run ahead to clear the way, taking away all the monsters along the way. The team progressed easily. After only a few minutes, they had rushed to the foot of the mountain. At this time, there were more than 100 monsters behind the skeleton warriors. Under the control of Lin Moyu, the skeleton warrior ran farther and farther. Suddenly, the skeleton warrior disappeared. Lin Moyu took it back into the summoning space. The mermaid monsters lost their target all of a sudden, and each one was full of doubts. Jiang Taotao let out a long sigh of relief. Good job. Ning Yi giggled, it's amazing. Duan Gao and Miao Yu also looked at Lin Moyu appreciatively, thanks to him this time. Ling Zhen said coldly, why didn't you do this earlier? We would have already reached the mountain. Lin Moyu turned his head and looked at him like an idiot. Aren't you a mage? I thought mages were smart. Why does this guy look a little dumb? Ning Yi snorted coldly, Ling Zhen, shut your mouth, don't talk shit, do it yourself if you are capable. Lin Moyu looked at him coldly, one last time. Ling Zhen was full of disdain, relying on the summons. Jiang Taotao interrupted Ling Zhen at this time, enough, shut up. Ling Zhen targeted Lin Moyu again and again. Lin Moyu seldom speaks, and every time it is Ling Zhen who provokes troubles. Everyone knows who has a problem. Suddenly, there was a scream from the top of the mountain. Everyone raised their heads and saw a large number of mermaid monsters rushing down from the mountain. Jiang Taotao's expression changed drastically, get back. The team retreated immediately, away from the foot of the mountain. Hundreds of mermaid monsters rushed down from the top of the mountain, completely blocking the path. Someone deliberately lured the mermaid monster here. Lin Moyu saw a person running in front of the monster group, and it was he who attracted the mermaid monsters. The clothes this person wears are different from theirs, and he is not from Shaojing Academy, nor from Xinxia Empire. Jiang Taotao said, he's from the country of cherry blossoms. This person should be a unique profession in Sakura country, on Myoji. This person has a pattern of cherry blossoms embroidered on his clothes. Lin Moyu has never heard of the profession on Myoji. Ning Yi said in a deep voice, I heard that this profession is very shameful. Jiang Taotao said, it's true, they use shikigami. On Myoji took out 2 talismans, one on the left and one on the right, and threw them out. The talisman exploded in the air, and 2 huge phantoms suddenly appeared in the air. As soon as the phantom appeared, it rushed down from the sky to the foot of the mountain. Like a skeleton warrior, it attracted all the monsters in the pool at the foot of the mountain. The students of Qianlong Academy who were retreating were quickly surrounded by monsters. They kept releasing their skills in an attempt to get out. There are too many monsters, and most of them cannot escape. Seeing that they couldn't break through, white light came out of each of them, and they teleported away. The task stone that everyone gets before entering the island also has the function of a teleportation stone. It can be used to escape here when in danger. But once they use it, their trial mission will end in failure. Ning Yi said, this is the Shikigami skill of Onmyoji. It is said that it can summon ancient gods. Miao Yu asked softly, why did he do this? Jiang Taotao said that he wanted to prevent us from going up the mountain. Now the foot of the mountain is full of monsters, and there are at least 200 of them in total. There are also more than 100 monsters on the mountain road. More than 300 monsters completely blocked the way up the mountain. It will take at least a few hours to clear the past. Onmyoji sat on his shikigami, floating in the air, laughing loudly, you guys just stay here, the dungeon belongs to my great cherry blossom kingdom. After speaking, the shikigami took him away and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Onmyoji is a legendary profession. It seems that Sakura Kingdom has struck gold this time. When we clear all the monsters here, it will be too late. Our teams are already in chaos, many people have withdrawn from the trial. It's okay, we'll reorganize when we get to the dungeon. The question now is how to get there. Why can't we use people to lure the monsters away? What, you think we're that capable? Don't you know how dangerous it is to pull these monsters? It's not a dozen or 20 monsters, it's hundreds of monsters. let me pull them. You think you are omnipotent as a summoner, you can play with a few monsters, but hundreds, are you kidding me? Jiang Taotao looked at Lin Moyu, can it work? Lin Moyu nodded, and a skeleton warrior had already run over. Huh, skeletons? Undead summons. Whose summon is this? What did it do in the past? It's going to pull monsters, it runs so fast. The appearance of the skeleton warrior immediately attracted the attention of the monster group. A large number of mermaids screamed and chased the skeleton warrior. All of a sudden, the number of mermaid monsters around decreased by a third. Jiang Taotao sighed, unfortunately, there are so many more. Click, click. Another skeleton warrior ran over. 2? Jiang Taotao's eyes lit up, she didn't expect Lin Moyu to have a second skeleton. Her hope grew. The second skeleton warrior did the same and pulled away another batch of monsters. The monsters at the foot of the mountain are basically gone, and now only the monsters on the mountain road are left. Even if these monsters are still there, they will be cleaned up much faster than before. Good job. Brilliant job, bro. Brother Lin, when the trial is over, I will buy you a drink. Download the copy later, I'll take you. Everyone praised Lin Moyu one after another. Ningyi smiled brightly, and Lin Moyu seemed more unhappy than herself. Only Lingzhen's face was livid, as if he had eaten rat shit. At this time, the third skeleton also appeared. There's actually a third one. This is great. Everyone shouted with excitement. Get ready to go up the mountain. Lin Moyu said softly. Jiang Taotao is ready. The third skeleton rushed up and pulled down the group of monsters on the mountain road. Jiang Taotao seized the opportunity and rushed up the mountain quickly. Seeing this, the other teams followed immediately. In fact, Lin Moyu doesn't need to be so troubled. He can use the corpse burst to clean up these monsters in an instant. It was only because of Lingzhen's existence. Lin Moyu didn't want this guy to take advantage of him. Now they are in a team state, and if he used corpse explosion, the experience must be averaged. Why? Provoking himself again and again, Lin Moyu is not so stupid no matter how good-tempered he is. If it was in another place, Lingzhen would probably be dead already. Everyone quickly ran up the mountain. It took only a few minutes to reach the top of the mountain that is hundreds of meters high. They saw the copy entrance. At the other end of the mountain, a group of people just ran up. Enter the copy, don't let them take the lead. People from Qianlong Academy shouted one after another. Jiang Taotao also quickly rushed towards the entrance of the dungeon. How did they get here? Could it be that they can fly too? The Onmyoji just now sat on the Shikigami, standing in the void, with a strange expression on his face. He obviously pulled so many monsters to block the road. It will take at least several hours to clean up these monsters. By that time, the Sakura Country team would have finished brushing the dungeon long ago, slapping their butts to get out of the way. Unexpectedly, Qianlong Academy went up the mountain so quickly, which exceeded his expectation. The two sides rushed to the top of the mountain together, glanced at each other, and rushed towards the entrance of the copy at the same time. Whizzing, sharp arrows exploded in the air and fell like raindrops. Be careful, it's the rain of arrows from the archers. The archers in Sakura Country suddenly attack and cast skills. The mages raised their shields. The knights launched the defensive skills. Two skeletons appeared in front of Lin Moyu, blocking himself and Ningyi. If you dare to do it, beat him up. Hit hard, don't give me face. The archers at Qianlong Academy also activated their skills one after another. All of a sudden, arrows flew horizontally, spells exploded randomly. Although they are only professionals around level 20, their skills are still quite brilliant. The nanny stood at the end and continued to treat everyone, and the assistants quickly replenished their status. Beams of healing light soared into the sky. The knights joined the battle group, charging and attacking each other. There was no prior preparation for this encounter, and there was no formation at all. The scene became extremely chaotic. There is not much difference in strength between the two sides, and neither can do anything to the other. According to Lin Moyu, the strength of the Xinxia Empire should be stronger. Those who come out of Qianlong Academy are the elite among professionals. Regardless of skills and equipment, they are all very powerful. Those who can come from the Sakura Kingdom are obviously elites, but they are still not as good as the Xinxia Empire. The only problem is that the Onmyoji just pulled the monsters, causing the Xinxia Empire's team to become flustered, and the combat effectiveness dropped significantly. This caused the battle to be anxious, and the outcome was hard to tell. The two sides fought fiercely, and no one could obtain the upper hand. The mage's mental power was exhausted and he began to take mental potions. The skills of archers and knights have also entered the cooldown. The battle between the two sides is no longer as fierce as before. Slowly, each group retreated and entered a truce. Lin Moyu never made a shot. His skills are too powerful. He was afraid that the skeleton warrior would go up and slash with a knife, and the other party would die. Then another corpse exploded, and it was estimated that few of the other party would be alive. Jiang Taotao said that the competition between the two sides has been going on for a long time, but there are very few deaths. The seemingly fierce battle just now, people were only slightly injured in the end. Moreover, under the treatment of the nurse, the injury recovered quickly and was not life-threatening. The first confrontation was tied, the two sides were vigilant against each other, and no one dared to relax. The dungeon is right in front of you, and Mermaid's Tears is something that both parties are determined to obtain. Our team is too chaotic and needs to be reorganized. As long as we can reorganize the team, we will definitely be able to suppress them. Many people left earlier. The team was chaotic, and it was very difficult to fight. We lack a long-range output here. Mage and archer are needed. We don't have a nanny here, one nanny below level 21. Come here, a mage, anyone below level 23 will do. There are many teams that lack output, and the second is the lack of nurses. When surrounded by monsters just now, many mages withdrew from the trial. And there are requirements for levels. Into the mermaid dungeon, the average level cannot exceed level 20. Lingzhen suddenly said, "Captain, I'm going to another team." "Why?" Jiang Taotao was a little surprised, she didn't expect Lingzhen to say that. Lingzhen pointed at Lin Moyu, "Either he goes or I go." Not only Jiang Taotao was surprised, Duan and Miaoyu were also surprised. Unexpectedly, Lingzhen would use this as a threat. But now, they have already reached the gate of the dungeon. Duan Gao said in a deep voice, "Lingzhen, you are going too far." Miaoyu also said, "That's right, if Lin Moyu hadn't distracted the monster just now, none of us would have been able to get here." Lingzhen didn't care at all. "This is his business, I don't care, anyway, it's just a word, either he goes or he goes." Ningyi sneered, "Lingzhen, you are such a dog. In the end, there will be Ningyi or Lin Moyu, you choose." Jiang Taotao looked at Lin Moyu, then at Lingzhen. She was very disdainful of Lingzhen's actions. But without an output, it is basically hopeless to play a copy of Nightmare. Trials cannot be completed. Now all the teams are looking for mages, and Lingzhen is very popular. That's why Lingzhen chose this time to speak. Let Jiang Taotao be in a dilemma. Without Lin Moyu, the average level of the team will be higher. But it's not difficult to find a low-level one, at least it's easier than finding a mage. Ningyi wanted to say something, but Lin Moyu gently pulled her back, motioning her not to speak. He knew what Ningyi was going to say. If he is asked to withdraw from the group, Ningyi will definitely leave as well. Lin Moyu didn't say anything, just watched quietly. Now it's up to Jiang Taotao to choose. After some ideological struggle, Jiang Taotao made a decision. Her eyes fell on Lingzhen. "Lingzhen, you should withdraw from the group." Lingzhen looked confident at this moment, he felt that Jiang Taotao would definitely choose him. Unexpectedly, what was waiting was this answer. "What?" He thought he heard it wrong. "Captain, if I withdraw from the group, your trial will be cancelled. Don't you want to enter Chuang Seminary?" Jiang Taotao said in a deep voice, I want to enter, but you forgot my occupation. Jiang Taotao's occupation is elf knight. Knights have their own beliefs. It's all thanks to Lin Moyu for them making it this far. If she kicked Lin Moyu out of the group now, she can't do it. Ling Zhen showed a sneer, in that case, don't regret it. He quit the team. Now there is a shortage of mages everywhere, it is not difficult for him to find a team. Lin Moyu stood up slowly at this time, let's enter the instance. Jiang Taotao froze for a moment. It's not like Lin Moyu doesn't know what's going on now. The two sides have already ceased fighting, and no one can approach the copy. Lin Moyu stood up, and Ningyi followed suit. Ningyi giggled and said, Sister Taozi, let's enter the dungeon. Jiang Taotao asked, what? Lin Moyu walked over to the copy, follow me. Ningyi bouncingly followed. She seems to have blind confidence in Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu said that we should enter the copy, so we should. Both Duan Gao and Miao Yu hesitated, not knowing what to do. Jiang Taotao thought to herself, it's a big deal to return. With her being here, at least there will be no danger. The other party probably did not dare to kill, walk. As the captain, her words worked. Duan Gao and Miao Yu walked over together. Jiang Taotao walked up to Lin Moyu in 2 steps, holding the shield tightly in her hands. It was obvious that she was nervous. The 5 people suddenly approached the dungeon, which immediately aroused the reaction of the people of Sakura country. Go back, don't get close to the copy. Xinxia people, go back quickly. The people of Cherry Blossom country shouted loudly, the bow and arrow were stringed, and the staff was raised high. As long as they dare to get close to the copy, they will definitely suffer a heavy blow. Lin Moyu ignored it and continued walking towards the copy. Jiang Taotao has already raised her heart to the extreme. Duan Gao and Miao Yu were also very nervous. Only Ningyi didn't care. Don't be nervous, it's okay, it's okay. Brother, what are you going to do? Come back quickly, something will happen. Let's go too, protect the brothers. They all know Lin Moyu. If it wasn't for Lin Moyu's skeleton just now, none of them would be here. Although they don't know what Lin Moyu is going to do, most people still choose to protect Lin Moyu. Ling Zhen sneered, stupid, are you looking for death? Seeing Lin Moyu ignoring the warning, the people of Sakura country activated their skills immediately. Arrows, spells, and all kinds of attacks are overwhelming. Jiang Taotao immediately raised the shield. Lin Moyu pointed forward a little. Swish. Suddenly, 20 skeleton warriors appeared beside him. 20 skeleton warriors formed a shield, which firmly protected the 5 people and blocked all attacks. Jiang Taotao was stunned. Everyone was stunned. What, so many? How could there be so many? What kind of profession is this? These skeletons are so hard that they don't feel attacked at all. It looks pretty weak, how can it be so strong? Letting the people of Sakura country attack, the skeletons remained motionless. Into the copy, nightmare difficulty. Lin Moyu looked calm, ignoring all kinds of attacks from the Sakura people. Jiang Taotao was infected by Lin Moyu's calmness. Her instinct chooses to believe in him. The copy was selected according to Lin Moyu's words. The 5 people disappeared at the door of the dungeon, together with the skeleton warriors. They went in. A copy entered by 5 people. It is be nightmare difficulty. Nonsense, what's the use of normal difficulty, it has to be nightmare difficulty. I don't know if it will work. Regardless of whether it can be done or not, the garbage from Sakura country cannot complete the dungeon anyway. Yes, you can't let the garbage from Sakura country enter the dungeon. As soon as Lin Moyu entered, the 2 sides outside the field resumed their confrontation. No one even wants to enter the copy. In the mermaid dungeon, Jiang Taotao finally breathed a sigh of relief, he really came in. Ningyi giggled, I just said, just trust Lin Moyu, don't worry. Jiang Taotao said, although we came in, we have no output, how can we make a dungeon? Although Ningyi is an assassin class, she is only level 19, and her output is not enough. As a knight, under the condition of ensuring safety, her output is also lacking. It's okay for them to play on normal difficulty, but on nightmare difficulty, it's very difficult. Ningyi said, "Don't worry, there are silent words." Him? But he's only level 17. Ningyi smiled. His skeleton is very powerful. It's really powerful, at least very hard, and it runs very fast. Up to now, I can only believe what Ningyi said. Jiang Taotao said, "Okay then, I hope the output of the skeleton is enough, and I try to block the monsters as much as possible. Miaoyu, treat me in time and control the field." Miaoyu patted her small chest. "Don't worry, Sister Taozi." Duan Gao began to increase his state, but at this time Lin Moyu had already moved forward. Anyway, the skeleton warrior can't be buffed, so he didn't waste time. Soon there was a monster ahead. A mermaid more than 2 meters tall appeared on the only way. The detection technique flew out. Mermaid Elite Warrior, Enhanced Elite Monster. Level, 21. Power, 2000. Agility, 1200. Spirit, 800. Physique, 2200. Skill, Scream. With a thought, the skeleton warriors rushed forward. The few skeletons rushing to the front unleashed a berserk blow at the same time. Bang bang bang. The elite mermaid fighter fell to the ground with a scream. Kill a level 21 mermaid elite fighter, experience, plus 10,000, get fish skin x 10. Duan Gao was still in the plus state, and was taken aback by the prompt that popped up suddenly. What just happened? How did we gain experience all of a sudden? Jiang Taotao also widened her eyes, looking at Lin Moyu in disbelief. This is a monster in the Nightmare Dungeon, the Enhanced Elite Monster. Even if it is the stage of perfect configuration, it will take a minute or two. But what was this just now? A few skeletons went up, and then banged a few times. The monster died, almost instantly killed. Lin Moyu's skeleton is not only hard, not only fast, but also has a terrifying attack power. Is this going to be knocked out? It's almost like a cheat. Jiang Taotao murmured, but didn't react for a while. Ningyi's clothes seemed to be taken for granted. "I told you, the silent skeleton is very powerful." As she spoke, she followed quickly. Duan Gao shouted, "Status, the status hasn't been added yet." "Forget about the status, just keep up." Jiang Taotao yelled and quickly ran after her. 20 skeleton warriors pushed all the way in front. It doesn't matter what kind of enhanced elite monster came, if they appeared, they fell. Basically, no monster can even survive 5 seconds. There are not many strange things about this dungeon. The monsters in the dungeon are scattered and few, and the experience growth is slow. It's better to pull a group of monsters together and then use Corpse Burst to kill them all at once. He also didn't put more skeleton fighters out, as it would not increase the efficiency. Jiang Taotao never thought that sweeping the dungeon could be this easy. Every time she play a dungeon, she is the one who is the most tired. The knight should stand in front and pay attention to every attack of the monsters. To be able to firmly attract the hatred of monsters, but also to protect teammates. Unlike now, as long as she follows behind, she doesn't have to do anything. Necromancer, this profession is a bit powerful. She thought silently in my heart. Duan Gao and Miaoyu beside him also had the same idea. After entering the dungeon, there was a winding passage, as if in a cave. The humidity in the dungeon was heavier than the outside, and besides the fishy smell, there was also a rotten smell. Ningyi has been covering her nose since she entered the dungeon. After walking for a while in the passage, they finally came to the end. A huge cave appeared ahead. Jumping down from the end of the passage, there are more than 50 picks. A giant python is entrenched in the middle of the cave. This boa constrictor is at least 30 meters high and more than 1 meter in diameter. The pitch-black scales covered the body like armor, reflecting metallic luster. The arrival of Lin Moyu and others attracted the snake's attention, and a pair of huge eyes are looking towards them. As long as they dare to jump down, they will inevitably receive its powerful attacks. The detection technique flew out. Mermaid Queen's pet snake, elite leader. Level, 23. Power, 3600. Agility, 5500. Spirit, 3000. Physique, 5000. Skills, slash, death coil, venom. Such a huge python is actually called the Mermaid Queen's pet snake. The name is slightly funny. The giant python is the monster with the highest attributes that Lin Moyu has ever seen. Much higher than the Goblin King. It is already very close to the Skeleton Warrior, and even surpasses the Skeleton Warrior in terms of agility. Jiang Taotao didn't hesitate. I'll leave it to you. Lin Moyu shook his head, issuing orders to the skeletons in his mind. None of the people moved, but the skeleton warriors had already rushed down. Lin Moyu still didn't use more skeleton fighters. In his opinion, 20 skeleton fighters are more than enough. Skeleton warriors jumped up one after another and rushed towards the giant python. The giant python soared into the sky, knocking several skeleton warriors into the air. Skill, slap. The python's tail twitched and swept away several skeleton warriors. Half of the 20 skeleton warriors were knocked into the air in the first wave of confrontation. The python's response was unexpectedly flexible. The remaining skeleton warriors also failed to land a hit on it. The giant python swam quickly in the cave, and a huge tail kept whipping the skeleton warriors away. The skeleton warriors' attacks could only land on it in a small amount, and it was too fast to even use its skills. It seems that the skeleton warriors are very passive, but they didn't suffer too much injury. After all, the physical attributes of 5400 are here, and the defense is not low. Jiang Taotao looked anxious. What should we do if it is too evasive? Lin Moyu whispered, it's all right. The palm of the hand shimmered, and pointed lightly towards the giant python. Skill, slow curse. A layer of red light suddenly appeared in the cave, and everyone heard a soft buzzing sound. It was as if something terrible had happened. A red shackle pattern appeared on the top of the python's head. In an instant, the speed of the giant python slowed down. It was twice as slow. This time, the skeleton warrior easily captured the python. The big knife in his hand fell crazily, slashing fiercely on the scales of the giant python. Then the scales exploded, causing more damage to the giant python. Blood splattered and scales shattered. The giant python screamed again and again. Is this a curse? Jiang Taotao saw the red pattern on the top of the python's head at a glance. Lin Moyu nodded, yes. A necromancer is not only a summoner, but also a mage. The giant python lost its speed advantage and could only fight physically with the skeleton warrior. Ability, Death Coil. The skill was activated, and the python wrapped around several skeleton warriors. The skeleton warrior was squeezed violently, making a clicking sound. It was dizzying to hear. However, the skeleton warrior is too strong. Although the sound sounds scary, it is actually fine. Moreover, the entangled skeleton warrior didn't stop his sword at all. It still fell on the giant python with a knife. The giant python couldn't take it anymore, let go of the skeleton warrior, and sprayed the venom. The cave instantly became extremely smelly, making people want to vomit. The skeleton warriors were stained with venom, and Lin Moyu sensed that they were slightly injured, but it was still not serious. The four-dimensional attributes are balanced, there is no pain, no terror, and the skeleton warrior is perfectly balanced. The giant python tried all kinds of methods, but it was still helpless against the skeleton warrior. And it is cursed, so even its most excellent attribute, speed, is halved. After 2 minutes of entanglement, the giant python crashed to the ground. There was unwillingness in his eyes. Kill the pet snake of the Mermaid Queen at level 23, experience, plus 50,000. Obtain silver level armor, snakeskin armor. Obtain an intermediate monster, crystal nucleus. The corners of Jiang Taodao's mouth twitched slightly, a little in disbelief. Are they all right? All right. As Lin Moyu said, he jumped down and landed firmly on the edge of the cave. Jiang Taotao and the others were still in a daze, unable to react for a while. Ningyi smiled brightly, the more powerful Lin Moyu, the happier she is. Don't be dazed, let's go. As she said that, she jumped and fell lightly, like a butterfly. Much more elegant than Lin Moyu. Jiang Taotao and the others finally came to their senses and jumped down one after another. Passing through the cave, the blue sun comes into view. Ahead is a magnificent palace. Palace of the Mermaid Queen. All the fishy smell disappeared without a trace here. On the contrary, here, there is a faint fragrance. The whole environment has changed drastically, and the fields are clean and tidy. From where they stood to the gate of the palace, a detachment of guards was patrolling. Each guard consists of 3 mermaid soldiers. Wearing armor and holding a trident, they look formidable. No one uses detection, and if it is used, it will attract their attention. These soldier-like mermaid monsters are not far away, and if you are not careful, you will pull a large number of them. 1, 2, 3, hey, there are 60 patrol teams in total, and a total of 180 mermaid monsters. Ningyi counted and stuck out her tongue, the number was a bit scary. Jiang Taotao added, and it looks like they are all enhanced elite monsters. It is difficult to deal with such a monster, and it is almost my limit to deal with one troop at the same time. According to Jiang Taotao's experience, she would pick the 3 monsters in the corner and pull them over to clean them up little by little. Gradually clear the path. It may take time and effort, but it is safer. Ningyi looked at Lin Moyu. There are so many monsters, what should we do? Seeing so many strange things, Lin Moyu felt happy in his heart. Blame, the more the merrier. Simple. After the words fell, 20 skeleton warriors had already rushed out. The sudden appearance of the skeleton warrior immediately attracted the attention of the mermaid soldier. Teams of soldiers chased after the skeleton warriors. Pull monsters? Is he trying to lure so many monsters away? This is a good way to lose. While the skeleton warrior was attracting attention, Lin Moyu's detection technique had followed. Mermaid Elite Sergeant, Enhanced Elite Monster. Level, 22. Power, 2200. Agility, 1400. Spirit, 1000. Physique, 2400. Skill, Dizzy Sweep. Seeing clearly the attributes of the elite mermaid sergeant, he also has a bottom line in his heart. Soon, the 180 mermaid elite sergeants were all pulled together by the skeleton warriors. Then the skeleton warrior ran straight towards where Lin Moyu was, and brought the monster back by the way. Jiang Taotao's hair is bursting. What the hell is Lin Moyu doing? The skeleton warrior stopped 60 meters away from Lin Moyu, turned around and exploded with skills. The mermaid elite sergeants also exploded their skills at the same time. The 3-pronged halberds in their hands swept over with light. Skill, Frenzied Strike. Ability, Stunning Sweep. The 2 skills collided, and the light of the skills shot up into the sky, brilliant like fireworks. The attributes of the skeleton warriors are too high, especially when the skeleton warriors use explosive skills, whose attributes are several times higher than those of the elite mermaid sergeants. Under the collision of skills, the skeleton warrior won. An elite mermaid soldier fell to the ground. Cover your ears. Lin Moyu said to Ningyi. Oh. Ningyi hurriedly covered her ears. Before Jiang Taotao and the others understood what happened, there was a loud bang, which almost made them fall down. Then there were several loud bangs. Skill, Corpse Burst. After several consecutive thunder-like sounds, everything returned to calm. Jiang Taotao and the others have been numbed by the screen-swiping experience notifications. This. My God, what the hell happened? How did it happen? How did he do it? Loose. What kind of skill is this, because of the explosion? Why is it so powerful? None of the elite mermaid soldiers survived. They gained a lot of experience and materials. This is the first time that Jiang Taotao and others have felt the charm of experience swiping. The several people seemed extremely excited. The gate of the Mermaid Queen's palace also rumbled open amidst the explosion. The gate of the Mermaid Queen's palace opens. A strange breath swept out. Azure light enveloped the space. Appearing with the light, there is also the Mermaid Queen. Noble, elegant, beautiful. Although it does not belong to the human race, it does not hinder the appreciation of beauty. What a beauty! Ningyi's eyes were covered with mist, and her pupils lost focus. Unconsciously, she walked towards the Mermaid Queen. Lin Moyu pulled her back. Not only Ningyi, but the Jiang Taotao was also affected. Lin Moyu, Miaoyu, and Duan Gao are still in a normal state. Miaoyu exclaimed, "It's a deception technique." As she spoke, she quickly released her skills, and several beams of light fell on everyone. Skills, sober. Ningyi woke up, startled. "What's wrong with me?" Jiang Taotao also trembled all over, and her pupils regained focus. What happened? Miaoyu looked at the Mermaid Queen. She has her own enchantment, and both you and Yi are affected. I dispelled the enchantment with the sobriety skill. Lin Moyu, Duan Gao, and Miaoyu have relatively high spiritual power, so the Mermaid Queen's self-confused technique did not affect them. Ningyi was a little scared. "It's so scary." Jiang Taotao took a deep breath. After all, it's a boss, so it's normal to have some special abilities. She has experienced many kinds of dungeons. Although the level is not too high, some bosses do have special skills. Makes it hard to guard against. She almost fell into the fire this time too. The Mermaid Queen looked at the slain mermaid elite sergeant, and her eyes fell on the skeleton warrior. Suddenly there was a scream. The Mermaid Queen looks very beautiful, but her screams are extremely ear-piercing. Several people covered their ears in discomfort. The Mermaid Queen's scream set off layers of waves, and the wind blew. Many corpses on the ground were blown away immediately, falling in all directions. Lin Moyu's eyes tightened slightly. Originally, he wanted to wait for the Mermaid Queen to come over and use corpse explosion directly. Unexpectedly, it was the first to blow away the corpse. The skeleton warrior rushed up against the strong wind. Facing the Mermaid Queen, who was at least 5 meters tall, the skeleton warrior looked so insignificant. It seems that the skeleton warriors are vulnerable, but the strong wind brought by the Mermaid Queen cannot blow the skeleton warriors down. As the skeleton warriors were dispatched, the detection technique also followed. Mermaid Queen, boss monster. Level, 24. Power, 5,000. Agility, 6,000. Spirit, 5,000. Physique, 6,000. Skills, horror scream, huge waves, queen's cry. The attributes of the Mermaid Queen are extremely high, surpassing the skeleton warrior in terms of agility and physique. Strength and mental attributes are also pretty close to skeleton warriors. After all, it is a level 24 dungeon boss monster. The skeleton warrior is only level 17, and the difference between the two sides is a full 7 levels. Jiang Taotao was also shocked when she saw the Mermaid Queen's attributes. Swallowing saliva, compared to other dungeons, the Mermaid Queen has higher attributes. If you follow the normal way of playing, it will take at least an hour to destroy it. The normal style of play that Jiang Taotao mentioned is when the team has a full output. A group of 6, 1 tank, 2 assists, and 3 output. This can slowly kill the copy boss. But now, she had no idea what was going to happen next. The existence of Lin Moyu completely broke her inherent cognition. Can the gap between different professions really be so large? She can't understand. 20 skeleton warriors are attacking the Mermaid Queen. The Mermaid Queen held a huge trident in her hand and kept sweeping. Every time the skeleton fighter was knocked back, they just got up and continued to attack. Lin Moyu could feel that the skeleton warriors were being injured by the Mermaid Queen's attack. The Mermaid Queen's strength attribute is as high as 5,000, which is enough to cause damage to the skeleton warrior. Plus, the Mermaid Queen has a physique attribute as high as 6,000, so the damage inflicted by the skeleton warrior is greatly reduced. Skeleton warriors besiege the Mermaid Queen, giving the illusion of wolves besieging a lion. Judging from this, it is hard to say whether 20 skeleton warriors can take down the Mermaid Queen. After several rounds of attacks, the bones of several skeleton warriors broke. The movements also started to slow down. Jiang Taotao discovered this. Duan Gao, give us a boost and be ready to fight at any time. She planned to take the top when the skeleton warrior couldn't hold on. Lin Moyu said softly, no need. There was a glimmer of light on the palm. A huge red net fell in the air. Skill, slow curse. The Mermaid Queen's head was shrouded in red shackles, and her speed was doubled. The combat effectiveness has been drastically weakened. It felt the curse, its body glowed, and it screamed again. Ability, huge waves. The azure light illuminated the space, and the monstrous waves swept in, instantly washing away all the skeleton warriors. As the huge waves soared into the sky, they rolled the skeleton warriors into the sky. Skeleton warriors were constantly spinning in the huge waves, torn apart by huge forces. In the huge waves, several skeleton warriors were seriously injured. Bones continued to break. Lin Moyu immediately put it away. Jiang Taotao clenched the sword and shield tightly in her hands. She felt that she would net to fight now. After the skill ends, the giant wave disappears and the skeleton warrior falls from the sky. At this moment, Lin Moyu pointed his finger. The wind was howling, and the eyes were filled with darkness. He released all the remaining 88 skeleton warriors. As soon as the skeleton warrior appeared, they rushed towards the Mermaid Queen like lightning. There are so many. Why are there so many summons? It's scary. Only then did a few people know that Lin Moyu hadn't released all the summons at all. Only a portion of them were released. Jiang Taotao even thought that if Lin Moyu wanted to, he could easily eliminate those mermaid monsters blocking the mountain. As long as that kind of big explosion comes a few times, it is enough. Nearly 100 skeleton warriors besieged the Mermaid Queen. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton warriors had covered the entire body of the Mermaid Queen. The skills were launched one by one, and they kept falling on the Mermaid Queen. The Mermaid Queen's skin was torn apart and she screamed. The trident in his hand was dancing wildly, and the whole person was also running wildly. Under the influence of the slow curse, its speed halved, and it couldn't get rid of the skeleton warrior at all. Suddenly, there was a cry into the ear. Skill, Queen's cry. Mermaid Queen uses skills. Amidst the crying, Jiang Taotao and Ning Yi were affected at the same time. The pupils are out of focus again. Miao Yu hastily used her sobriety skills. But this time the sober skill didn't work. No, my level is too low. Awakening skills can't offset the skills of the boss. Lin Moyu whispered, it's all right. As long as he's not affected, it's fine. He pulled Ning Yi to prevent her from passing, while Miao Yu pulled Jiang Taotao. Lin Moyu's spirit stat is high enough to not be affected. So his skeleton warriors will not be affected either. They have no emotion, no pain, no fear. It is even more impossible to affect them. The skeleton warrior's broadsword never stopped for a second. The queen's skills are invalid, and the trident is used to attack again. As its skills ended, Ning Yi and Jiang Taotao also recovered. Both of them had fear on their faces. This skill is too terrifying, the two of them have no resistance at all. The azure light erupted again, and huge waves rolled in. The huge waves rolled up some skeleton warriors, but some still clung tightly to the Mermaid Queen and never let go. The other hand is holding a pair of knives, continuously attacking her. This time, the effect of the giant wave was not so good. The battle lasted for a full 3 minutes. The Mermaid Queen finally fell to the ground with a final scream. Kill the Mermaid Queen, experience plus 80,000. Obtain a silver level weapon, the Mermaid Queen's long sword. Obtain a silver level weapon, the Mermaid Queen's staff. Acquire Mermaid Tears X1. Mermaid Queen's long sword, silver rank, strength plus 50, constitution plus 50, warrior skills increased by 10%, available after level 20. Mermaid Queen Staff, Silver Level, Spirit plus 50, Constitution plus 50, Mage Skills increased by 10%, available after level 20. Seeing the prompt, Tao Tao clenched her fists excitedly. In addition to mermaid tears, she also obtained 2 silver-level weapons. The attributes are much better than bronze-level weapons. A 10% skill power bonus can greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of each profession. Ningyi jumped up happily. Yeah, the trial mission is complete. We are one step closer to entering the creation seminary. Jiang Taotao smiled and said, as long as we complete a few more trial tasks and level up, we will definitely be able to enter the seminary. Thanks to Lin Moyu this time. If it weren't for him, we probably wouldn't be able to complete the trial. Miao Yu also whispered, yeah. And Ling Zhen is a dick. Don't mention that guy, this kind of person, I will never form a group in the future. Jiang Taotao gritted her teeth, she looked down on people like Ling Zhen the most. Lin Moyu calculated the time. About half an hour has passed since they entered the copy. Maybe there is still a confrontation outside the copy. Even if other teams enter the dungeon, it is estimated that they will not play so fast. Do you have a cooling shield? Ning Yi's beautiful eyes flickered, and she immediately understood Lin Moyu's thoughts. Of course I do, she said with a smile. Outside the dungeon, the two sides are still confronting each other. In the past half hour just now, another conflict broke out between the two sides. No one can take advantage of it. At this time, they are each about 50 meters away from the copy, and no one can get close. Once you get close, you will be hit by spells and arrows. Suddenly, 5 figures appeared at the entrance of the dungeon. At the same time, there were 10 skeleton warriors. Lin Moyu and the others left the dungeon under the protection of the skeleton warrior. They're out, so fast, it's only half an hour. I guess they can't beat it, so they quit. Hee, these skeletons look tough, I guess they are tough, they can be used as meat shields. In their eyes, skeleton warriors are just harder and more numerous, but nothing else. The people of Sakura country ridiculed one by one. They definitely would not think that Lin Moyu came out of the dungeon after sweeping it. Just half an hour is definitely not enough. No matter how perfectly configured the team is, they still don't even think about clearing the nightmare-level dungeon in less than an hour or 2. The Xinxia Empire had a different reaction. They were relieved to see Lin Moyu and the others come out safely. Just come back safely. Brother, come back quickly. It doesn't matter if the copy fails, as long as you're alive. As long as you are alive, there will be opportunities in the future. Ling Zhen sneered, it's lucky that I managed to get out alive. Jiang Taotao glanced at the people on both sides, and found that there were not many people missing. It shows that no one entered the copy at all. Be careful. Ningyi smiled happily, don't worry, there are no words from him, so everything will be fine. Well, I'll wait for you outside. Duan Gao and Miao Yu also said, come on. After finishing speaking, the 3 retreated to the Xinxia Empire team. Ningyi and Lin Moyu form a team. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Ningyi took out the cooling talisman and activated it. In the twilight, the cooldown of the dungeon reset to 0. The 2 entered the copy again. Why did they go in again? What is this for? 2 people entering the copy. Even if it is normal difficulty, 2 people are not enough. Elementary cooling talisman, this woman actually has such advanced things. It seems that her identity is not simple. This is a thing that is hard to buy with money. Primary cooling talisman is not easy to get. Lin Moyu has looked for it in both the Imperial Exchange and the Academy Exchange, neither of which is available. This thing is obviously a little precious. He had only seen it in Xia Shui's hand. It was just a tentative question just now, but I didn't expect that Ningyi really had one. Like Xia Shui's, it is a primary cooling talisman, which can be used 10 times. After 10 uses, it is necessary to replenish energy. Ningyi still has 5 chances to use this piece. If they brought Jiang Taotao and the others together, you can only do one more round. If it is Ningyi and Lin Moyu, then you can do 2 more rounds. After discussion, Lin Moyu and Ningyi finally made the decision. Anyway, whether Jiang Taotao, Duan Gao, and Huang Yu are present or not doesn't make a difference. As long as Lin Moyu is present, it's enough. After entering the dungeon, Ningyi smiled brightly on her small face, and it seemed that even the smell in the dungeon was not so uncomfortable. You promised to take me to upgrade, but I didn't expect it to come true so soon. Lin Moyu smiled, I promised to do it so. Ningyi smiled brighter, I'll hold you to it from now on too, but not only once. Good. Lin Moyu agreed. 10 skeleton warriors have already responded and ran forward along the passage. After gaining 1 experience, Lin Moyu didn't waste any more time now, he understood the dungeon layout. He directly dragged the few monsters in the passage away. The skeleton warriors are in front, and the elite mermaid warriors are behind, advancing along the passage. 5 minutes later, the skeleton warriors dragged more than 30 elite mermaid fighters to the end of the passage, and came to the cave of the Mermaid Queen's pet snake. The skeleton warrior jumped down. The monsters behind also jumped down one after another. After they all jumped down, Lin Moyu and Ningyi appeared at the end of the passage. The giant python, the leader of the elite, is chasing the skeleton warrior crazily together with the elite fighters. Skill, slow curse. Along with the flashing red light, shackle patterns appeared on the heads of all monsters. The speed suddenly slowed down. At this time, the skeleton warriors turned around and counterattacked at the same time. More than a dozen skeleton warriors aimed at an elite warrior to attack. The unlucky mermaid elite fighter was killed almost instantly. Skill, corpse burst. Boom. There was a sudden explosion. The cave vibrated violently, and countless gravels fell. All the elite mermaid fighters were killed almost instantly. Kill a level 21 mermaid elite fighter, experience plus 25,000. Obtain fish skin x6. Kill an elite mermaid fighter at level 21, experience plus 25,000. Get fish skin x10. A series of reminders appeared, and more than 30 elite mermaid fighters brought more than 700,000 experience points to each of them. The experience goes up quickly for a while. The giant python has not yet realized what happened. When the corpse exploded, it suffered serious injuries. Lin Moyu activated his skills continuously, triggering 10 corpse explosions within 3 seconds. With a scream, the giant python fell to the ground. Kill the pet snake of the Mermaid Queen at level 23, experience plus 125,000. Obtain silver level armor, snakeskin light armor. Obtain an intermediate monster, crystal nucleus. The last time, it took more than half an hour to clear the monsters one by one. This time, it was only 5 minutes. The speed is several times faster. Bravo! Ningyi's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, very beautiful. Lin Moyu was slightly dumbfounded, and then said softly, let's go. The two jumped into the cave and continued on their way. They soon came to the palace of the Mermaid Queen. A large number of elite mermaid soldiers are patrolling outside the palace. The skeleton warrior quickly ran over and repeated his tactic. Soon, amidst several consecutive violent explosions, the two gained a lot of experience and materials again. Zero asked for flowers. White light emerged from Ningyi's body. Hee, I'm leveling up. Finally, level 20. Ningyi stretched her waist and sighed. When Lin Moyu first met Ningyi, Ningyi was already level 19. Lin Moyu was only level 10 at the time. After these days, Ningyi is still only level 19. Lin Moyu knows how slack this girl is in leveling. It is estimated that it is the job type that cannot level efficiently by itself. The azure light shone down, and the palace of the Mermaid Queen opened again. The beautiful and noble Mermaid Queen came out of the palace. With the same experience as last time, Ningyi swooped behind Lin Moyu. If I don't look at her, I won't be confused by her. With Lin Moyu as a shield, it is true that he was not confused. Seeing that her sergeant was dead, the Mermaid Queen screamed angrily. This time Lin Moyu has experience and preparation. The skeleton warriors retreated slightly one after another, carrying the corpses of the elite mermaid soldiers. The body was not swept away by the air waves caused by the screams. After the screams disappeared, the skeleton warrior ran back with the corpse. Lin Moyu shot at the same time. Skill, slow curse. Under the scarlet shackles, Queen Pingyu's speed suddenly slowed down. The skeleton warrior ran back to the skeleton queen with a dozen corpses. Skill, corpse burst. Old-fashioned, nothing new, but very effective style of play. What's more, this dungeon can indeed be used by Lin Moyu, who made her have so many enhanced elite monsters in front of the palace. For the dead monsters in this copy, the corpses exist for a limited time. It was about 2 minutes in total. But the Mermaid Queen rushed out in such a short time. If he waited any longer, Lin Moyu would not be able to use these corpses. The attack power of Corpse Burst is based on the vitality of the corpse. After talent enhancement, the damage becomes 300% of the vitality of the corpse. A full 3 times the damage. As the dungeon boss, the Mermaid Queen's vitality is only 20 to 30 times that of the enhanced elite monster. Amidst a series of explosions, the Mermaid Queen fell to the ground with a cry of grief. She didn't even have a chance to use her skills, so it was almost a monster. Kill the Mermaid Queen. Experience plus 200,000. Obtain a silver level weapon, Mermaid Queen's dagger. Obtain a silver level weapon, the Mermaid Queen's magic book. Acquire Mermaid Tears X1. Mermaid Queen's dagger, silver level, agility plus 50, constitution plus 50, assassin skill power increased by 10%, available after level 20. Mermaid Queen's magic book, silver level, spirit plus 100, mage type skills increase by 10%, available after level 20. Entering the copy at this time, less than 10 minutes. Incredibly fast. Terribly efficient. Ningyi clapped her hands excitedly. Hurry up, let's do it again. We will take all 3 mermaid tears that drop this year. The 2 swept the copy. Ningyi immediately used the cooling talisman. A few seconds later, the 2 entered the dungeon again. What are they doing? Why did they enter again as soon as they left the copy? The cooling talisman is not used in this way, it's too wasteful. Could she be that rich maybe? The people on both sides who were still confronting each other outside the dungeon were stunned. I don't understand what Lin Moyu and Ningyi are doing. Even if they break their heads, they won't understand that the 2 of them are brushing a mermaid dungeon with nightmare difficulty. And it was done in just 10 minutes. Only Jiang Taotao and the others knew the real situation. The 3 looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Of course they know that Lin Moyu is fully capable of soloing mermaid dungeons. It's unbelievable that it can be finished in 10 minutes. Even if you're just wandering around in the dungeon, you'll probably need the speed. Lin Moyu followed the same pattern and took Ningyi to complete the dungeon again. Yeah, it took 8 minutes and 58 seconds this time, more than 30 seconds faster than last time. Ningyi looked at the time on the communicator, 8 minutes and 58 seconds, she was actually timing it. Lin Moyu couldn't help laughing, this girl is really interesting. Others treat the trial as a task, but Ningyi is treating the trial as a game. After the 2 left this time, they did not enter the instance again, but returned to the Xinxia Empire team. The cooling talisman has run out of uses. What a waste of money. Why don't you go in? Come in again if you have the guts. The people of Sakura country shouted loudly over there, each with disdain. There was more jealousy in the eyes, wishing to snatch the cooling amulet from Ningyi's hand. After Lin Moyu and Ningyi came back, they teamed up with Jiang Taotao again. Jiang Taotao asked, have you got them? Lin Moyu handed the mermaid tears to Jiang Taotao. They are a team for this trial, and Jiang Taotao is the captain, and she has to hand in the final task. Suddenly someone pointed at the dungeon and shouted, the dungeon has disappeared. This sound was like thunder on the ground, and everyone heard it and looked forward. The vortex at the entrance of the dungeon completely disappeared after shaking a few times. How did the copy disappear? This is impossible. Unless the 3 mermaid tears are all obtained, the dungeon will disappear. Just now, did those persons go in 3 times? Could it be that they got the mermaid's tears? They cleared the nightmare level difficulty. Is this possible? Whether it is impossible or not, the facts are in front of us. The copy is literally gone. It is no longer possible to obtain mermaid tears. Let's go. Lin Moyu said softly. The mermaid's tears has already been obtained, there is no need to stay here anymore. We can't let them go. The mermaid's tears must have been obtained by them, and they must be handed over. Take it from them. Hand over the tears of the mermaid, or you will never leave. The people of Cherry Blossom Country were angry, and everyone overwhelmed them. The Xinxia Empire was also wondering. Someone asked, Jiang Taotao, did you really get the mermaid's tears? Jiang Taotao didn't deny it. The tears of the mermaid are indeed in my hands. Hiss. Everyone gasped. This shows that they really cleared the dungeon just now. Especially the last 2 times, the dungeon was cleared with only 2 people. How did they do that? Almost everyone has doubts in their eyes. Ling Jin yelled in his bitch-ass heart, it's impossible, they can't clear the dungeon. But no matter how confused he was, facing the pressure of the people of Sakura Country. Xinxia Empire, Shaojing Academy, Qianlong Academy. The crowd is extremely united. Immediately form a battle formation. Get back. Little Linghua Country people dare to act wild in front of our Xinxia Empire. If you want to steal mermaid tears, there is no way. Suddenly there was a roar in the air. The wind blew away the clouds, and 2 huge shikigami appeared in the air. At this time, the Onmyoji finally stopped hiding and showed his figure. He sat on shikigami, with a powerful aura on his body. From the perspective of breath alone, the opponent's level is very high, and it is estimated that it will not be lower than level 30. His occupation is a unique Onmyoji in Sakura Country, a legendary occupation. That summons powerful shikigami. Not easy to deal with. Jiang Taotao was slightly nervous, raised her eyebrows. This person has at least level 30. But it suddenly occurred to her that even a queen as strong as a mermaid would not last 2 or 3 minutes in Lin Moyu's hands. No matter how strong this Onmyoji is, he can't just clear the nightmare mermaid dungeon. Those skeletons of Lin Moyu, each one is so powerful. Thinking of this, Jiang Taotao relaxed again. Onmyoji stared at Jiang Taotao, hand over the mermaid tears, or you won't be able to leave. The 2 shikigami turned their heads to look at Jiang Taotao at the same time. There was coldness in their eyes. Before Jiang Taotao could speak, Lin Moyu had already started. The fire flashed in the palm. Skill, Soul Flame. A flame appeared above the head of one of the shikigami. The flame penetrated into Shikigami's body in the blink of an eye. Ah! Shikigami let out an earth-shattering scream. The wind whistled. The screams were extremely shrill, and the shikigami twisted and deformed. Onmyoji's expression changed, and he immediately used his skills in an attempt to stabilize shikigami. At the same time, he looked at Lin Moyu coldly, you're dead. Another terrifying shikigami appeared in the sky. This shikigami is more than 3 meters tall, wears armor, has a snake head and a human body, and holds a giant axe. As soon as it appeared, it flew towards Lin Moyu. Do it. A melee started again. Qianlong Academy poured a large number of attacks on the giant axe shikigami. The result is like a mud cow falling into the sea, it could do any harm at all. Everyone realized that this shikigami was very strong. Onmyoji sneered, your attacks can only tickle my giant axe at best. 5 skeleton warriors appeared beside Lin Moyu. At the same time, he jumped up high and faced the giant axe shikigami, flying down. Skill, Frenzied Strike. The red light of the sword in the skeleton warrior's hand flashes 0. When the skill is swung, the power attribute is as high as 5400, and the original attack power is terrifyingly strong. The skill doubles the attack again. Bang bang bang. This seemingly powerful Shikigami was instantly killed like a blade of grass before a flame. It turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated in the air. So weak? Lin Moyu was slightly taken aback. The seemingly powerful Shikigami is unexpectedly weak. Others also watched. Obviously, their attack was useless. But Lin Moyu's skeleton killed the opponent's Shikigami in 2 or 3 hits. Is the Shikigami really too weak? Or the skeleton is too strong? The Shikigami was destroyed, and the Onmyoji, who was the master of the Shikigami, also suffered heavy losses. His face became extremely pale, and he spurted out a big mouthful of blood. At this time, the fire in Lin Moyu's hand flashed again. The screaming Shikigami was hit hard again. 2 skeleton warriors had appeared beside it silently, raising their knives and dropping them. This Shikigami was also instantly killed. The Onmyoji screamed again. He hastily drove the sitting Shikigami to fly high, away from Lin Moyu. He looked at Lin Moyu with resentment and fear in his eyes. Everyone was taken aback by this scene. Both sides of the confusion stopped. Everyone looked at Lin Moyu with horror. How can his skeleton be so powerful? That Shikigami, he was killed so easily. What kind of skeleton is this? What is his profession? How many levels does he have? Questions arise one after another. The people of Sakura country doubt Lin Moyu's occupation and rank. Lin Moyu wears a shield badge, and they cannot see Lin Moyu's occupation and rank. However, the Onmyojis in the sky know that Lin Moyu is only level 17, and his profession is necromancer. Only level 17 and is so powerful, it can only be said that this profession is terrifying. And Lin Moyu must have awakened a talent early. He is a talented professional. Onmyoji felt that he had to take this information back. There was a new powerful professional in the Shinsha Empire. Thinking of this, he sat on Shikigami and left without looking back. After losing 2 Shikigami one after another, his heart was bleeding. 10 skeleton warriors walked out side by side and stood in the arena. There was a bluish-white light all over his body, and the big knife in his hand was shining coldly. The soul fire kept jumping, and the wind was blowing. Just looking at it can scare the faint of heart away. Facing the skeleton warriors, no one in the Sakura country dared to make a move. Even the Onmyoji were easily beaten away. How could they stop them? Go back? Or fight? This is a difficult problem. The skeleton warrior suddenly moved, and walked towards the Sakura countryman with a friction sound. The big knife in his hand waved, with a chill. Skeleton warriors advance, while the people of Sakura country keep retreating. Their momentum is getting weaker and weaker. Once the momentum collapses, there is no need to fight. The pressure brought by the skeleton warrior is too great. As the first person ran away screaming, the Sakura country team collapsed completely. The team of the Shinsha Empire returned, talking and laughing. The guys from Sakura country are so funny, they were scared away. It's hilarious to watch them dropping their nuts. So many professionals are scared away by a few skeletons. What a waste. He can even sweep nightmare-level dungeons. If he is really desperate, the people in the Sakura kingdom will just be food. Of course, he has to escape. If he doesn't escape, he will die. Many people looked at Lin Moyu as they spoke. Lin Moyu, who has been silent all the time, appears extremely mysterious in their eyes. Many people whispered and speculated about Lin Moyu's origin. Where did this come from? It can't be someone from a top academy. It can't be. What would people from top colleges come to our place for? What's more, people from those top academies are hurrying to level up and sweep high-level dungeons, so there is no time to play like this. It's really strange. Who is this great god? He doesn't seem to talk much. People don't talk too much. The method of killing Shikigami just now is extremely fierce. On the way back, it was very easy because there were no obstacles. Although they failed to complete the trial task, today's experience made him feel satisfied. It's enough to beat the people of Sakura country away. As for the trial task, it is second. Ling Zhen was the only one with displeasure in his eyes. Looking at Lin Moyu from time to time, with hatred and regret at the same time. If he hadn't persecuted Jiang Taotao at that time, he would have been one of the people who completed the trial this time. I can't now. We're not done, Moyu. Ling Zhen's heart was full of hatred. A group of people left the light curtain and returned to the starting point. At this moment, Jiang Taotao took out the mission stone and Mermaid's tears, hand in the mission. The task stone and Mermaid's tears slowly lifted into the air. Simultaneously, a phantom of the god Shada appeared in the air. A ray of light shot out from the tower and landed on Jiang Taotao's mission stone and Mermaid's tears. A few seconds later, a majestic voice came from the air. The trial mission is over, let's go back. The phantom of the god Shada shines brightly, shining on everyone. Everyone is teleported back quickly. 10 seconds later, he was back at Qianlong Academy. You came back. The trial is over. Luckily they all came back alive. Nonsense, it's not so easy to have an accident. Every year, there are at least 100 trials for various colleges. When have you heard of dead people? Low-level trials will not kill people. In the top academies, professionals above level 30 will start to die every year based on the dangers associated with the challenge. Nonsense, of course. To them, our trial is just child's play. Qianlong Academy was very lively, and everyone kept talking about the trial. The most talked about subject is still Lin Moyu. If it wasn't for Lin Moyu this time, it is estimated that they would have to confront the people from Sakura country. It's hard to say whether the dungeon can be snatched from the other party in the end. After all, the opponent had a high level on Myoji. Ningyi's small face became pale again, and the long-distance teleportation made her very uncomfortable. In the future, you must find a nearby place for trials. Miss Ben won't go to places that are too far away. Ningyi was lying on the table, weak, like a dead fish. Jiang Taotao was smiling, and she also relaxed when she came back. Thank you. This trial is very important to me. She sincerely thanked Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu shook his head, no need. Ningyi finally regained her composure. Sister Taozi doesn't need to be polite with Moyu, although Moyu doesn't talk much, but he is very kind. In fact, Ningyi hadn't known Lin Moyu for long. But it's so strange that Ningyi completely trusts Lin Moyu. Quiet. There was a low shout in the air. Everyone looked up. I saw only one person standing in emptiness. Stepping on the void, level 70, third rotation professional. Lin Moyu was in awe. Professionals can step into the void and have the ability to fly after reaching level 70 and completing 3 rotations. This is true of any professional. Even if you are a lifestyle professional. Of course, there are also some individual professionals who possess the ability to fly early on. For example, On Myoji can use his Shikigami to fly. That's another matter. This is our Dean. Ningyi whispered in Lin Moyu's ear. Lin Moyu nodded slightly, with admiration in his eyes. Any professional who can complete 3 rotations is worthy of admiration. It was said in the high school textbook that the third turn is extremely difficult. Less than 3% of the professionals can complete the third rank. Such a character is naturally worthy of admiration. As for characters like Baishan, they are even rarer. There are not many in the whole country. Dean Hongshan glanced over everyone, very satisfied. This trial has ended, the process of the trial, and the results, are being analyzed. The final score will be sent to your communicator later. You have to keep in mind that the most important thing in a trial is not the result, but the process. Enjoy the process, eliminate fear, and retain the belief of victory. This is the purpose of trials. Being able to complete the trial without casualties and come back safely is more important than anything else. It is said that you encountered professionals from the Sakura Kingdom during this trial. We will analyze the specific situation. Those who perform well will naturally have the opportunity to enter top schools. For now, rest. After Dean Hongshan finished speaking, he turned and left. Ningyi let out a long breath. Every time they pour chicken soup, it's always the same story. There can't be something new. Jiang Taotao smiled, as if coaxing a child. Just listen to him, it's also an encouragement. Ningyi snorted, I don't need encouragement. What's so great about seducing people with top academies every time? Jiang Taotao smiled even more happily. It's nothing special to you, but it's different to us. Ningyi stopped talking. She knew that Jiang Taotao really wanted to enter a top academy. Also in Shaojing Academy, there is a big difference between ordinary students, students from various colleges, and students from top colleges. Whether they are ordinary students or students from various colleges, they are all hoping to join the top colleges. Jiang Taotao divided up the harvest of this dungeon. Lin Moyu also took out what he got later. Although the last 2 rounds were dungeons that he and Ningyi brushed, he insisted that everyone is on the same team, and the gains must be shared equally. After sorting the dirt, Ningyi and Lin Moyu went to the Imperial Exchange together. These things are useless to Lin Moyu, and he plans to sell them for gold coins. Ningyi didn't care much about money, and she gave Lin Moyu all her share. The reason is that there is no place to put your own storage space. Only ghosts believe this reason. The storage space is not small, how can there be no space to put stuff in? Lin Moyu did not refuse her kindness, and accepted them all. After this time, the relationship between the two seems to have changed again, and some things don't need to be brought up. In the Imperial Exchange, all the useless silver equipment was sold. This time a silver-level Mermaid Queen dagger appeared in the dungeon. Lin Moyu originally wanted to give the dagger to Ningyi. Ningyi took out a better dagger and waved it in front of Lin Moyu. Both are silver ranks, but hers has stronger attributes. The black iron level corresponds to level 10 and below. Bronze is equipment used between levels 10 to 20. After level 20, you can replace stronger silver level equipment. The same is true with silver equipment. Between the best and worst silver equipment, the attributes are quite different. The Mermaid Queen is a level 24 boss, and the dungeon level is only a level 20 dungeon. The attributes of the silver level weapons it dropped can only be regarded as mediocre. The only advantage is that the Mermaid Queen's weapon is that it looks more beautiful. Silver level weapons are priced at 50,000 to 200,000 in the Imperial Exchange. The Mermaid Queen's weapon is basically priced at around 70,000. Lin Moyu sold the 2 Mermaid Queen's weapons, plus the materials obtained this time, in exchange for 180,000 gold coins. Don't you need a weapon? Ningyi saw that Lin Moyu was empty-handed. Originally there was a magic book, but Lin Moyu thought it was troublesome, so he sold it anyway. Lin Moyu shook his head, it's useless to me. His profession is necromancer, although it also has the word mage, but no matter the staff or the magic book, the skill bonus attributes in it are invalid for him. Lin Moyu thinks that maybe his profession has its own special equipment. That small amount of spiritual bonus is really of little use. Ningyi snorted, you need to save more money, and then buy more primary skill scrolls. Before the second transfer, you have to learn all your primary professional skills. Lin Moyu listened carefully. He didn't know this knowledge, Ningyi knew it better than him. Ningyi turned into Teacher Ning and taught him earnestly. You can only use the intermediate skill scrolls after the second turn. If you haven't learned all your basic skills by then you will waste the chance to use primary skill scrolls to awaken them. Awakening a primary skill at that time will be a waste of the intermediate skill scroll. After hearing what Ningyi said, Lin Moyu understood. Intermediate skill scrolls can also awaken primary skills. The price difference between the two is hundreds of times. If you use an intermediate skill scroll and awaken a primary skill, it is a massive waste. The communicator in Lin Moyu's hand suddenly rang. After connecting, a majestic voice came from the communicator. Lin Moyu, come to the Academic Affairs Office. Director Chiu of the Academic Affairs Office of the school stood aside respectfully. On the seat that originally belonged to him, Bai Yuan sat there carelessly. After Lin Moyu arrived, he was a little surprised to see Bai Yuan. But there is no special expression. I've seen Baishan. I've seen Director Chiu. Bai Yuan chuckled and waved to Lin Moyu. I saw the video of this trial, and you performed very well. He came, just for this matter? Lin Moyu said softly, just did what was supposed to be done. The purpose of this trial is mermaid tears, and Lin Moyu still doesn't know what the mermaid tears are for. But since the school arranges it like this, mermaid tears must be useful. Bai Yuan's smile is even wider. He is not arrogant in victory, and not discouraged in defeat. This is the best disposition to become a top powerhouse. Do you know the use of mermaid tears? Lin Moyu shook his head, not clear. Bai Yuan smiled. Actually, in this trial, not many people know the usefulness of mermaid tears. After all, there is too much difference in level, and most people can't use it. The tears of the mermaid are related to the success rate of awakening talents at the second turn. Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. There is a chance to awaken talent at the second turn, but this chance is too slim. Those who can awaken their talents are 1 in a million. He thought it was just a matter of luck, but he didn't expect that there were props that could increase the probability. Although he was slightly surprised in his heart, Lin Moyu still didn't show much on the surface, even his eyes didn't change. Bai Yuan failed to see the emotion he should have seen in Lin Moyu's eyes, so was rather disappointed. Of course, mermaid tears are not the only items that can help awaken talents, but mermaid tears are relatively easy to obtain. Originally, we calculated the time and location of Mermaid Island's appearance, but we did not expect Sakura Country to also calculate it, which led to the chance of failure of this trial. Fortunately, you are here, so you have made a great contribution this time. In the Xinxia Empire, those who have done wrong must be punished, and those who have made merit must be rewarded. What reward do you want? I will fully satisfy you. Bai Yuan said a lot, but the last sentence is the key. Lin Moyu thought for a while. Can you find someone for me? Bai Yuan chuckled. I knew you would bring this up. Didn't you check it out at the Academic Affairs Office? Your elder sister Lin Mohan joined the academy last year, and joined the Creation Theological Academy at the beginning of this year, so you can only find her blank information in the academy. The profiles of all the students who joined the Creation Seminary are empty. Lin Moyu was finally a little shocked this time. Sister joined the Creation Seminary? He knew how difficult it was to get into Creation Seminary. As the top college in the school, the difficulty of joining was ridiculously high. Jiang Taodao's ultimate dream is to join the Creation Seminary. Ning Yi also told him that if possible, he must join the Creation Theological Academy. Creation Seminary has always had a sense of mystery in his mind. I didn't expect my sister to go first. Lin Moyu realized there was a problem. How could my elder sister join the School of Creation Theology less than a year after entering the school? You must know that people like Jiang Taotao, who were trained by the academy, have not been able to join the School of Creation Theology. Bai Yuan said, Lin Mohan did join the Creation Seminary according to the rules. I can't tell you anything about the Creation Seminary. So if you have any questions, you can only join the Creation Theological Academy yourself, and then ask your sister yourself. Before you join the Creation Seminary, you may not see your sister. Lin Moyu asked without hesitation, how can I join the Creation Theological Academy? Bai Yuan made preparations a long time ago, and operated a few times on his communicator, and then Lin Moyu's communicator indicated that he had received some information. Okay, I have sent you the conditions for joining the Creation Theological Academy. You can take a look by yourself when you have time. The matter about your sister was originally intended to tell you, and it is not considered your reward. You can mention another one. Lin Moyu thought for a while. I want a cooling amulet. Director Chiu showed such an expression as expected. Bai Yuan patted the table and laughed loudly. Old Chiu, I was right? Director Chiu laughed out loud. Your Excellency really knows things like a god, my lord. Both of Lin Moyu's requests were within Bai Yuan's expectation. Bai Yuan looked at Lin Moyu with a teasing smile. Do you know how valuable cooling amulets are? Even primary cooling amulets can't be bought casually. Lin Moyu nodded. It's true that you can't buy it, not even in the exchange of the school. Bai Yuan said, everything counts. You performed very well in the big exam and won the national champion. You have already been given the rewards that should be given. We will settle this matter. You have merit in this trial mission, but this alone is not enough to exchange for a primary cooling amulet. I have a task here. If you complete it, I will help you get a primary cooling amulet. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. Okay. With the primary cooling talisman, it is much more convenient for Lin Moyu to sweep copies. It can be repeated in a short period of time, and his upgrade speed can be greatly improved. Bai Yuan said, you must raise your level to level 20 before you can perform this task. As for how to upgrade, you can ask Director Chiu for advice, he is an expert in this field. Okay, when you reach level 20, contact me again. Now Lin Moyu's communicator has Bai Yuan's contact information. When he reaches level 20, he can contact Bai Yuan. Get the cooling talisman, join the Creation Academy, and find your sister. Lin Moyu set a goal for himself. After Bai Yuan left, Director Chiu finally returned to his seat. Looking at Lin Moyu with a smile on his face. From Bai Yuan's attitude just now, he could see that Bai Yuan was very optimistic about the young man in front of him. He knew too well what Bai Yuan was like at ordinary times. Over the years, he had never seen Bai Yuan treat anyone so amiably. Even the group of top geniuses in the Creation Theological Academy were scolded by Bai Yuan occasionally. Bai Yuan's attitude towards Lin Moyu has completely surpassed other students. If he didn't know Lin Moyu's identity, he would have doubted whether Lin Moyu was Bai Yuan's illegitimate son. Director Chiu said with a smile, there are many ways to upgrade, but the fastest way is definitely a solo sweeping copies. It's just that the difficulty of single-playing the dungeon is high and the risk is high. Most people can only play on normal difficulty at most. They may not even fight the final boss, because they can't beat it. In addition to single-playing dungeons, there are also elite monster areas where you can find wild places. There are many such places. However, there are many people in those places, and there are often disputes over the territory. The other way is to find those wild bosses. Wild bosses can provide a lot of experience, more experience than dungeon bosses, and they can also get good equipment. But the field boss is contracted by the major guilds, and those who don't know won't even know the refresh time. Director Chiu said many methods. Except for the reliable method of brushing the dungeon at the beginning, all the subsequent methods are unreliable. These directions are only suitable for ordinary professionals, not for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu knew this in his heart, but he was still very patient and kept listening. Although it is useless to me, it is also a point of knowledge. It might come in handy someday. For example, Director Chiu mentioned the common strange areas between countries, which Lin Moyu had never heard of before. Director Chiu talked a lot and didn't stop for 10 minutes. Seeing that Lin Moyu didn't respond at last, he finally lost his composure. Master Baishan is right, you really don't talk much. I lost, so I won't joke with you anymore. Give me your ID card, and I'll go through the formalities for you. Lin Moyu handed over the ID card. Director Chiu quickly went through the formalities with him, and at the same time handed Lin Moyu a teleportation stone that looked a little special. This is the teleportation stone of the dungeon hall. Within the school, you can use it to teleport into the copy hall of the school. If you want to brew SHA copy, go there. By the way, this teleportation stone is worth 1,000 points, and it has been deducted from your point card. In this college, everything is a transaction. If you want to get something, you have to pay the corresponding price. Obey it labor, points, or gold coins. There is no such thing as a free lunch. After leaving the Academic Affairs office, Lin Moyu first thought of contacting Ming Yi. Those who promise to take her to upgrade, naturally, can't break their promises. The communicator vibrated and received a message from Ningyi. I have something to do, I'm leaving for a few days, when I come back I'll contact you. Ningyi is absent. Maybe there's something she needs to do again. When I met Ningyi for the first time, she was also doing a mission. Lin Moyu didn't find it strange. In Xiaojing Academy, everyone is very busy, no one is really free. In a few days, the new students of this year will arrive. At that time, the school will start classes uniformly, and it will become even busier. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry to activate the teleportation stone, but checked the message Bai Yuan sent him. Requirements for admission to Creation Seminary, level over 30. Just the first request, Lin Moyu was unconsciously shocked. Sister, is she over level 30? So fast. Judging from the information revealed by Bai Yuan, Lin Mohan joined the School of Creation Theology only 3 or 4 months after entering the school. In other words, in just 3 or 4 months, Lin Mohan rose from level 16 to level 30. This speed is astonishingly fast. Normally, it takes about a year to go from level 20 to level 30. Unless Lin Mohan can also solo the nightmare level dungeon. But there are very few such people. Lin Moyu couldn't figure out how Lin Mohan upgraded. I can only ask when I see her. After reading the level requirements, Lin Moyu continued to look at the second requirement. Pass through the level 30 dungeon, Abyss Front, at Hell difficulty. This one seems a bit difficult. Hell level difficulty is much more difficult than Nightmare level difficulty. If you want to pass a dungeon with Hell level difficulty, you need all-round requirements for not only occupations, but psychology, talents, equipment, and skills also matter. Ordinary teams don't even think about swiping the Hell level difficulty. Only extremely elite teams can pass the grade. When I'm level 30, I'll see if I can solo. Lin Moyu never thought of forming a team. There is no better way than to solo dungeons. The third requirement is to reach 1000 contribution points. Contribution points are not points. Contribution points can only be obtained by completing the tasks assigned by the school, or by doing something beneficial to the school. Like this Mermaid Island trial, he got some contribution points. As for how much can be obtained, it is not yet known. Contribution points are a must for entering any top university. Jiang Taotao said that trials are very important to her. If one wants to join the top academy, they must get enough contribution points. There are only 3 requirements, which could be mistaken as not much when looking at the surface. But none of them are simple. After writing them down, Lin Moyu activated the teleportation stone to the dungeon hall. There were bursts of noise in the ears, which seemed extremely lively. The Boneyard dungeon, with normal difficulty, lacks a mage around level 25. It is best to be proficient in fire skills. Blood-fighting Orc Legion dungeon, nightmare difficulty, lack of nanny, level 22 to 25, requires proficient healing, a full set of bronze equipment. Tower of Darkness, nightmare difficulty, a knight above level 30, requires a full set of silver equipment, and masters the ability to bless teammates. Looking at the environment like a vegetable market, Lin Moyu seemed a little uncomfortable. The dungeon hall is inside the school, but it cannot be reached by ordinary methods. Only after passing the review of the Academic Affairs Office and confirming that you are qualified to enter, and then paying 1000 points to purchase a special teleportation stone, can you be eligible to enter. It turned out that Lin Moyu felt that the dungeon hall should be solemn and sacred. But looking at it now, it looks like a vegetable market. A large number of students are here to recruit team members, sitting on the ground one by one, holding signs and writing requirements. At the same time, they also shouted a few words from time to time. That appearance is not much different from the entrances of various dungeons. Lin Moyu even doubted that this is really a dungeon hall. Did I come to the wrong place? Looking past these people, I saw a huge palace. This is the dungeon hall. Lin Moyu raised his leg and walked in. All the noisy voices disappeared the moment he stepped into the dungeon hall. There were also people speaking in the dungeon hall, but they all lowered their voices. At the same time, there was a strange sound surrounding the ears in the dungeon hall. Entrances of dungeons shaped like whirlpools are distributed in every corner of the hall. The sound came from these dungeon entrances. Depending on the copy, the sound delivered is also different. There are hundreds of dungeon entrances like this, and various sounds are intertwined to form a very strange sound. There is a crystal ball at the entrance of each instance. A series of information, such as the name of the dungeon, level requirements, entry rules, cooling time, etc., are explained in the crystal ball. When he was in Shihai No. 1 middle school, Lin Moyu knew that there were a lot of dungeon resources at the Empire level. Unexpectedly, Xiaojing Academy also possessed a large number of dungeon resources. In this world, there are countless copies. It is reasonable for the dignified No. 1 school of the Xinxia Empire to hold a bunch of dungeon resources. After all, existences like Baishan also came from Xiaojing Academy. To be more precise, more than half of the top experts in the Xinxia Empire came from Xiaojing Academy. Above the entrance vortex of each copy, there is a light curtain hanging down. The record of this dungeon is recorded on the light curtain. Lin Moyu took a look, only the top 3 were recorded in the light curtain, and only the highest difficulty was recorded. If this dungeon has hell difficulty, only the top 3 in hell difficulty will be recorded. If there was only nightmare difficulty, it would be the top 3 in that difficulty. It includes customs clearance time and the names of team members. Each player's level, occupation and other information. This can also serve as a reference. If other teams want to clear the dungeon, they can study the information. After another team's strategy again and again, I have found a very good configuration. If you can find a better combination and set a new record, that is of course even better. Such a setting has the meaning of competition. It will make teams want to fight for the first place. It is a great honor to appear on the dungeon leaderboard. Classmate. A soft voice suddenly came from behind Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu turned his head and saw a female student in her early 20s standing behind her. She took a deep breath and summoned up her courage. Hello, classmate, is this your first time in the dungeon hall? Lin Moyu nodded. She continued, my name is Shu Han, and I can introduce you to everything in the dungeon hall. There is no free lunch though. Especially in Xiaojing Academy, if you want to gain something, you must pay something. Lin Moyu asked, huh? Shu Han immediately said, 100 points is my charge. It could be seen that she was a little nervous. Maybe it's the first time doing something like this. 100 points. Doesn't sound like much. But points are not easy to earn. In fact, 100 points is not too small. Lin Moyu didn't respond for a while. Seeing that Lin Moyu didn't agree, Shu Han quickly said, 70 points is also fine. 100. Lin Moyu traded 100 points to Shu Han. After receiving the points, Shu Han heaved a long sigh of relief, showing a sweet smile. Thank you, classmate. The main function of the dungeon hall is for the students to practice by sweeping dungeons. In the entire dungeon hall, there are 2 dungeons below level 20, 18 dungeons from level 20 to 30, and 20 dungeons from level 30 to 40. The rest are copies from level 40 to level 70, there are 52 of them. In addition to this, there are 2 large copies and 1 super large copy, making a total of 95 copies. A large dungeon is a dungeon with a recommendation of 40 people, and a very large dungeon, the recommendation is a team of 100. Lin Moyu asked, what about dungeons above level 70? Shu Han shook her head, the dungeons above level 70 are not here. Lin Moyu probably understands, it is estimated that the dungeons above level 70 are managed by the school. It will not be placed in the dungeon hall for people to enter and exit at will. That kind of dungeon is a very important resource. The materials and equipment that appear inside are very useful. Shu Han continued to talk about the various functions in the dungeon hall. For Lin Moyu, although it is just some information, even without Shu Han, he will be able to figure it out sooner or later. But she explained so it saved him a lot of time. The cost is only 100 points. He still has more than 130,000 points, and 100 points is minuscule. Each copy has a corresponding clearance record. If you can set a new record, you will be rewarded. The entry requirements for dungeons are also different. Most dungeons require a basic level to meet the standard, but some dungeons require an average level. There are also dungeons with special points, and there are requirements for the highest level or the lowest level in the team. Copies come in many varieties and requirements vary. Lin Moyu asked, "Is there a copy that doesn't require a level?" Shu Han shook her head. "There used to be, but someone died in it, it was too dangerous. The school has set a level requirement, and if you don't have a level, you won't be allowed to enter. There are still many dungeons without level requirements in the wild. There is an essential difference between entering the dungeon through the dungeon hall and the dungeons in the wild, and the security is completely different. You can exit the copy at any time in the dungeon hall, so you can choose to leave if you are in danger. The security here is greatly increased. Unless one is instantly killed, it will not be so easy to die. In other words, the money is not spent in vain. From the level settings of the dungeons to the ranking competition. Lin Moyu saw that the school wanted to train students here. From the low-level copy to the high-level copy, the main focus was to ensure the safety of the students. The students who can enter Showdown Academy are all talents, and losing one is enough to make the academy feel distressed for a long time. Security is of course important. Therefore, the dungeon level was stipulated, and what level is entered into what kind of dungeon had all been thought of previously. Don't allow yourself to be ambitious. Shu Han required payment for her knowledge, so she explained it very carefully. Lin Moyu has the feeling that he spent a small amount of money for a good harvest. I think 100 points is worth it. Through Shu Han's explanation, Lin Moyu knew the specific rules in the dungeon hall. In addition to meeting the requirements of the dungeon itself, entering the dungeon requires additional payment of points. In Showdown Academy, everything must be done with points. The same goes for entering dungeons. The higher the dungeon level, the greater the amount of points required. You can also spend points to eliminate the cooldown time of the dungeon. Even if there is no cooling amulet, as long as you have enough points, you can repeatedly swipe the dungeons. Lin Moyu was pleasantly surprised. In this way, the speed of one's own upgrade can definitely be accelerated a lot. Shu Han brought Lin Moyu to the center of the dungeon hall. There are some crystal balls arranged here. Shu Han explained, "This is the task center and team recruitment center of the dungeon hall. There are many missions in the task center, mainly to collect some materials, equipment, and some special items in each dungeon. You can complete tasks in exchange for points, or you can publish tasks yourself and collect some materials and props. The team recruitment center is used to form teams. You can post recruitment requirements or join other teams. These two functions are also very useful. But the premise is points. Whether it is the mission center or the team recruitment center, points are required. Points are required for posting tasks, and the points obtained for submitting tasks will also be drawn. Points are required for posting team recruitment, but joining a team does not require points. In Showdown Academy, points are the hard currency, and nowhere can do without them. After spending more than half an hour, Shu Han had already told Lin Moyu about the situation in the dungeon hall. "Student, is there anything else you don't understand?" At this moment, Lin Moyu's communicator vibrated suddenly. He received 50 contribution points, which is the score of this Mermaid Island trial. It's not much, and it's still far from the 1,000 contribution points to join Chuangshan Academy. Lin Moyu asked, "How to get contribution points?" Shu Han asked, "Student, are you asking about the contribution points of the institution?" Lin Moyu nodded. Shu Han said, "There are not many ways to obtain contribution points. Participating in the trials organized by the school is one way. You can also get contribution points by completing the tasks assigned by the school. In the mission center, some missions are issued by the school. If you complete them, you can get certain contribution points. But this kind of task is very popular, and the general task is completed not long after it is released. Everyone wants to get contribution points, and if you want to join an academy, contribution points are necessary. Lin Moyu checked the mission center. There are indeed several tasks assigned by the institution. However, the contribution points that can be obtained by completing tasks are very small. Generally, it is 2 points, 3 points, and the most task is only 10 points. It's hard to get contribution points. Lin Moyu suddenly felt that the 50 contribution points he got was a lot. It is estimated that Jiang Taotao and the others won't get more contribution points than himself. The communicator rang. After connecting, there was a high-pitched excited voice. Moyu, how many contribution points have you got? I got 20 points. This time I made a lot of. Sister Taozi scored 30 points, which made her very happy. Lin Moyu said softly, 50 points. Nice. Sister Taozi is right, you are the one who got the most points. Hey, if you can get 50 points at a time. There will be trial missions in the future, I must form a team with you, and I will hug my thighs. Duan Gao talked excitedly over there, before turning off the communication. Xu Han was already staring blankly. Even a trial task can get 50 contribution points. Contribution points are very hard to get. Not only Xu Han, but also the people around him were dumbfounded. What kind of trial mission can get 50 contribution points? It's not that they haven't done the trial mission, usually it's like 5 points and 10 points. Unless the performance is particularly good, maybe you can get 20 points. To get 50 points at one time, unless it is the advanced trial mission after the second rank, I have never heard of it. He's lying, how could there be such a high contribution? I haven't heard of any high-level trial missions recently, and judging by his appearance, the level doesn't seem to be very high. That's right, bragging. Lin Moyu didn't care about the people whispering, and said to Xu Han, thank you. 100 points well spent. Xu Han quickly shook her head, you're welcome, you paid for it. So are you going to go to the team to make a dungeon now? Lin Moyu came to a copy entrance. Mutation Forest, level 17 copy. The requirement is that professionals between level 15 and level 19 can enter. In the dungeon hall, there are only 2 low-level dungeons below level 20. Mutation Forest copy is one of them. It takes 10 points to enter the dungeon, and 40 points to eliminate the cooldown time of the dungeon. The previous record for this copy was 58 minutes, created 3 years ago. The record-setting team consisted of 5 people. A knight, a prophet, and 3 mages. Everyone was a level 19 professional, all wearing a full set of bronze equipment. The powerful configuration of the 3 outputs allowed them to advance at an extremely fast speed. This record has been maintained for 3 years, and no one can break it. The second-ranked score has reached 1 hour and 17 minutes, which is nearly 20 minutes slower than them. Lin Moyu paid 10 points, and chose the difficulty of Nightmare to send into the dungeon. Seeing that Lin Moyu actually entered the low-level dungeon alone, the people in the dungeon hall immediately exploded. He went. He thinks he is a boss from somewhere unknown. He turned out to be just a little guy less than level 20. That's right, pretending to be a wolf with a big tail, haha. A trial mission reward gets 50 contribution points, I think it's actually 5 points. However, he is so courageous to brush the dungeon by himself. Ask for flowers. Hehe, maybe he will come out in a daze after a while. A group of people didn't believe what Lin Moyu said just now. Getting 50 contribution points in one trial task is simply a fantasy. Seeing that Lin Moyu had actually entered a low-level dungeon, they couldn't help laughing. I think Lin Moyu is talking out of his ass. But Xu Han feels that Lin Moyu is not talking nonsense. Lin Moyu gave her a strange feeling. It seems that he is full of self-confidence, and there is no illusion of strategizing. Perhaps what he said is true. This thought came to Xu Han's heart, even she was startled. 50 contribution points, how will you have to perform to get it? She dared not even think about it. Lin Moyu found himself in an ancient forest, the wind blows the leaves. Underfoot is a thick layer of dead leaves. It seems that no one has set foot in it for countless years. From time to time, the roar of wild animals came from the forest, which would make people frightened. Standing outside the forest, you can see wild animals roaming in the forest. In the mutant forest, the beasts inside are affected by mysterious forces and have mutated. The beast turned into a terrible mutated monster. There are bears, tigers, wolves, and all kinds of beasts. In addition to those visible to the naked eye, there are also some hidden in the bushes, such as various snakes and mutated insects. If you are not careful in the forest, you will be attacked by surprise. Break records, get rewarded, simple. Lin Moyu thought for a moment. A large number of skeleton warriors appeared around. There are a total of 108 skeleton warriors, and there are more every day. The skeleton warrior, who was injured by the Mermaid Queen, has now fully recovered. Let's go. The skeleton warrior rushed into the mutant forest with a unique click sound. Mutated grizzly, enhanced elite monster. Level, 17. Power, 1400. Agility, 1000. Spirit, 500. Physique, 1600. Skill, roaring attack. Mutated white tiger, enhanced elite monster. Level, 18, etc. Moyu used the detection technique to continuously check the attributes of the two beasts. Compared with the four-dimensional attribute of the skeleton warrior as high as 5400, there is no comparison at all. Skeleton warriors rushed into the forest like a tiger into a flock of sheep, and the skeletons went straight into it. Each monster takes a maximum of 3 hits and can be killed directly. Killing a level 17 mutant grizzly, experience, plus 6000. Obtain animal skin x5. Kill a level 18 mutated white tiger, experience, plus 7000. Obtain animal skin x4, prompts refreshed on the screen. The experience value is steadily increasing. When entering the copy, experience is 17, 32.57%. I don't know how many corpses are present in this dungeon, so I can't work out the experience gain for now. Following the skeleton army, Lin Moyu walks on the ground in the dangerous mutant forest. Although there are many monsters in the forest, they are too scattered. Lin Moyu didn't even bother to drag the monsters. It's better to kill them directly, anyway, they only need 3 hits. Using skills, it reduced the effort to 2 hits. The efficiency is not low. It's totally a sideways push. Lin Moyu walked slowly, unable to keep up with the skeleton warrior. Lin Moyu almost trotted forward just to keep up. Huh? Are there no boss-level monsters in this dungeon? He advanced all the way to the back, did not encounter a boss-level monster. Most of them encountered 2 groups of wolves. Skeleton warriors surrounded them and killed them indiscriminately. Even Lin Moyu didn't even have time to explode the corpse. By the time he arrived, the battle was over. In Lin Moyu's opinion, the dungeon is simpler than the Shihai Mine dungeon. However, the copy map is very large, and there is no sense of direction. Lin Moyu almost got lost several times. I have been walking in the dungeon for 30 minutes, and finally came to the end of the dungeon. On one side of a large pool, several huge beasts were taking a nap on the edge of the pool. He has seen wolves, dogs, and snakes so far. This is the first time I have seen a strange group of tigers and bears. It's really unreasonable. The mutated ferocious beasts will gather together. Maybe they have wisdom. 2 bears and 2 tigers formed a strange group in front of them. The bears and tigers are particularly tall. Especially the bears, they may be more than 5 meters tall when they stand up. Although a little surprised, in Lin Moyu's eyes, they are nothing more than experience. The skeleton warrior rushed forward without the slightest hesitation. There is no artistic sense of fighting, just the simplest and most brutal siege. Lin Moyu was not even given a chance to use the detection technique, and both the bear and the tiger had already fallen under the knife of the skeleton warrior. With a bang, a huge water column rose from the pool. A huge turtle-shaped beast climbed up from the pool. The tortoise has a thick tortoise shell on its back that covers the whole body like armor. The diameter of the tortoise shell has reached more than 5 meters, which is very large. The tortoise's mouth is open, revealing a row of sharp fangs. There is a long and slender whip-like tail on the back, and the tail is covered with sharp thorns. The tortoise crawled out of the pool with a sharp growl. Mutated flood turtle, leader level monster. Level, 19. Power, 4000. Agility, 500. Spirit, 500. Physique, 7000. Skills, bite, sweep, super defense. This boss has a super high physique, surpassing the skeleton warrior, and even higher than the 24th level Mermaid Queen. Such a high physical attribute means that its vitality and defense are very strong. The strength is slightly weaker, but it is not to be underestimated, and it can also cause damage to skeleton warriors. When Lin Moyu checked the attributes of the mutated turtle, the skeleton warriors had already surrounded it. The big knife fell on the tortoise shell, making a sound like iron. The turtle bit the skeleton warrior fiercely with its teeth, and at the same time, its long tail whipped the skeleton warrior like a whip. There was a huge difference in body size between the two sides. The skeleton warrior was hit by its tail, although he didn't suffer any injuries. The huge force still sent the skeleton warrior flying. The tail is usually tucked into the tortoise shell, but once it starts to attack, it will all be stretched out like a whip. The tail is very long, at least 10 meters. Every time it hits, several skeleton warriors can be drawn out. The skeleton warrior jumped on top of it, chopping the tortoise's shell with his sword. Its physique is too high, and its defense and vitality are extremely strong. The attack fell on it, and the damage it caused was not too great. Its agility and spirit are too low. No matter how high your strength is, it's useless if you can't hit someone. Lin Moyu's palm glowed red. Skill, slow curse. A piece of red light fell like a big net. A red shackle pattern appeared on the head of the mutant turtle. Under the curse, its speed dropped sharply. The attack frequency of the mutated flood turtle has been halved. It looks like it is slowing down. It seems to realize that its situation is not good. Simply the whole body is retracted into the turtle shell. A shimmer then radiated from it. Skill, super defense. In the dim light, Lin Moyu saw that its wounds were recovering rapidly. Just now the skeleton warrior could do a little damage to it, but now it can't even do a little. Even the injuries caused before are recovering. Super high physical attributes, plus skill bonuses. The mutated turtle has turned into an iron wall at this time. There must be something I've overlooked. Lin Moyu thought. If he can't even beat his skeleton warrior, let alone other professions. Then how did others pass the copy? Lin Moyu suddenly understood where the problem was. In the top 3 teams, the output positions are all legal professions. There is no melee, bow, and other physical professions. It's weak to elemental attacks. Flame suddenly appeared in the palm. Skill, soul flame. At the same time, a flame appeared on the top of the mutated turtle's head. The flames quickly sank into its body. The originally motionless mutated turtle beast struggled violently, and at the same time burst into earth-shattering screams. Lin Moyu is also a mage to some degree, that is to say, he has the super physical attack power of the skeleton warrior, and his own magic skill attack power is equally impressive. What's more, it is amplified by his talent, and also this attack ignores defense. It is more terrifying than the elemental attacks of elemental mages. Lin Moyu found it effective and continued to cast the soul flame. The mutated turtle screamed continuously, and the huge turtle's body was shaking. It finally couldn't help trying to rush over to attack Lin Moyu. But the skeleton warriors firmly blocked it, without giving it any chance. When it stretched out its head and feet, the skeleton warrior seized the opportunity to avoid the turtle shell and greet its head and feet. Red lights appeared on the broadswords of the skeleton warriors, and the skills were activated. For a time, flesh and blood flew everywhere. The mutated turtle screamed even more violently. Lin Moyu cast the soul flame again and again, and his mental power was being consumed rapidly. He took out a bottle of primary spirit medicine and poured it directly to replenish his spirit power. The vitality of the mutated turtle is too strong, and Lin Moyu feels that even if his mental power is exhausted, he may not be able to kill it. At that time, we will return to the starting point. Suddenly, he thought of a way. Turn it over. With an order in his mind, the skeleton warriors immediately worked together. Huge power exploded, and the mutated turtle was turned over with a bang. The soft flesh on the stomach was immediately exposed. Without the protection of the turtle shell, the skeleton warrior has a place to attack, and every knife can cause a lot of damage. The mutated turtle kept struggling, but no matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't turn itself over again. Blood flowed all over the ground, staining the pool red. The struggle of the mutated turtle became weaker and weaker. After the skeleton warriors attacked continuously for 3 minutes, the mutant turtle was finally killed. Kill the mutant turtle, experience plus 150,000. Obtain a bronze-level weapon, flood turtle gloves. Obtain bronze-level armor, heavy turtle armor. Obtain a low-level monster, crystal nucleus. Flood turtle gloves, bronze level, strength plus 20, constitution plus 20, boxer type skill power increased by 6%, available after level 12. Flood tortoise heavy armor, bronze level, constitution plus 30, defense system skill power increased by 6%, available after level 12. 2 pieces of bronze equipment were acquired, and Lin Moyu put them away just by looking at them. After looking at the experience, after the entire dungeon, the experience value increased from 32.57% to 67%. This almost increased his experience by 35%. He can upgrade to level 18 by swiping it again. At the same time that Lin Moyu successfully killed the mutant turtle, a bell rang in the dungeon hall. The bell rang throughout the space of the dungeon hall. 3 beeps in a row. Everyone inside and outside the hall heard it. I'm going. Someone has set a new dungeon record. It's been a long time since a new record was hit. Go and see who is the boss, so I can befriend them to carry me in the future. I didn't see any elite team enter the capital just now, it's really strange. For a while, no one yelled anymore. People from outside the hall rushed in one after another. Fortunately, the hall is big enough, even after accommodating hundreds of people, it is still spacious. On the copy of Mutated Forest, the light curtain is shining brightly, capturing everyone's attention. A brand new record has appeared on it. There were hundreds of pairs of eyes in the hall, and no one dared to believe the new record. There was a constant sound of gulping. Someone pointed to the new record on the light curtain, showing an expression of disbelief. Is it possible? Alone, he just brushed the nightmare dungeon. Although it's only a low-level dungeon at level 17, it's not something that one person can master. This is not the key, the most critical thing is the time. He only spent 50 minutes in there, which is 9 minutes faster than the previous record. How did he do it? This profession is called a necromancer. What kind of profession is this? How come I have never heard of it? Everyone shook their heads. I haven't heard of it, it should be a new profession. Yes, it must be a new profession, never heard of this profession. Is it a legendary profession? Amidst the discussion, Lin Moyu appeared at the door of the instance. He's out, he's out. Student, how did you do it? Although there are some people who can solo a nightmare dungeon, how did you manage to solo and break the record? Boss, can you take me with you? Lin Moyu was surrounded by a group of people, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He looked up and saw the new record he had set, and understood what was going on. Then he chose to pay points to eliminate the cooling time. In the next second, Lin Moyu entered the instance again. Going in again. Is he soloing again? Does he still want to brush alone? Isn't he tired? Let's not surround him, it might scare him. After all, he is only level 17. That's right, that person is level 30. Just now he called him a big boss, and begged him to bring him along. Shameless. Amidst the discussion, most of the crowd finally dispersed. Shu Han was also in the crowd, with a lingering shock on her face. It's amazing. Is it true that he got 50 contribution points in the trial? Just after entering the instance, Lin Moyu's communicator vibrated. A message came into the communicator. Create a new record in Mutated Forest Dungeon, award, 1000 points, 5 contribution points. Can only be obtained once per Dungoan. Lin Moyu was slightly taken aback. It turned out that setting a new record in the dungeon not only rewards points, but also rewards contribution points. Too bad, you can only get it once. But that's right, otherwise there would be loopholes to take advantage of. Experienced teams can completely control the time and improve by a few seconds at a time. Then they could continue to create new records, and then get a lot of contribution points. Naturally, it is impossible for the school to leave such a loophole. In any case, it is a pleasant surprise to get contribution points. Lin Moyu just wants to level up, very purely wants to level up. The skeleton warrior has already rushed out. The 108 skeleton warriors once again swept across the beasts and monsters in the forest like tigers in a herd of sheep. With the experience of last time, this time he didn't get lost and the speed was faster. In just 20 minutes, Lin Moyu has come to the end of the copy. The skeleton warriors rushed forward, and in the blink of an eye, there were 4 more corpses beside the pool. The water column soared into the sky, and finally the boss mutated turtle crawled out of the pool. Boom! Boom! Skill, corpse burst. There were 4 loud bangs in a row, and the mutated turtle was attacked before it could make it out. Accompanied by a large number of sprays blasting into the sky, the pool suddenly became shorter. A big pit appeared on the ground, and the mutated turtle was bruised all over. Turn it over. The skeleton warriors had been preparing for a long time and rushed forward. No one has ever used this style of play. No class can have so many summons. With the size and weight of the mutated turtle, it is impossible to overthrow it. With a scream, the mutated turtle turned its legs upside down, revealing the weakest part of its defense. From this moment on, its fate has been sealed. In fact, from the moment it climbed out of the pool, its fate was already doomed. Skeleton warriors swarmed up and used their skills one after another. Skill, Frenzied Strike. A pair of big knives, glowing red, fell on the turtle's belly. Blood gushes out like a fountain. I don't know how much smoother it was than last time. First, it was stunned by the explosion of corpses, and then it was hit by the skeleton warrior with all its strength. In just 1 minute, the mutated turtle was dead. Kill the mutant turtle, experience, plus 150,000. Obtain a bronze-level weapon, the turtle bow. Obtain a low-level monster, crystal nucleus. Turtle bow, bronze level, agility plus 40, bow skill power increased by 6%, available after level 12. In the dungeon hall, the bell rang again. The person who had just walked out of the copy hall not long ago returned once again. What's going on? Why is there a new record? Why is it still a mutant forest, and the grades have improved again? I'll go. This result is against the sky. I'm going to faint. Who can tell me that this is not true? This kind of achievement is impossible. The new record time is fixed at 24 minutes and 32 seconds. Not just crossing the 30-minute threshold, but going beyond the 25-minute mark. The previously maintained record for more than 3 years was 58 minutes. And it was created by a team of 5 people with almost perfect configuration. It's not comparable to Lin Moyu, who single-handedly created a record that outsiders can hardly imagine. It is very difficult to break the previous record. Otherwise, the original record would not stand for more than 3 years. I bet no one can break this record in 100 years. What 100 years? I think that in 500 years it may not be broken by anyone. It doesn't leave a way for people to live at all. Do you think he will go to other dungeons to create a new record? It's very possible. I just don't understand how the old tortoise boss at the end of the Mutant Forest dungeon is so hard to kill. How did he do it? The tortoise's physique is ridiculously high, and it is almost immune to physical attacks. Only elemental attacks can cause damage to him. His profession is a necromancer, and it's normal to know elemental attacks. It's just too fast. I used to play this copy, and it took me an hour to fight just the turtle. I really don't know how he did it, it's amazing. Lin Moyu's whole body glowed at this time, and as the mutated turtle fell down, Lin Moyu finally upgraded. I've reached level 18. From the time he changed jobs, it is still less than half unsuitable. He went all the way from level 1 to level 18. It's amazingly fast. His attribute has been improved again, and the 4-dimensional attribute of the skeleton warrior has reached 5,800 apiece. After these 2 dungeon experiences, Lin Moyu also saw the flaws of the skeleton warrior. Although the physical attack is very powerful, it is too simple. If you encounter some monsters with extremely high physical defense, the effect of the skeleton warrior will be greatly weakened, or even lose its effect. The soul flame skill can make up for the shortcomings, but it is not efficient enough to deal with bosses, and it is limited by his total amount of spirit energy. Necromancers, there shouldn't be only skeleton warriors. Come on, let's upgrade. When you reach level 20, buy some skill scrolls and see if you can get new skills. Before level 20, he no longer intends to use skill scrolls. Even if there are still level 10 skills, the success rate of the skill scrolls will be greatly reduced. Might as well wait until level 20 and use a batch together. His profession is unique, so there is no other methods to acquire skills like other professions. Skill scrolls are his only choice. Lin Moyu didn't even know how many skills he had. He was the first necromancer, and it was a unique profession. Not even a reference object to follow. Then you can only use as many skill scrolls as possible to get all the skills. Fortunately, at the beginning, the cost of 100,000 gold for elementary skill scrolls are not too expensive. But when it comes to intermediate skill scrolls, the price soars to 10 million, which is a bit scary. Take one step at a time and don't think too much. Lin Moyu appeared outside the copy. He found himself surrounded again. But this time everyone is not like last time, they are a lot calmer. Student, can you tell me how you killed the mutant turtle? Yes, classmate, why can you play so fast? Do you have any tricks? Please share. Many people humbly ask Lin Moyu for advice. Lin Moyu said lightly, just overturn it. Overturned? Everyone suddenly realized. Someone exclaimed, yeah, why didn't I think of that? This old tortoise has a hard shell, but the meat on its stomach is still soft. That's right, just lift him over. Student Lin Moyu is really talented, he can think of such a good idea. Amidst the discussion among the crowd, Lin Moyu has already walked towards the next copy. Level 20 copy, Spider Lair. Entry requirements are grades 18 to 22. The lowest level is 18, and the highest level cannot exceed 22. There are only 2 copies below level 20. Mutant Forest and Spider Lair. Mutant Forest is a level 17 dungeon with the lowest requirements, and the level requirements for entrance are between 15 and 19. The Spider Lair is a level 20 dungeon, and the requirement is between level 18 and level 22. Just from these 2 dungeons, it can be seen that the school has strict restrictions on the level of dungeons. Thus, a set of perfect mechanism for cultivating students has been formed. As the student's level gradually increases and the combat experience becomes richer and richer, this requirement will gradually be relaxed. Nightmare difficulty, enter the copy. After spending 10 points, Lin Moyu entered the instance. The wind blows through the cave like a baby crying. The wind came in gusts, and the sound was intermittent, very scary. The cave was extremely dim, and it was difficult to see clearly with Lin Moyu's sight. A flame appeared in the palm. The soul flame has no target, it just stays on Lin Moyu's palm for lighting. The flame is not strong, and there are not many areas that can be illuminated. Lin Moyu probably saw the environment he was in clearly. There are rock walls all around, and there is only one passage that can accommodate 2 people passing side by side, and I don't know where it leads. The rock wall is full of small holes, the small ones are only the size of a thumb, and the big ones can fit into a fist. There are many spider webs on the top of the head. The sound of a spider crawling in the wind is creepy. The dungeon is called Spider Lair, and this is the world of spiders. A large number of skeleton warriors appeared, and the dark soul fire played the role of a torch, reflecting a large number of shadows. The skeleton warriors rushed out along the passage. The environment in the spider's lair is very complicated, with incomparable twists and turns. The skeleton warriors spread out and ran in the cave. In Lin Moyu's mind, a map that is constantly expanding and generating appears. There are countless caves throughout the nest, one cave connected to the other. Some caves even have several exits. They are interconnected, forming a maze-like structure extending in all directions like a honeycomb. The skeleton warriors continued to spread out and went forward separately. Soon, a skeleton warrior encountered a monster. The two sides are at war. Kill a level 20 scarlet spider. Experience plus 9,000. Get spider silk x5. Kill level 19 long-haired spiders. Experience plus 8,000. Get spider silk x4. Information kept popping up, and the skeleton warriors fell into a fighting state one after another, and the speed of map advancement slowed down rapidly. A lot of strange and very dense battles occurred. From his experience, they seem to be enhanced elite monsters. Skeleton warriors are attacked almost every few steps. Spiders tend to be sneaky, lurking on top of caves. They attack when prey passes by. Lin Moyu makes his way through the cave along a path that has been cleared. It was the first time to enter a copy of this environment. Lin Moyu seemed cautious. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound in his ear. In the dim light, small spiders crawled out of the surrounding rock walls. Each little spider is less than the size of a fist. Densely packed, the entire cave has been covered in a blink of an eye. There were hundreds of them at least, surrounding Lin Moyu. Little spider. Level, 18. Power, 200. Etc. It's just an ordinary monster, even weaker than ordinary monsters of the same level. But there are many of them. There are too many ants, and they can also die like ants. Lin Moyu thought that among the top 3 teams in Spider Lair, there were at least 2 professional mages. The mage has a very strong group attack ability, and it is estimated that it is to deal with this situation. There are 2 copies of the Spider Lair and the Mutant Forest, and the first place is the same team. It's like an hour and 12 minutes. And it's been 3 years. Lin Moyu thought in his heart, the soul flame that was always burning on his palm had already flown out. The flames fell on one of the little spiders. The 20 times increased soul flame is enough to instantly kill ordinary monsters of the same level. What's more, the little spider's physique is only 200, which is weaker than ordinary monsters with the same level of 18. The little spider uttered a scream and died instantly. The fire was extinguished, and the small cave fell into endless darkness. Boom! A violent explosion swept through the cave. The deafening sound resounded throughout the spider's nest. The nest was rumbling and shaking, awakening countless sleeping spiders. Before the skeleton warriors arrived, they had already crawled out. Boom! There were 2 more beeps, and the cave seemed to be collapsing. When Lin Moyu's palm lit up again, there were no living little spiders in the cave. Lin Moyu was flooded with hundreds of messages. Kill a level 18 spider, experience plus 500. Killing a level 18 little spider, experience plus 500. Obtain spider silk 1. Kill a level 18 spider, experience plus 500. Although each little spider can only provide 500 experience points. Little things add up. 20 little spiders surpassed the level 18 enhanced elite monsters in terms of experience. What's more, in the wave just now, there were at least 300 or 400 little spiders. It is equivalent to killing more than 20 enhanced elite monsters of the same level in one go. Blood urn. Lin Moyu's eyes were shining, and his face rarely showed joy. He has already discovered that the various caves where the skeleton warriors are located are already covered with such small spiders. These little spiders were all drawn out by the explosion just now. Holy place of experience. Lin Moyu thought. Then his face changed slightly. Skeleton warriors start taking damage. The skeleton warrior is covered with tiny spiders. The little spider bit the skeleton warrior with its own teeth. Doesn't do much damage, but is fast. The vitality of the skeleton warrior is slowly declining. Too many ants kill elephants. When I changed jobs, I saw how the skeleton warriors swarmed the dragon. This scene flipped the script and happened to the skeleton warrior. Lin Moyu's first reaction was to take back the skeleton warrior. But it was found that because the little spider was crawling on the skeleton warrior, he couldn't recall it. Skeleton warriors don't have group attack skills, and if they cut down with a big knife in their hands, they can often only kill a small spider. If you are lucky, you can kill 2 or 3. A drop in the bucket. Return. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he immediately ordered the skeleton warriors to run back. Even if he can't recall it, he ordered them to run back. If they don't return, they will eventually be eaten by small spiders in the distant areas. The skeleton warrior ran back with spiders all over their body. Behind them, there are also a large number of spiders. There are small spiders and various enhanced elite spiders. Skeleton warriors battle dungeons again and again, pushing invincibly horizontally, beheading a large number of monsters like cutting melons and vegetables. This was the first time he had ran in such embarrassment. Lin Moyu found more and more that the skeleton warrior was still too simple. Although the attribute is high, it also has huge shortcomings, and the limitations are large. Now I can only look forward to whether there will be new skills at level 20. A skeleton warrior appeared in sight. Lin Moyu raised his palm. Skill, corpse burst. Boom. Amidst the violent explosion, the little spiders on the skeleton warrior died completely. Then the skeleton warriors continued to return, and the sound of explosions continued. The entire spider nest was shaking non-stop, as if it would be crumble at any time. Lin Moyu used the corpse explosion to advance all the way, and his experience soared like a rocket. In the dungeon hall, a group of people saw Lin Moyu enter the instance of the spider's lair. He won't set a new record again. It is easy to know that, but the spider lair is still a good dungeon. If it wasn't for me already being over level 22, I would really like to do it a few more times. Yeah, the spider lair is a sacred place for materials, and you can make a lot of money. In addition to money, there is also a lot of experience. Although each little spider does not have much experience, the sum is still very scary. Many level 24 dungeons do not have as much experience as the spider lair. The amount of experience depends on the profession. If you can't form a mage, or the mage you form cannot use group attack skills, then it will be difficult. Everyone was discussing outside, with expectations at the same time. They want to know if Lin Moyu will set a new record again. Lin Moyu has already killed many spiders in it. It should be said that it was a blast. The corpse exploded and pushed forward all the way, countless experience and materials came like raindrops. Lin Moyu didn't spare any holes. The skeleton fighters were no longer completely scattered, but a group of 10 opened the way ahead. Lin Moyu followed behind. As long as a little spider appeared, he rushed over immediately, and the corpse burst. He didn't know that everyone else would find the shortest path and kill them all the way to the end of the dungeon. He wanted to clean up the entire copy. Not a single monster was going to be let go. Time passed by every minute and every second. An hour later, Lin Moyu still hadn't come out. Everyone outside was a little disappointed. Many people think this is normal. Before, it was because Lin Moyu found a new way to set a new record. Now the performance in the spider's nest is normal. Even if he can't create a new record, but if he can beat the difficulty of Nightmare Solo, he can be considered very strong. Indeed, but having said that, the spider lair dungeon is a bit special. The difference between normal difficulty and nightmare difficulty is not as big as other dungeons. Yes, at least the strength of the little spiders is the same, but the number will be higher. Let's go away, there is no new record this time. Shu Han looked at the entrance of the dungeon and listened to their discussion, but she had a different opinion. She felt that this should not be the case. Although there is no reason, she just thinks so. In the dungeon, Lin Moyu finally cleaned up the whole dungeon. A total of 108 caves, 60 of which contained small spiders. I don't know if it's fixed or random. I will know when I come in next time. Looking at the experience has reached level 18, 70%. A dungeon increases experience by 70%. And it was only the first time, done under unfamiliar circumstances. The efficiency is really high. Lin Moyu believes that next time he comes in, he will still have the same experience and spend less time. It's time to see the boss. He passed through one cave after another, walking towards the deepest part of the dungeon. This copy of the spider lair is very large, with 108 caves forming a maze-like map. If Lin Moyu hadn't formed a complete map in his mind, I would have been looking for it for a long time. That's it. He walked for another 10 minutes before he came to the right place leading to the deeper area. There is an entrance here, and the entrance is sealed by a thick spider web. Skeleton warriors slashed through spider webs with broadswords. The spider web is extremely tough and hard to cut. It's not that the skeleton warrior doesn't work hard, but it's really not suitable. If there is a mage here, under a magic attack, these cobwebs can be easily cleaned up. After hacking for a full 5 minutes, the skeleton warrior finally opened the way. Click, click. The skeleton warrior went to the front, and Lin Moyu followed behind. After passing through the passage, I finally came to the end of the dungeon. In a huge cave, I saw the instance boss. This is just a giant spider with a body diameter of 8 meters. The 8 spider legs spread out like huge pillars. Each leg is 15 meters long, about twice as long as the body. The spider's legs have downy hairs that emit light. It is conceivable that if you are scratched by it, it will either die or be disabled. When Lin Moyu came in, the boss had already discovered Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the skeleton warrior came out. A total of 112 skeleton warriors rushed over with broadswords. The detection technique also fell on the boss. Spider King, Leader Monster. Level, 21. Power, 5,000. Agility, 3,500. Spirit, 500. Physique, 4,000. Skills, Spit Net, Acid, Wind Scroll. Compared with the mutated turtle, its strength is stronger and its agility is also higher, but correspondingly, its constitution is weaker. With 3 skills, the first 2 can be solved by Lin Moyu. And what is the last Wind Tornado skill? The Spider King reacted, opening his mouth and spat out a huge spider web. Skill, Spit Net. The skeleton warriors dodged quickly, but there were still a few that didn't move and were trapped by the spider webs that fell from the sky. They were trapped by the spider webs, and they swung their big knives to smash the spider webs. The spider web was unexpectedly strong, and it was difficult to cut it for a while. The Spider King activated the web spit skill several times in a row, trapping more than a dozen skeletons. At this time, the skeleton warrior had already rushed to its feet, slashing with a knife. Some skeleton warriors leapt high, 10 meters high, and rushed towards it. The Spider King retreated quickly, trying to avoid the jumping skeleton warriors. Suddenly a red flame flashed above his head and sank into his body. The Spider King suddenly let out a scream. Then the top of the head was shrouded in red light, and a shackle pattern appeared. The action speed is halved instantly. Skill, Soul Flame. Skill, Slow Curse. Lin Moyu joins the battle group, interrupts the Spider King's actions, and curses him at the same time. The skeleton warrior jumped onto Spider King's body smoothly and activated his skills at the same time. Skill, Frenzied Strike. The Spider King's defense was far inferior to that of the mutated turtle. Facing the fierce attack of the skeleton warrior, he suffered heavy injuries all at once. It struggled frantically, and its 8 spider legs were like giant sticks, constantly sweeping back and forth. At the same time, a sour smelly green liquid spewed out of the mouth. Ability, Acid. The green liquid was highly corrosive, and when it landed on the skeleton warrior, it made a piercing sound, accompanied by bursts of light smoke. Lin Moyu felt that the skeleton warrior was hurt. We must make a quick decision. Lin Moyu thought in his heart. The skeleton warrior's attack became more violent, and he continued to use the soul flame to attack. The Spider King's injury became more and more serious, and it finally let out a scream. The whole person shrank suddenly, and the 8 giant legs seemed to be coiled up, like a python. The knife-like barbs on the giant legs faced the outside world, and the Spider King began to spin violently, like a spinning top sweeping through. Skill, Wind Scroll. A gust of wind suddenly blew up in the cave. Swept by it, the skeleton warriors were blown away one after another. There are cracks on the bones now. This skill is not weak. The Spider King activated his skills and rushed towards Lin Moyu after sweeping away the skeleton warriors. A skeleton warrior hurried to Lin Moyu's side, hugged him and jumped high, avoiding the Spider King's sweep. After sweeping 3 laps, Spider King finally stopped. The skeleton warriors surrounded it again. Although the skeleton warriors were all slightly injured and their bones were covered with cracks, it did not affect their attack power. Lin Moyu wasn't worried. He had seen the skeleton warrior at level 1, it was just as miserable. Just like fished out of the trash. It's really better now. The iron strike sounded again in the inside, accompanied by the Spider King's scream. The Spider King suddenly jumped up high, hanging upside down on the top of the cave. Constantly screaming. The cave vibrated constantly, and holes appeared all around, from which small spiders crawled out. The number of small spiders is densely packed, and the number takes off. The Spider King fell back to the ground, commanding his army like a king. Seeing this scene, Lin Moyu didn't panic at all, but smiled instead. Send yourself to death. The soul flame flashed past, and a little spider died tragically in an instant. Boom! The whole cave was in full bloom like fireworks, and the sound of explosions continued to ring out. They exploded hundreds of times in a row. It wasn't until Lin Moyu's mental power was almost exhausted that the explosion stopped. The Spider King was on the verge of falling. His giant legs were covered with wounds and pieces of flesh ripped, and they were in dire condition. It doesn't understand what's going on. How did it get blown up? Afterwards, the skeleton warrior went up to make the last cut. Kill the Spider King, experience plus 190,000. Obtain a silver level weapon, Spider Dagger. Obtain a low-level monster, Crystal Nucleus. Spider Dagger, silver level, agility plus 40, constitution plus 40, assassin skill power increased by 8%, available after level 20. When entering the dungeon, the experience was less than 1%, but now it is 81%. This complete dungeon can increase experience by 80%. It's just too time-consuming. It took 1 hour and 32 minutes to break the record. It seems that I need a speed run at least once to gain the new record rewards. I'll just go through the dungeon directly to the boss lair and kill it quickly. I can't miss the rewards. Lin Moyu left the instance. After 3 hours, there are not many outsiders in the copy. Unlike when he set the record before, it wasn't overcrowded now. The classmate finally came out. Have you cleared the copy? It doesn't matter if you can't pass it, this dungeon has a lot of monsters, and it's very tiring to play alone. Several people are kind. Everyone is a student of Xiaojing Academy, and they are all classmates. Maybe they will team up with each other one day to brush their books. They are usually friendly when they meet. Lin Moyu said softly, "Thank you, I passed." Really? You really passed? Lin Moyu nodded, "Chiao. It's amazing, classmate, you can solo a nightmare-level spider lair. Although this dungeon has a lot of experience materials, it is actually quite difficult to master. There are so many monsters, and only a mage like you can solo." Seeing that Lin Moyu was safe and sound, Shu Han couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're fine." Shu Han came just in time, and Lin Moyu had a question to ask her. Do you know which dungeons have higher experience? He originally thought that the amount of experience in the dungeon was basically determined by level. The higher the level of the dungeon, the more experience it will naturally have. Now it doesn't look like it's necessarily the case. Level 17 Mutation Forest copy and level 20 Spider Lair copy. There is only a difference of 3 levels, and the difference in experience is nearly 3 times. And after you are proficient, the next time the efficiency can be improved again. Shu Han didn't find it strange at all. The Spider Lair dungeon is also known as the Holy Land of Experience. Among the dungeons below level 25, it has the most experience. The Holy Land of Experience, this statement is a bit interesting. The number of monsters is huge, and each little spider doesn't have much experience, but when added together, it is amazing. Shu Han suddenly said, but from my point of view, it can't be counted that way. If you don't care about the consumption of points, the experience in the spider's lair is actually not much. Oh? Lin Moyu thought for a while, and understood the meaning of Shu Han's words. High experience is based on more monsters. But it takes time to find and clear the monsters. It took him 1 hour and 32 minutes to get through the copy this time. It seems that the experience is very high, which is about 3 times that of the Variant Forest copy. But it only takes 20 minutes for him to get through the Mutant Forest. The time it takes to brush a copy of the Spider's Lair is enough for him to brush the Mutant Forest 4 times. At the same time, the experience points gained are more than Mutation Forest. And why do other people say that the Spider's Lair is a holy place for experience? The key is in points. Brushing a copy repeatedly requires constant offsetting of the cooling time. For a primary dungeon like this, the ticket is only 10 points, but it takes 40 points to offset the cooling time. Therefore, the Spider Lair has become a sacred place of experience in other people's words. Thanks. Lin Moyu sincerely thanked Shu Han. Shu Han shook his hands. You're welcome, you'll know sooner or later. She could see that Lin Moyu didn't seem to care much about points. Lin Moyu said, then is there any dungeon that can be spawned quickly without high experience? Fast to brush up, and the experience is even higher, Shu Han tilted her head and thought for a while. Lin Moyu feels that such copies should not be many. Shu Han thought for a while, and suddenly her eyes lit up. You can team up with someone to go to the large dungeon of Tyrant Desert. In the dungeon hall, there are 3 special dungeons. 2 large copies, plus 1 extra large copy. Normally, a large dungeon requires a team of 40 people to complete it. A very large dungeon requires more than 100 people. If the right equipment is used and the level is sufficient, then the number of people in a large copy can be reduced to 30 or even 25 people. From this, a new business was born, leading people. Many students formed a team to lead people to play large-scale dungeons and lead people to upgrade. The person being taken doesn't need to do anything, just pay a certain amount of points. There are many monsters in the large copy, high experience, and the upgrade speed is very fast. Shu Han continued, the school is afraid that we will be in danger, so the level requirements for dungeons are very strict, but large-scale dungeons are an exception. The Tyrant Desert Dungeon is a large level 25 dungeon. You can enter it from level 20, up to level 30, with a span of 10 levels. When you reach level 20, you can find a team in the Team Formation Center. If you pay points, someone will guide you to level up. After all, the higher the dungeon level, the more difficult it is to brush solo, and the more dangerous it is. Lin Moyu also understood her kindness and thanked her softly. Shu Han giggled, it's okay, I got the points. It's getting late, I'm going back to rest first. In the future, if you don't understand anything, you can ask me again. She used the teleportation stone to leave the dungeon hall. It was getting late at this time. Lin Moyu looked at the time, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. After a whole day of fighting, he is also a little tired. Although he has just upgraded, all attributes have returned to their peak. Even if there are any injuries, they will be healed when upgrading. But after a long time of fighting, the mental exhaustion cannot be erased. Another point is that the skeleton warriors were all injured in the battle just now. Although the injury is not serious, it will take some time to fully recover. Lin Moyu looked at the copy and decided to come back tomorrow. He launched the teleportation stone and left the dungeon hall. The school was quiet at night. Lin Moyu was walking back to the dormitory. I didn't expect so many things to happen in just 2 days after I came to the school. I have to say that this kind of life is much more exciting than in high school. What he learned in high school was some basic knowledge of the world, and he didn't use most of the knowledge after changing jobs, and he couldn't find additional relevant information. Because the school doesn't know what type of career you will gain after changing jobs. Is it the main combat category, the auxiliary category, or the life category? So what is taught there is just basic general knowledge. Only when you change jobs and become the main combat class will you have more access to the knowledge of the main combat class. The same goes for auxiliary classes. Some auxiliary classes such as prophet, elf elder, and other occupations also need to learn the battle materials. But like alchemists and pharmacists, they may never enter the copy for the rest of their lives. Knowledge is strictly stratified. After a few days, professionals who have been admitted by Showdown Academy from all over the country will come. At that time, the school will arrange the lectures uniformly, and everyone will know the knowledge that needs to be taught. Lin Moyu is not in a hurry now. Back in the dormitory, he took some food to simply fill his stomach. Before the trial started, Ming-Yi bought a lot of food, some of which were in his place. 0. Ask for flowers. Summon 4 skeletons and throw them into the summoning space. The number of skeleton warriors has reached 116. After a while, Lin Moyu entered a meditative state and his faint breathing sounded. In a secret space of Showdown Academy. The 3 were sitting opposite each other and drinking. Bai Yuan smiled. Well, let me just say this little guy is pretty good. Meng Anwen sat opposite him, swiped 3 rounds of mermaid dungeons alone, and got all 3 mermaid tiers this year. He slapped the people of Sakura country in the face, stepped on the foot of Onmyoji, and gave the people from Qianlong Academy great help. Not bad at all. They no longer think that being trained by a university is a big deal. If they look down on the number 1 scholar in the country, you will be smashed in the face this time. Meng Anwen had a smirk on his face, and he looked at Hong Shan beside him while speaking. The dean of Hongshan Qianlong Academy, his students were slapped in the face. As the dean, he was naturally angry. Can't help snorting, he ignored Meng Anwen. Bai Yuan laughed at the side. Actually, I put him in this trial, just to see this kid's ability. This kid talks too little, and he can hold back a loud fart for a long time. Meng Anwen took a sip of tea. What is his talent, have you asked clearly? I asked. It is an increase, but I have no idea the specific details, but it is estimated that it will not be small. Meng Anwen looked over with strange eyes. Bai Yuan took a sip of tea. This is a secret, it's not good to ask. Have I asked about your talent? Would you be happy if someone asked you to the bottom of it? Meng Anwen felt that he would lose his face if someone questioned his talent. Indeed, then don't ask. The talent of increase is really good, and it has appeared before. If his skills are strong enough, coupled with this talent, the future can be expected to be grand. Bai Yuan smiled. I also think this child has a promising future, and his sister is now a member of the Creation Theological Academy, and is favored by the old guy, and he is doing her best to train her. Hiss. Even as calm as Meng Anwen gasped. He didn't find it strange to be able to enter Chuang Seminary. Although everyone in it is a genius, it cannot be said that everyone can become a big shot in the end. But if he can be favored by the old guy, that's completely different. Bai Yuan patted his thigh and laughed. I was shocked. I was completely shocked at the time. Meng Anwen asked, do you know the reason? Bai Yuan shook his head. Being favored by the old guy must be something special. It's not like you don't know how demanding the old guy is. Ordinary people, he wouldn't bother? It seems that my human race will have 2 new stars in the near future. Meng Anwen was drinking tea and talking slowly. Hong Shan, who had never said a word, suddenly said, "It's a new star, and there's a lone wolf." Lin Moyu talks too little and rarely communicates with others. It really seems like a lone wolf. Early the next morning, his mental strength had fully recovered. He summoned 4 more skeleton warriors, making the number of skeleton warriors reach 120. After a simple wash, he directly used the teleportation stone to go from the dormitory to the dungeon hall. The dungeon hall was as lively as ever. A large number of professionals set up stalls in the vegetable market, looking for a team. There are ordinary students from the academy, and many students from different academy. All belong to Xiaojing Academy, but they are somewhat distinct. Ordinary students in the academy are basically admitted through the big exam. The composition of students in each college is much more complicated, and some of them are trained internally by the college. They have a good family background, excellent blood, and have been favored with a lot of resources since they were young. At the same age, the level has far exceeded that of ordinary students. When others take the big exam, they have generally exceeded level 20, or even higher. So they are more proud. Some even look down on ordinary students from outside the academies. Like Ling Zhen, even if it's the national champion like Lin Moyu, they still look down on him. In the history of Xiaojing Academy, those national champions and provincial champions were indeed inferior to them when they first entered the academy. They simply started later, so the level, knowledge and equipments is not as good as the ones raised inside the academies. The only thing that can be compared is the profession. This situation will not be evened until 2 or 3 years later, when the level rises and the knowledge is acquired. Some of these outstanding people will also join colleges and become a member of each college. Those who are not good enough can still only be ordinary students. The bare existence of the academy distinguishes geniuses from ordinary students. Lin Moyu had figured it out in a blink of an eye, and he didn't care about it. Anyway, it doesn't affect his upgrade. What's more, he didn't want to team up with others anyway. He prefers to solo. Entering the dungeon hall, Lin Moyu came directly to the entrance of the dungeon of the spider lair. The cooling time has just ended, saving him 40 points. He selected Nightmare difficulty and entered. The skeleton warriors stepped forward. Familiar routes, familiar caves. The map has not changed, it is the same as the last time I came, it is a fixed map. Since this is the case, it is completely possible to speedrun this copy, and 20 minutes should be almost enough. Lin Moyu calculated silently in his heart, and he probably had a bottom line. However, this round he did not choose speed pass, but optimized the route. He didn't go to some places that were too far away, and deliberately chose the caves that were closer, and told the skeleton warriors to pull all the spiders inside. In this way, you can gain most of the experience and save a lot of time. Just to optimize efficiency. According to his calculation, the brushing speed can be almost doubled. It takes at most 50 minutes to get through the dungeon. And you can harvest about 70% of the experience points. In this way, the efficiency is greatly improved. This is the solution he thought of last night, so there shouldn't be any problem. Lin Moyu followed the team of skeletons, and from time to time, skeletons came with a large number of spiders. Explosions sounded from time to time, constantly echoing throughout the spider's nest. The experience value is constantly increasing. Halfway through the journey, Lin Moyu's body was already glowing with upgrades. This was also within his calculations, so at the end of his meditation, he consumed 80% of his mental power and summoned 4 skeleton warriors. He knew he would finish the upgrade halfway. After this upgrade, his mental power was fully restored again. Lin Moyu didn't summon the skeleton warriors, he reserved his mental strength to deal with the final boss. Yesterday, the Spider King's skill did some damage to the skeleton warrior. This cannot happen again today. The upgraded skeleton warrior is more powerful, and the 4-dimensional attribute has reached 6,200. The attack power is stronger. Coupled with Lin Moyu's corpse burst, he pushed all the way. After only 40 minutes, the team has come to the end of the copy. The skeleton warrior quickly cut open the spider web blocking the way, revealing the passage inside. Just went through the passage, that's where the Spider King is. Lin Moyu didn't rush in, but stood in a nearby cave. Click click click. The sound is getting denser and denser. In addition to the sound of skeleton soldiers, there are also a lot of insects crawling. A few skeleton warriors ran over, followed by thousands of little spiders. They rushed into the passage and ran to where the Spider King was. As long as these little spiders can be dragged into the vicinity of the Spider King. With that happening, Lin Moyu can directly use Corpse Burst, which can basically kill Spider King instantly. Good idea, bad results. The little spider seemed to be afraid of the breath of the Spider King. They stopped at the entrance of the passage and refused to go in. Seeing this, Lin Moyu knew that his idea had failed. They won't go in the Spider King dungeon. The soul flame flashed, followed by several violent explosions. The small spiders at the door were cleaned up. Lin Moyu went through and summoned all the skeleton warriors. 120 skeleton warriors with a 4-dimensional attribute as high as 6,200 rushed towards the Spider King wielding their swords. With that posture, if Spider King had some wisdom, he would definitely be scared to death. The Spider King opened his mouth to spit out a web. Skill, Soul Flame. Skill, Slow Curse. The two skills were released one after the other, and the Spider King burst into a terrifying scream. This time, Lin Moyu didn't even give the Spider King a chance to spit out his web. The skeleton warriors didn't jump on it either, but concentrated on its legs. 15 skeletons are equally distributed for each spider leg. The distribution is very even. The red light on the broadsword flickered. Skill, Frenzied Strike. The Spider King let out a scream, and the armor on his legs was completely chopped off, exposing the flesh and blood inside. Lin Moyu's soul flame has never stopped from the beginning. The flame that attacked the Spider King again and again did not give it a chance to display its skills. Spider King's spiritual attribute is not strong, the effect of soul flame is strong. So far, Lin Moyu has not encountered a monster that can resist the soul flame. This kind of attack on the spiritual level ignores the defense and is difficult to resist. The skeleton warriors surrounded the spider legs, attacking like iron. And the point of attack is almost the same. Finally, with a loud noise, Spider King's legs were cut off, and his huge body fell to the ground immediately. There was no resistance at all, and it was much worse than last time. It screamed continuously, and with these vibrations, countless little spiders crawled out from all around. Die faster. When the little spiders are all there, there was a series of explosions. Corpse bursting is definitely a divine skill. Spider King died under the corpse bursting in less than 2 minutes. There is no good meat in the whole body, although these little spiders have low vitality. I can't stand the large number. Lin Moyu consumed almost half of his mental power and wiped out the Spider King in less than 2 minutes. It's kind of a waste. Afterwards, Lin Moyu felt that his style of play was a bit wasteful. So much mental power, in fact, in exchange for only 1 minute faster. Otherwise, you can call 2 more skeleton warriors. After all, there are only 120 skeleton warriors now, and there are already 190 vacancies in the summoning space, and there are still 70 places to be filled. In the dungeon hall, the bell rang. People outside the hall rushed in one after another. Record-setting always arouses the curiosity and surprise of others. Another record has been set. Which big boss is it this time? I don't know which copy they played. Hundreds of people rushed into the dungeon hall in one go, and then found the shining light curtain. It's the spider's lair. It turned out to be a level 20 copy. It can't be the classmate from yesterday. Don't tell me, it's possible. I just saw him go in this morning. A new record appeared in the light curtain. The original first place moved down 1 frame, and the new record appeared at the top. Lin Moyu, level 19, Necromancer, 47 minutes and 22 seconds. Wow. It's really him. Yesterday, he just set a new record in the Mutant Forest dungeon, and today, he created a new record in the Spider Lair dungeon. The key point is that he still brushes solo, which is too scary. How did he do it? Is the necromancer profession that powerful? No, I think that apart from his strong career, he may also have talent. Hiss. Everyone gasped. Talented professionals are amazing existences, at least in their eyes. There are only a handful of talented professionals who can appear every year in the country. Bullshit talented professional, he's just lucky. A jealous voice sounded. Hearing the reputation and looking forward, hundreds of pairs of eyes fell on Ling Zhen at the same time. Being stared at by so many people, Ling Zhen obviously felt a little uncomfortable. Student, why do you say that? Someone raised a question. Setting records is not an easy thing to do. And it was a record set by a solo person. This is even more difficult. Why is Lin Moyu just lucky? Ling Zhen said with disdain, he's just an ordinary student who just finished the big exam. Because of his relationship with Baishan, I don't know what kind of powerful treasure he got. Otherwise, how could a single person be able to swipe a dungeon of nightmares? As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately said angrily, what's wrong with ordinary students? Ordinary students can't set records? That is, you said Lin Moyu was able to set the record with the treasure given by Master Baishan? Do you have any evidence? I recognize you. Your name is Ling Zhen, and you belong to Qianlong Academy. No wonder you look down on us ordinary students. Qianlong Academy is amazing, but you just started early, and we may not be able to tell who will be the best in the future. Ling Zhen's words immediately caused chaos on the scene. Originally, ordinary students and college students were a little ambivalent, but at least they didn't put it on the table. No one pierced the membrane. But that's exactly what Ling Zhen said. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the ordinary students here exploded all of a sudden. As an ordinary student, he can also be recognized by the Academic Affairs Office and is eligible to enter the dungeon hall. It can be said that they are all very good people. And most of them are professionals who have achieved excellent results in the big exam, and their professions are not weak. Even if it is not as good as the students trained by the school in the beginning, as time goes by, this gap will be gradually narrowed, and eventually even disappear. Therefore, in the eyes of many outstanding ordinary students, the students trained by your school are nothing more than that. And those who belonged to the academy naturally stood on their own side, and felt that what Ling Zhen said was probably true. The two sides quarreled all of a sudden. Taunting each other, you come and go, it's almost a hand. With a flash of light, Lin Moyu appeared in front of the copy. There was a fierce quarrel in his ears, and he couldn't figure it out for a while, not knowing what happened. Suddenly someone pulled Lin Moyu. Student Lin Moyu, did you just finish the big exam this year? Lin Moyu hummed instinctively. What's your grade? Lin Moyu said truthfully, national champion. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and it turned out to be the #1 scholar in the country. Especially, the students in the academy were stunned. Although ordinary students are looked down upon by them, the national champion is different. Even if they are not as good as them when they first come, after a few years, most of the national champions can catch up with them, or even surpass them. Which national champion is simple. The profession must be strong, and the skills must not be bad. It's just that we didn't get more resources and started a bit late. Ling Zhen said coldly, what's so great about the national champion? Can you compare with us? Let's go to the big exam. It's not easy to get the national champion. Someone retorted, that's not the case. If you grew up outside and changed jobs a week before the big exam, it's really hard to say whether you can be the national champion. This statement was agreed by many people, even those in the academy had to agree. That's the way it is. Lin Moyu finally figured out what was going on. Dare to be provoked, by Ling Zhen again. Lin Moyu looked up at Ling Zhen, with a murderous look in his eyes. I said, if you mess with me again, I will kill you. Ling Zhen was taken aback by Lin Moyu's eyes. You think I'm afraid of you? What the hell are you? Lin Moyu gave him a deep look, full of warning. If we were in the wild now, Lin Moyu has already killed him. Someone noticed Lin Moyu's eyes and couldn't help but shuddered. Lin Moyu ignored him, turned around and entered the spider's lair instance again. At this moment, someone patted his chest. Oh boy, with that look, he really killed people. And not just one or two. Don't make it so scary, okay? He's just a new student who just finished his exam. How could he kill someone? Do you think the outside world is so simple? You grew up under the protection of the academy, but the outside world is very dangerous. I'm sure he has killed people, and quite a few. The way he looks at people is like looking at a monster in a dungeon, and he doesn't treat you as a human being at all. That's right, that kind of look, very scary. Ling Zhen was also a little scared at this time. Lin Moyu's eyes touched him the most. In Lin Moyu's eyes, it seems that he is not regarded as a person by Lin Moyu, but a monster that can be killed at any time. Thinking of Lin Moyu's terrifyingly strong skeleton, he was really scared. Both legs were shaking. If you are afraid, you can't lose face. Ling Zhen insisted, don't let me meet you in the wild, or I will kill you. After speaking, Ling Zhen used the teleportation stone to leave. After he left, there was a burst of laughter in the dungeon hall. Haha, this guy is scared. It can be heard that this guy's last words are strong on the outside and soft on the inside. It's really useless to be so timid. This is the so-called genius of the students trained in the academy, shame on you. The academics also felt ashamed, and none of them refuted. In their hearts, they already hated Ling Zhen. It was this guy who made them lose face. Put Ling Zhen on the blacklist, and this guy will never be grouped in future dungeons. Just as they left the dungeon hall and were about to recruit people to form a team, the bell rang again. I'm going, what the hell is this? A new record? Needless to say, it must be Lin Moyu. The same thing happened when he brushed the copy of Mutant Forest yesterday. Yes, I was there yesterday. The first time he set a new record, and the second time he broke his own record. I've never heard of any treasures and props that allow people to swipe nightmare dungeons alone, and can create such a terrifying record. The people who had just left the dungeon palace came back again. When they saw the results on the light curtain, their eyes were wider than their mouths. Lin Moyu, level 19, Necromancer, 22 minutes and 51 seconds. This record is no longer amazing, but terrifying. Everyone felt a chill all over. It only took 22 minutes and 51 seconds to brush a nightmare dungeon alone. No one can imagine how he did it. Anyway, he did it. The facts are right in front of you. Isn't there something wrong with the dungeon hall? What nonsense are you talking about? Even if you have a problem with your brain, there will be no problem with the dungeon hall. Do you know how many years the dungeon hall has existed, and there has never been a problem? Then how did he do it? Go and ask. I won't go, his eyes are too scary. At this time Lin Moyu appeared outside the copy. In the next second, he entered the copy again. In the copy, Lin Moyu looks at his own experience. Rating, 19, 74%. There is still 26% left to upgrade. In order to complete the quick brush just now, he didn't kill many little spiders along the way, and I gained very little experience. After brushing this time, you can upgrade. Previously set a new record, once again won the reward of 1,000 points and 5 contribution points. The roar rang incessantly in the spider's nest. Lin Moyu strode forward with the skeleton warriors. By the time he reached the door of the boss, white light had already appeared on Lin Moyu's body. Upgraded. Finally reached level 20. Lin Moyu exhaled a long breath. It is estimated that there are few in the world who can upgrade as quickly as him. After all, he can pass nightmare-level dungeons alone, and the efficiency is astonishingly high. However, when he thought that he had to be level 30 to join the Creation Theological Academy, he felt that he was far behind. After level 20, the upgrade speed will definitely slow down again. I just don't know how much it will slow down, I have to play it before I know. According to the experience at level 10, skills may change after upgrading, especially his talent and the 2 skills of summoning skeleton warriors. Not sure if anything has changed. Lin Moyu is looking forward to it. Viewing his own properties. Name, Lin Moyu. Occupation, Necromancer, unique. Level, 21%. Power, 300. Agility, 300. Spirit, 1300, plus 20. Physique, 300, plus 20. Equipment, Goblin King's Magic Book, Robe of Knowledge. Summoning space, 120 of 200, Skeleton Warrior, quantity, 120. Talent, Comprehensive Amplification, Level 3, unique. Passive skill, Damage Transfer. Active skills, Soul Flame, Level 20, Summon Skeleton Warrior, Level 20, Corpse Burst, Level 2, Slow Curse, Level 1. Comprehensive Amplification, Level 3, the effect of all skills is increased by 30 times. Damage Transfer, all damage suffered by the wizard itself is borne by the summoned object. Soul Flame, Level 20 burns the target's soul, causing burning damage. The power depends on one's own spiritual power and skill level. Summon Skeleton Warrior, Level 20, summon a silver rank Skeleton Warrior. Corpse Burst, Level 2, detonate the corpse, causing damage equal to 15% of the corpse's HP to enemies within 2 meters. Slow Curse, Level 1, curse the enemy within 5 meters, reducing the enemy's speed by 5% for 1 minute. Although he had expected it, Lin Moyu was still shocked by his changes. God-level talent, Comprehensive Amplification. It is his most important ability. Powerful source. The overall increased talent has reached level 3. The increase rate has also changed from 20 times to 30 times. The improvement is not insignificant. The power of the Soul Flame is even greater. Originally, this was a skill with great single-target damage. Now after a 30-fold increase, the attack power must be scary. For interrupting boss skills it is very handy. There is also the very important Corpse Burst skill. The corpse explosion is still level 2, and the range reaches 60 meters after the increase. The range of 60 meters is already not a small area. The damage reached 450% of the vitality of the corpse. Equivalent to 4.5 times the vitality. If there are monsters of the same kind that are detonated, which monster can make the pillar? The Slow Curse skill also benefits from the talent upgrade, with a range of 150 meters and a deceleration effect of 150%. Duration up to 30 minutes. Finally Lin Moyu turned on the attributes of the Skeleton Warrior. Reaching level 20, the Skeleton Warrior has changed from bronze level to silver level. The attributes must have increased a lot. At level 19, the 4-dimensional attribute of the Skeleton Warrior is 6,200 after the increase. The real attribute is actually 310. It is quite satisfactory, neither high nor low, similar to ordinary wild monsters. But the number of skeleton warriors is enough, even if there is no talent increase, it is still easy to fight monsters in the wild. After all, if dozens of people are fighting by themselves, the best examples may win against the skeletons before the amplification talent is applied. But now, a silver-white skeleton warrior stood in front of him. A little higher than the bronze level, exuding a silvery white luster, the bone looks a little smooth, without the rough feeling. The broadsword in his hand has also become sharper, and it is already like carefully crafted equipment, and it no longer looks tattered. All the changes are telling Lin Moyu that I have become stronger. Silver rank skeleton warrior, power, 12,000. Agility, 12,000. Spirit, 12,000. Physique, 12,000. Skill, Berserk Strike, level 2. Frenzied Strike, level 2, causes 300% damage to the target, cooldown time is 10 minutes. When Lin Moyu saw these attributes, his whole body felt a little numb. I was shocked by myself again. For attributes with 12,000 points. More than 5 figures. The basic attribute is 400, which is not high. The most powerful stat is his own talent. Silver rank skeleton warrior, how much energy is needed to summon one? Lin Moyu thought of a question. Level up, attributes, become stronger, what about consumption? He tried to summon one. Mental power dropped a lot in an instant. The mental power of 1320 dropped to only 820. His eyebrows raised unconsciously. It consumes 500 points of mental power, which is really a lot. Looks like I'm going to get some equipment to increase mental power. Only 2 can be summoned at a time, and the summoning space must be filled. I don't know how long it will take. At level 20, you can already wear silver equipment. Lin Moyu decided to go to the exchange to see if he could buy suitable silver equipment. At the same time, you must also purchase primary skill scrolls. At level 20, you need to draw a wave of skills. The silver-ranked skeleton warrior with greatly increased attributes cut through the spider web with 2 strikes. Then he rushed in without hesitation. Facing the rushing skeleton warriors, the Spider King had already assumed a fighting stance. This time Lin Moyu didn't move. He wanted to see how strong the silver-ranked skeleton warrior was. Skill, spit net. A huge net fell from the sky. Originally, Lin Moyu thought that the skeleton warrior would be caught again. Unexpectedly, several skeleton warriors suddenly jumped up, swinging their big knives in their hands. With a light sound, the spider web broke. The skeleton warrior passed through the spider web without stopping, and continued to rush towards the Spider King. They've become agile. It seems to have spirituality, and the combat history has been awakened. Lin Moyu felt a sense of agility from the silver-ranked skeleton warrior. It will adapt to the situation, instead of just cutting hard as before. If this is the case, will the gold level, platinum level, and skeleton fighters in the future become like a real fighter, a fighter similar to a professional? The Spider King spit out webs again and again, but they were all easily resolved by the skeleton warrior. After reaching the silver level, the skeleton warrior is not what it used to be. Not only has the attribute greatly increased, but also the fighting consciousness. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton warriors had come to the Spider King's feet. Some of the skeleton warriors' silver-white knives glowed red, and they slashed directly at the Spider King's thigh. Skill, crazy strike. 12,000 points of strength attribute plus 300% attack bonus. This skill is enough to be called a real berserk hit. Red light illuminates the cave. Like chopping vegetables, Spider King's legs were all chopped off. Amidst the screams, Spider King fell to the ground. Another part of the skeleton warriors activated their skills. The big knife fell on the Spider King. Kill the Spider King, experience plus 190,000. Obtain a silver-level weapon, the Spider Staff. Obtain a low-level monster, Crystal Nucleus. Spider Dagger, silver rank, spirit plus 40. Constitution plus 40, mage skill power increase by 8%, available after level 20. Seeing the prompt, Lin Moyu froze for a moment. This is the end? The skeleton warriors went up and released a round of skills, which took less than 10 seconds. Is the dignified Spider King dead just like that? Facing a silver-ranked skeleton warrior spider with a 4-dimensional attribute as high as 12,000, he couldn't even summon his younger brothers. It's really fast. Lin Moyu checked his own experience and couldn't help being speechless for a while. Gained 190,000 experience, and the experience value only increased by 0.2%. Leveling up after level 20 is several times slower. Normally, level 20 to level 30. It may take a year if you are fast, and it may take 2 or 3 years if you are slow. Also, it will be slower after level 25. It's no wonder that Chuangshan Academy requires level 30. Those who can reach level 30 in a short period of time are very powerful characters. And like his sister, those who can join the Creation Theological Academy after only a few months of entering the academy are even rarer. Lin Moyu didn't stay in the dungeon hall, and directly used the teleportation stone to go back to the dormitory. Leave the dormitory and go to the exchange. The Imperial Exchange and the Academy Exchange, the two exchanges were built side by side. The appearance of the two prefectures is slightly different, but the style tends to be unified. They are connected together and are called the Transaction Center by the students. Lin Moyu first came to the Academy Exchange. There are a lot of items for sale in the Academy Exchange, and all of them need to be settled with points. The biggest difference between it and the Imperial Exchange is that there is no recycling function. You can consign in it, but you cannot sell items directly to the exchange. Lin Moyu found several tasks in it, basically collecting materials. Spider materials. I handed in the materials I got to the task and got back 150 points. This is also one of the ways many students earn points. Then he came to the Imperial Exchange and handed over the rest of the things to the Imperial Exchange for recycling. Lin Moyu didn't think about consignment, the price difference is not that big, he didn't bother to study the price. With that time, it's better to swipe 2 more dungeons. Silver level equipment is more valuable than bronze level equipment. He sold a few silver level weapons and equipment, plus a few bronze level weapons and equipment, and some messy materials. A total of 430,000 gold coins were exchanged. The total assets reached 610,000 gold coins and 135,000 points. Created 2 records, the points not only did not decrease, but increased, no loss. Lin Moyu searched in the Imperial Exchange, but couldn't find the equipment he needed. In the end, he spent 600,000 gold coins and bought 6 primary skill scrolls. 6 pieces should not be enough. To be on the safe side, he came to the school exchange again. There are also primary skill scrolls for sale in the school exchange, and the price is 800 points apiece. According to the ratio of 1 point to 100 gold coins, 800 points can only be exchanged for 80,000 gold coins. Not enough to buy a skill scroll. This can also highlight the stronger purchasing power of points and the higher value of points. This kind of situation doesn't just happen on skill scrolls. This is true for other equipment and items. Lin Moyu thought about it, and bought another 10 primary skill scrolls, using up 8,000 points. 16 should be enough. After buying the skill scroll, he looked at other items. Some equipment items are not available in the Empire Exchange. For example, a silver-ranked weapon that Lin Moyu saw. This weapon, called Spiritual Sword, was not from a dungeon, but was forged by a professional blacksmith named Zhang Tai. A blacksmith is an auxiliary profession. He can forge the weapons and armor needed by professionals. Spiritual Long Sword, Silver level, Spirit plus 400, can be used above level 20. Manufacturer, Wangzhou, Zhang Tai. Introduction, one of the spiritual 3-piece suit. There is no skill bonus, only the attribute of Spirit plus 400. Compared to other silver-level weapons. For example, the top-level silver staff, the Spirit attribute increases by 200, and the skill of the magic skills increases by 15%. The comprehensive practicality is better than the Spirit Sword. For most mages though, it is not an option. Among the silver-level weapons, the Spiritual Long Sword is a bit different. Unless it is some special mage support such as the Prophet, which requires a lot of mental power to cast skills, such an alternative weapon will be chosen. What Lin Moyu likes is its mental power attribute, which has been increased to the extreme. His own spiritual power has reached 1300 now, and with the increase of 400, he has a mental power of 1700. It takes 500 mental power to summon a skeleton warrior. Originally, only 2 skeleton warriors could be boosted at a time, but with this sword, 1 extra skeleton can be summoned. And the higher the mental strength, the faster the meditation recovery and the higher the efficiency. The most important thing is that Lin Moyu's soul flame skill, the higher the spiritual power, the greater the power. Increasing mental power is equivalent to adding to his skills in disguise. For Lin Moyu, it is much more practical than other silver weapons. The Spirit Sword is priced at 3,000 points, which is slightly higher than other silver-level weapons and is basically worth it for him. Lin Moyu still bought it without hesitation. An exquisite silver-white long sword appeared in his hand, and his spiritual attribute instantly increased to 1700. Lin Moyu could feel a wave of energy being transmitted from the spiritual sword into his body. If you hold it and use the soul flame, the power of the soul flame can be increased a lot. In just 2 minutes, 10,000 points have been spent. There are 125,000 points left, which seems to be a lot, but it is not enough to waste it. Those gold-level weapons and equipment cost tens of thousands of points, and his entire net worth is only enough to buy one. 1700 mental power is not enough. Lin Moyu found armor again. Huh? This is... Lin Moyu saw a mage armor named Spirit Robe Armor. Spiritual Robe, Silver Level, Mental Power, plus 200, can be used above level 20. Manufacturer, Zhang Tai. Introduction, one of the spiritual 3-piece suit. Made by the same person, with the same name. The same as the sword, it only increases the spiritual attribute. None of this is surprising. What Lin Moyu sees is the final presentation, one of the spiritual trio. This is the suit. Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. In high school, when he was learning the basics of weapons and equipment, he had seen descriptions of sets. Sets are extremely rare equipment. If you can collect all sets, you will have additional bonuses. The spiritual robe is also priced at 2,000 points, slightly cheaper than weapons, and higher than silver armor of the same level. Lin Moyu bought it without even thinking about it. Points, he doesn't care too much for now. If you have surplus food in your hands, don't panic. With a thought, the spiritual robe appeared on his body, replacing the original knowledge robe. His mental power suddenly pushed to 1900. Lin silently checked the attributes and found that the set effect was not activated. There is still one thing missing in the spiritual 3-piece suit. Open the exchange again and start looking. There is a search function in the exchange, and according to Lin Moyu's ideas, he quickly found the corresponding equipment. Spiritual ring, silver level, mental power, plus 200, can be used above level 20. Manufacturer, Zhang Tai. Introduction, one of the spiritual 3-piece suit. The price is set to 5,000 points, which is extremely expensive. Its pricing far exceeds other silver jewelry. Lin Moyu doesn't care about the price, he just wants to collect the set now. No worries to buy it, and wear it on your finger at the same time. After the suits were collected, Lin Moyu actually emitted a faint silver light, which attracted the attention of other people in the exchange. This is the light of the set, and someone has assembled the suit. Silver white light, it is a silver level set. What suits are there in the silver class? I've never heard of them. You forgot that handcrafted suit. You mean the set that only increases spirit? The one that's been on the exchange for over 2 years? LOL, someone really bought this suit. It's not that people are stupid and have a lot of money. Everyone looked at Lin Moyu's expression as if they were looking at a fool. Spending a full 10,000 points to buy a set of silver items without any skill bonuses is a fool. What's the use of having such a high mental strength? It's not as good as a higher skill bonus, which can also increase the attack power. The power of other mage skills basically has little to do with spiritual power. They don't understand Lin Moyu's class. Lin Moyu doesn't need them to understand. After wearing the spirit ring, the spirit power attribute has been pushed to 2,100. It far exceeds his other attributes. Then Lin Moyu finally saw the set bonus. The spiritual 3-piece suit adds an additional 800 points of spiritual power. Spirit sword, spirit robe, and spirit ring add 800 points of spirit power. A total of 1,600 points of spiritual power have been added to Lin Moyu. The spiritual attribute has also reached 2,900. Great value. Lin Moyu thinks 10,000 points are worth spending. Lin Moyu left the trading center under the weird eyes of everyone. Not a single word was said from beginning to end. But when he left, Lin Moyu had a trace of satisfaction and joy on his face. What a weirdo. After spending so much points to buy a set of equipment that only increases spirit, he is still so happy. Maybe he thinks it looks good. Just now I saw his spiritual robe and long sword. It looks really good. What's the use of good looks? What we want is strength. Can good looks bewitch the boss? I don't care how much money I have, 10,000 points, it would be great if it was given to me. My golden weapon is almost worth those points. Lin Moyu went straight to the skill training hall after leaving the exchange. The school has a special skill training hall, and a formation master has arranged the formation here. In the skill training hall, not only can you speed up the practice of skills, it is said that you can also increase the chance of awakening skills. It is said that it is not clear whether it is reliable or not, but there are indeed many people who choose to use skill scrolls in the skill training hall. In line with the idea that it is better to believe what there is than to believe what is not, Lin Moyu is not exempt. The skill training hall is also divided into 3 levels, junior high school and high school. Like dungeons, levels are required in addition to points. Lin Moyu is only level 20 and can only enter the primary skill training hall. 100 points can be used to practice for 1 hour in the primary skill training hall. Now I understand why the students have to cultivate their skills outside even though there are skills training halls that are left unused. The price of 100 points for 1 hour is indeed a bit expensive. This is only the elementary hall. The intermediate hall requires 1,000 points per hour, and the advanced hall requires 10,000 points per hour. He heard from Ningyi that there seemed to be better top-level training halls, but they were not open to the public. Lin Moyu pays points to enter the training hall. The training hall is an independent space. The length and width are about 30 meters, not too big and not too small, enough to practice skills. There are some equipment used in cultivation. Standing in the training hall, Lin Moyu felt a different atmosphere. He summoned a skeleton warrior after upgrading and consumed 500 mental power. After this time in the exchange, he only recovered a little bit. Recovery is very, very slow there. At this time in the training hall, he did not meditate, but the recovery speed of his mental power was comparable to that of the meditative state. By using meditation in the skill training hall, the recovery speed can be accelerated several times again. In this way, there is no need to worry about the lack of mental power when practicing skills. The speed of practice can naturally be greatly improved. If I summon skeleton warriors here, and then use meditation to recover my mental strength, wouldn't I be able to recruit all the skeleton warriors soon? Lin Moyu thought about it in his heart, and it was indeed a good way, but now is not the time to summon skeleton warriors. Lin Moyu took out a primary skill scroll and activated it. The scroll turned into a ball of light that enveloped Lin Moyu, turning him into a ball of light, shining brightly in the training hall. After a while, the light cluster dissipated. Nothing happened. Didn't get any skills. The primary skill scroll failed. As expected, skill awakening is definitely not that easy. Ningyi once said that there was an unlucky guy who awakened all skills below the 2nd rank at level 30. A lot of primary skill scrolls were used. Lin Moyu felt that he should not be so sad. Another one was activated. The light cluster lights up again. Lin Moyu can see that the light cluster is composed of thousands of light points, like stars, very beautiful. At this moment, Lin Moyu thought of the time when he and his sister looked up at the sky full of stars on the roof and made a wish on the shooting star. Grandma brought them snacks and fruits to eat. It was a beautiful time, and Lin Moyu cherished it too. Suddenly, Lin Moyu saw one of the stars light up, then it turned into a ray of light and penetrated into his body. Acquired skill, Skeleton Armor. Skeleton Armor, Level 1, summon bones to form armor, providing 100 points of physical defense, lasting for 5 minutes. This skill can also be used on others. Necromancer is also a class of mages. Although it has nothing to do with him being equipped with mage-type skill bonuses, mages have something in common. Mages have their own shield abilities, and so do necromancers. Here comes the bone armor. The defense converted from 100 points of physique doesn't seem very high. However, under the effect of the overall increase, the defense power is directly increased by 30 times. Equivalent to 3,000 points of physical defense. This is simply a humanoid boss. Facing those level 20 occupations, Lin Moyu can boldly say, "If I don't fight back and let you fight, you won't be able to beat me until you die." Most importantly, this skill can also be used on others. Unlike mages who can only protect themselves. So with him in the team, the security figure is increasing every day. The emergence of this skill also makes up for the shortcomings of his own weak defense. Lin Moyu raised his palm slightly, and then pressed down. As he pressed down with his palm, there was a soft sound in the training hall. Moyu has a dark wind coming out of thin air to surround him. The body was quickly covered with a layer of white armor, composed of bones. It looks a little spooky, but also kind of cool. After putting on the skeleton armor, Lin Moyu moved around a bit. The whole body moves freely, and the armor does not hinder the movement at all. And the armor is as light as nothing. If you don't look at it with your eyes, you won't even know it was there. After trying a bit, Lin Moyu smiled. Another practical and powerful skill. Activate the skill scroll again. The light cluster lasted for a while and gradually dissipated. No new skills were acquired. Lin Moyu was not disappointed. Just got the defense skill, already very satisfied. With more and more skills gained, the failure rate of skill scrolls will increase rapidly. Even to the end, several uses may not be able to succeed once. Continue to activate the skill scroll. Fail. 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 Successive failures. Lin Moyu continued to activate the skill scroll with a calm face. Even if everything fails now, only getting the bone armor skill is good enough. Failed 7 times in a row. The 10th skill scroll. The light cluster enveloped Lin Moyu exactly as before. A few seconds later, a different picture appeared in front of his eyes. The fire is soaring. It's as cold as rain. Howling wind. Thunder and lightning. 4 kinds of pictures are staged alternately in front of the eyes. The 4 pictures represent the 4 elements. Lin Moyu, who was as calm as he was, couldn't help getting excited at this time. With such a picture, there are new skills. And it seems to be a skill related to elements. Acquired skill, Summon Skeleton Mage. Summon Skeleton Mage, Level 1, summon a black iron skeleton mage. Without much explanation. Because the skill is only level 1, only black iron level skeleton mages are summoned. A small black hole appeared around Lin Moyu, and then a skeleton mage walked out. Summoning the skeleton mage consumes 50 points of mental power. Compared with summoning skeleton warriors, it consumes more energy. Remember that when the skeleton warrior is at level 1, only 10 points of mental power are enough. A black iron level skeleton mage, his whole body is in tatters. Compared with the silver level skeleton warriors, it is simply horrible. The bones were full of cracks, and they wobbled when they walked, as if they were about to fall apart at any time. There were no weapons, and a pair of skeletons had flames in their hands. This is a fire-type skeleton mage. He viewed the properties of the skeletal mage. Black iron skeleton mage. Power, 300. Agility, 300. Spirit, 900. Physique, 300. Skill, Burst Flame. Burst Flame causes fire elemental damage to the target, and the attack power depends on the mental power. Because of the talent of comprehensive increase, all attributes have been increased by 30 times. The basic attributes strength, agility, and constitution are all 10 points. Spirit is 30 points. Lin Moyu is very satisfied with this property. The strength, agility, and physique of the skeleton mage are not high. It's a little lower than a level 1 professional. Only the mental power has reached 30 points, and its skill power is also determined by mental power. Lin Moyu understood the purpose of the skeleton mage. They are forts and output. Skeleton warriors are at the front, and they output at the rear. If you think about it, the power of these skills won't be much worse. What he has to do now is to keep practicing skills, raise the skill level, and make the skeleton mage stronger and stronger. The light group lit up again, and then went out after 10 seconds. Lin Moyu uses one after another. Another consecutive failure. Having had previous experience, Lin Moyu felt that this was normal. It's a big deal to go back and buy dozens more. Finally, when the last scroll was activated, Lin Moyu saw a different picture again. As long as there are skills, there will inevitably be a different picture. Just like the trailer before the movie, the preview this time is colorful. Lin Moyu can't understand it. It doesn't matter if you can read or not, as long as you have it. Acquired skill, Elemental Resistance. Elemental Resistance, Level 1, Passive Skill. The resistance of self and summoned objects to elemental attacks is increased by 10%. I didn't expect it to be a passive skill. The damage is reduced by 10%, and after a comprehensive increase, the resistance to elemental attacks will increase by 300%. In other words, any elemental attack's damage to him should be fully reduced by 3 times. Security has increased substantially again. Although the physique of the skeleton warriors is high, the attack of boss elemental skills can still cause a lot of damage to them. Now with elemental resistance, the resistance of skeleton warriors to elemental attacks has been greatly increased, and the security is stronger. Every skill of the necromancer is very practical, and there are no useless skills at all. Looking at the time, half an hour has passed since entering the skill training hall. Time is integral here. Resolutely recruit 4 skeleton warriors. He pushed the number of skeleton warriors to 125. Then scattered the skeleton mage. Lin Moyu's summoned items can be stored in the summoning space, allowing them to exist permanently. You can also dissipate skills at any time, which is equivalent to destroying the skeleton mage. There is no other way. Lin Moyu needs repeated leveling skills, so he can only do so. Recruit 1, lose 1. The spirit is quickly exhausted. Lin Moyu took the time to meditate. In the skill training room, I want to recover my mental power quite quickly. I can clearly feel that my mental strength is recovering rapidly. It can even give people the illusion of being addicted. At the end of an hour, Lin Moyu's mental strength had recovered more than half. Lin Moyu didn't think about it, and paid for the credit package for another 3 hours. When his mental power is completely recovered, he will start leveling skills. Skeleton mages keep appearing and disappearing. When the mental power is exhausted, continue to meditate. It goes on and on like this, without stopping for a moment. Practicing skills can be addictive, and Lin Moyu understands the meaning of this sentence. After repeated practice, the summoned skeleton mage finally rose to level 2. Black Iron Skeleton Mage. Power, 600. Agility, 600. Spirit, 1800. Physique, 600. It is still black iron grade, and it still looks tattered. It can't compare to the skeleton warrior. If it can't be used, it doesn't matter. The time has come again. Lin Moyu has been in the skill training room all afternoon, for hours in a row. Repeated meditation, practice skills. Although very refreshing, but the spirit head is a little sluggish. This situation is like playing a copy all day. Lin Moyu left the skill training room and used the communicator to contact Bai Yuan. The communicator was switched on, and Bai Yuan's majestic voice came, "What's the matter?" "Master Baishan, I'm level 20. Lin Moyu said calmly. Bai Yuan, who was drinking tea, showed a strange look, slightly surprised. "Are you level 20? Lin Moyu said calmly, "Yes." Bai Yuan was silent for a while. "Go to the Academic Affairs office and wait for me." "Good." After hanging up the communication, Lin Yu went to the Academic Affairs office. In the hidden space, Meng Anwen couldn't help laughing and said, "Who is level 20? Bai Yuan waved his hand. "Who else can it be, Lin Moyu?" Meng Anwen was not surprised. "Isn't this normal?" It is indeed normal, but it is a bit abnormal to say that it is not normal. He was only level 17 yesterday evening, and now he has reached level 20 in just one day. The upgrade speed is a bit fast. Meng Anwen also showed a little surprise on his face. "It is really fast. It seems that he is working hard. Bai Yuan laughed suddenly. I understand, this guy is simply brushing the nightmare-level dungeon, otherwise it would be impossible to go so fast. Thinking of Lin Moyu's performance on Mermaid Island, Bai Yuan felt that he had the ability to solo a nightmare-level dungeon. At this time someone came over, something strange happened. Bai Yuan looked at the person and smiled. Old man Ning, you don't care about the dungeon hall. Why come to me when you have time? Ning Tyrant said in a deep voice, a strange thing happened in the dungeon hall. There is a little guy who continuously created new dungeon records. Someone even got into an argument over him today, almost making a move. The man said that you gave the little guy a treasure to make him set a new record. Bai Yuan raised his eyebrows. Is there such a treasure? Why don't I know who made the record? As he said that, Bai Yuan handed Ning Tyrant a cup of tea. Don't worry, just drink the tea and talk slowly. It's just a little guy, nothing big can happen. Seeing Bai Yuan's presence, Meng Anwen knew that this guy should have an answer in his heart. Ning Tyrant took a sip of tea. A student named Lin Moyu came from level 17 yesterday. He first brushed the variation forest and then the spider nest. These are the records he set. Ning Tyrant showed Lin Moyu's record. Variation forest, 24 minutes and 32 seconds. Spider den, 22 minutes and 51 seconds. Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen looked at each other. This result was a bit scary. Even the two of them were shocked. Meng Anwen laughed to himself. Old Bai, could you do it back then? Bai Yuan is very intrigued. What the hell, maybe if it was just on normal difficulty, but on nightmare difficulty, isn't it like going to die? Not to mention this result, I really don't know how this guy did it. Don't talk, I'm leaving. That guy should have arrived at the academic affairs office. After saying that, Bai Yuan disappeared here. Ning Tyrant asked strangely, what is he doing in such a hurry? Meng Anwen smiled, he's going to find this guy named Lin Moyu. Leave him alone, let's drink tea. Ning Tyrant said, it's just right, I have something to ask you too. Meng Anwen was slightly taken aback. What's the matter? Make me a ring. In the academic affairs office, Lin Moyu met Bai Yuan. Master Baishan, what is the mission? Straight to the point, don't like twists and turns. Bai Yuan glanced at Lin Moyu. As expected, he was already level 20. This leveling speed is not generally fast. It's at least much faster than he was back then. Thinking of his hard-working appearance back then, Bai Yuan couldn't help saying in his heart, both siblings are monsters. Lin Mohan reached level 30 in 3 months, and then joined Creation Theology Academy, already at the same speed as flying. This younger brother is even more terrifying. It is estimated that if this continues, it will take less than 2 months to reach level 30. The task is also very simple, go get something there. Bai Yuan sat grinningly, although there was a smile on his face, His Majesty was still serious. Living in a high position for a long time, anyone will cultivate an unusual momentum. Ordinary people would be impressed by his aura when they saw Bai Yuan. But Lin Moyu didn't feel anything, he just followed orders. Bai Yuan didn't put on airs either. You have been to the dungeon hall, you should know that there is a large dungeon named Tyrant Desert in the dungeon hall. Lin Moyu nodded, yes. Bai Yuan said, your task is to go to the Tyrant Desert dungeon and get back the tyrant's heart in the dungeon. It's that simple? The Tyrant Desert is a level 25 large dungeon, which can accommodate up to 40 people to form a team together, and the level requirements are also relaxed. You can go in from level 20 to level 30, there must be a lot of monsters, and the strength is not low. But for him, the more the better. With the corpse burst skill, no matter how many monsters there are, it can only increase his experience. Bai Yuan chuckled, do you think it's very simple? Lin Moyu almost instinctively answered yes. The heart of the tyrant is not so easy to obtain. The reason why the Tyrant's Desert dungeon can be called a large-scale dungeon requires a team of 40 people to enter. Naturally, there are difficulties. Although this dungeon is only level 25, it is more difficult than other level 25 dungeons. Having said that, Bai Yuan didn't continue talking. Lin Moyu understands the truth in it. But Bai Yuan definitely never imagined that he was going to the Tyrant Desert in the first place. Bai Yuan tapped his finger on the table lightly, making a thumping sound. I'll give you 3 days to bring back the tyrant's heart within 3 days, and I'll help you get a cooling talisman. I see. Lin Moyu replied softly. Before entering the dungeon hall, he had a strong demand for cooling amulets. But now in the dungeon hall, he only needs to spend a few points to eliminate the cooling time, so it seems that he doesn't need such a big cooling talisman. Bai Yuan noticed Lin Moyu's eyes, and couldn't help revealing a mysterious smile. Do you think that cooling amulets are useless if you have a dungeon hall? I can tell you that the cooling talisman has a great effect, and it is not comparable to the dungeon hall. Although there are many dungeons in the dungeon hall, none of them are the best dungeons, and there are no top dungeons there. You will definitely come into contact with the best dungeons in the future, and the cooling time will be surprisingly long. For some top dungeons, the cooling time can even reach 1 month. At that time, the cooling talisman will be able to play a role. Lin Moyu asked, but this is just a primary cooling talisman. Bai Yuan laughed loudly. Any high-level cooling talisman is upgraded by the low-level cooling protection. After completing the task, I can not only give you the primary cooling amulet, but also tell you how to upgrade the cooling amulet. It turned out to be like this, which Lin Moyu didn't expect. Okay, I will bring back the heart of the tyrant. Lin Moyu accepted the task. Bai Yuan laughed. The school will hold the opening ceremony in 3 days, and all the students who have been admitted to Xiaojing School in your class will come, so you should come to the opening when the time comes, don't miss it. I see. When Bai Yuan came back, Meng Anwen was still drinking tea, as if admiring the distant scenery. How is it? Are you satisfied? Meng Anwen poured another cup of hot tea for Bai Yuan. There was a smile on the corner of Bai Yuan's mouth. The more I look at it, the more I am satisfied. This little guy has a calm personality and is very suitable for my appetite. I asked him to go to the Tyrant Desert to get the tyrant's heart, and gave him 3 days. Oh? Meng Anwen said, it's not easy to gather so many people. This guy doesn't know how to team up, so he must go solo. Single swiping a large copy. The corner of Meng Anwen's mouth twitched slightly. You did this when you were young. Bai Yuan laughed. A hero doesn't mention his bravery back then. Meng An shook his head. I remember you entered at level 30, and then got out in a mess. Bai Yuan's smile disappeared immediately, and he quickly drank tea to cover up his embarrassment. It's all said that a good man doesn't mention the courage of the past. The gate of the dungeon hall is still very lively. The arrival of Lin Moyu immediately attracted the attention of many people. Now he's a big celebrity. Although his level is not high, he has created new records for 2 consecutive days, and the results are exaggerated. If he is not famous, who is famous? Lin Moyu is here. He's going to refresh the copy again. Is he going to set a new record again? I don't know what dungeon he will brush. Lin Moyu came to the task center in the middle of the dungeon hall. Check out the tasks. He found several quests related to Tyrant's Desert. If you gain something in it, you can exchange for points. Suddenly, he saw that there was a Tyrant's Heart task. Someone wanted to buy the heart of a tyrant and offered 100,000 points. The price is very high, unusually high. A level 25 dungeon, even a large dungeon, is still level 25. Can the items inside be worth 100,000 points? 100,000 points can almost buy platinum level equipment. Coupled with the fact that Bai Yuan wanted the heart of a tyrant, Lin Moyu felt that the heart of a tyrant was even more unusual. Student Moyu, are you going to sweep a copy? He raised his head and saw Shu Han standing beside him with a smile on his face. Lin Moyu happened to have some doubts in his mind. Senior sister, do you know the heart of a tyrant? I know of it. Shu Han responded instinctively without even thinking about it. Then she said in detail, the heart of the tyrant is the material that will be dropped by the final boss in the desert dungeon of the tyrant. Alchemists can use the tyrant's heart as the main material to make boss jewelry, tyrant's necklace. It turned out to be the same special material as Goblin King used to make boss jewelry. Boss jewelry is a special kind of jewelry. There will be some attributes that ordinary jewelry does not have. For example, the ring of the Goblin King, all skills are upgraded by 1 level. The kind regardless of occupation. Lin Moyu doesn't know if it's useful to him, but it doesn't hinder its value. Shu Han continued, although the tyrant's necklace is good, his main material, the tyrant's heart, is too difficult to obtain. The Tyrant Desert Dungeon is a large dungeon. There is no difficulty to choose. The monsters inside are more difficult than the nightmare difficulty of dungeons of the same level. The boss inside is a world-class boss, very difficult to fight. Even if you fight with a full staff of level 40, it is time-consuming and laborious, and the risk is high. The Tyrant's Heart will only drop once a year, and it has been 2 years since the last time the Tyrant's Heart dropped. Lin Moyu feels that even though the difficulty is very high, with so many people, there will always be a team to fight. The tyrant must have been killed many times too. Why doesn't anyone get the Tyrant's Heart? With curiosity in his heart, Lin Moyu asked, why? Shu Han chuckled. Lin Moyu seldom talked, she just wanted to make him talk. This student who is 2 years younger than her seems to be very fun, just like his younger brother. Shu Han raised 2 fingers. There are 2 reasons. One is that the fewer people in the dungeon of the Tyrant Desert, the higher the chance of getting the heart of the tyrant. The number of people is counted from the time of entering the dungeon. It is useless to quit halfway. The second reason is the tyrant's boss. The faster you kill this boss, the higher the probability of dropping the tyrant's heart. Hearing this, Lin Moyu finally understood. In other words, buying the tyrant's heart with 100,000 points in the mission center is simply too cheap. Not to mention Bai Yuan wanted this too. Even if Bai Yuan doesn't want it, after Lin Moyu knows its value, it is impossible to sell it to him. Boss jewelry, do you like it yourself? Thank you. Lin Moyu sincerely thanked Shu Han. Generally, others don't want to say so much. Shu Han giggled, you're welcome. But these 2 days I heard that there is an academy planning to organize people to attack the Tyrant Desert. Does Moyu want to form a team with them? Lin Moyu shook his head, I'll go solo. Well. Shu Han covered his mouth in surprise. She originally thought that Lin Moyu was going to find a team, but Lin Moyu actually said that he would go solo. I've heard of single brushing ordinary copies, but I've never heard of single brushing large copies. This is simply impossible, and it has never happened in history. This is simply impossible. Junior, don't be too hard on yourself. Shu Han said with concern. Lin Moyu chuckled and walked to the copy of Tyrant Desert. The entrance vortex of a large dungeon is much larger than a normal dungeon, very special. Looking up, there are records hanging on the light curtain on the dungeon. The record was set 4 years ago. Flying Dragon Academy, 40 people, 16 hours, 45 minutes and 18 seconds. The Flying Dragon Academy is the same as the Qianlong Academy, and it is also a college in the school. There are 6 such colleges in the academy. Ordinary students of universities, students of independent colleges and departments, students of top colleges and departments. Like unspoken rules, the students were also graded. Before Lingzhen's matter, there was almost a fight between ordinary students and college students. There is also competition within the institution. Shu Han was worried. Student Moyu, do you really want to go in and do solo? Lin Moyu nodded. Just about to go in, suddenly a haughty voice sounded from behind. Stay out of the way. Lin Moyu has sharp eyes and quick hands, and pulls Shu Han over. A knight in full body armor walked over with a vicious look on his face. If Lin Moyu hadn't moved fast, he might have hit Shu Han. Many people followed behind him. The knight is burly and nearly 2 meters tall, giving people a strong sense of oppression. He squinted at Lin Moyu, full of disdain. Then he raised his head proudly. We at Bailey College will sweep the copy of the Tyrant Desert today, and we must set a new record. Dozens of people echoed loudly behind him. The record of the Tyrant Desert Dungeon has been maintained for 4 years, created by Finalizing Academy. No one has set a new record for 4 years, which shows how difficult the Tyrant Desert copy is. Shuhan whispered, in the past few days, there have been rumors that Bailey College is going to brush the Tyrant Dungeon. It is said that they have made sufficient preparations, and for this reason, several main players have been stuck at level 30. Some high-level students in the academy have prepared a full set of gold equipment for them. Lin Moyu can understand their thoughts. To create a new record, not only can you get a lot of points and contribution points, but it is also a kind of glory. The students of the academy will work hard for this honor. At the same time, it can also be a step for them to enter the top academy. On behalf of Bailey College, the knight announced in a high-profile manner that he was going to conquer the Tyrant Desert Dungeon, and to beat the record set by Finalizing College 4 years ago. Then he looked down at Lin Moyu. Student, please step aside. Lin Moyu didn't move, and didn't give in at all. I came first, he said lightly, and didn't give the other side any face. The knight frowned. Student, do you want to brush the dungeon with us? Sorry, we have a mission this time, and we will take you next time. Lin Moyu couldn't laugh or cry. This guy feels too good about himself. Since when did he ask him to take him over? Seeing that Lin Moyu still didn't give in, the knight frowned, feeling a little embarrassed and even more ashamed. I wonder why Lin Moyu is so annoying. But with hundreds of pairs of eyes watching in the dungeon hall, he couldn't do anything to Lin Moyu. If you don't let it, don't let it. He shouted angrily, everything is ready, let's enter the copy. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Moyu said to Shuhan, I'm in the money. Shuhan nodded, point. Lin Moyu disappeared, and the vortex of the Tyrant's Desert Dungeon also lit up. It means there are people inside, and Lin Moyu really went in. The corner of the knight's mouth twitched. This kid is here to make trouble. Is he going in alone, looking for death? Suddenly, the entire dungeon hall became lively. What, he really went in? Even the Tyrant Desert he dared to single-handedly brush, no doubt a real boss. I've never heard of anyone who can brush a large copy alone. If he succeeds, he will make history. It's very difficult, and I don't think it's possible to succeed. I've been to the Tyrant Desert once, it's too dangerous, and if I'm not careful, I'll die. If it's someone else, it's definitely not good, so it's hard for him to say. The mouth corners of the knights led by Bailey Academy twitched. Their Bailey Academy team is fully prepared to set a record. If you don't pay attention like this, you end up paying attention to a little guy who only brushes. He saw that Lin Moyu was still wearing silver equipment. And I am a full set of gold equipment. At this moment, everyone in Bailey Academy felt a little embarrassed. The knight found that his momentum had declined, and knew that he could not wait any longer. Enter the copy. With a loud shout, students from Bailey College rushed over and sent them into the copy. The knight glanced at the light curtain before entering the copy. 16 hours, 45 minutes, and 18 seconds. I will definitely break this record. Tyrant Desert is a large dungeon, and it is already level 25, so the fees will naturally increase. Lin Moyu paid 500 points when he came in. If you want to eliminate the cooling time, you need 2,000 points. If you swipe this dungeon repeatedly, 1 time will be 2,500 points, and 4 times will be 10,000 points. For the first time, Lin Moyu felt that the remaining 120,000 points he had left seemed not to last long. It turns out that the points are so useless. I hope the reward for breaking the record will be better. The hot wind swept across, raising the yellow sand all over the sky, the scorching sun above his head. The scorching sun, and the rising temperature all told him that the environment here was very harsh. There are stretches of sand dunes not far away blocking the view. Lin Moyu found himself in a basin, surrounded by sand dunes. Skeleton warriors appeared in large numbers, and a total of 125 skeleton warriors quickly ran towards the 4 sides of the map. The topographical map also came to mind. Lin Moyu also walked up a sand dune and saw the endless desert. No sense of direction at all. The scorching sun hangs directly above the head. Unable to guide myself. This is a replica, not the real world. The scorching sun on the head will not move, and he cannot indicate the direction at all. North, south, east, and west are indistinguishable. Based on the record of 16 hours, the scale of this dungeon will be unprecedented. Just as he was thinking, a skeleton warrior suddenly sent a warning. Enemy! A dead branch suddenly jumped out of the desert and entangled the skeleton warrior. However, the strength attribute of the skeleton warrior is as high as 12,000, and he directly cuts off the dead branches with a knife. Then a big tree burst out of the desert. The big tree is 10 meters high, with countless dead branches, and as soon as it comes out, it frantically beats the skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior kept swinging the big knife in his hand, and the dead branches flew around. In a blink of an eye, there was only one tree trunk left in the big tree. It was dying. Lin Moyu arrived, and before the tree died, the detection technique flew out in time. Desert Ghost Tree, Super Enhanced Elite Monster. Level, 25. Power, 5,000. Agility, 1,000. Spirit, 2,000. Physique, 6,000. Skill, Death Coil. Looking at this attribute, it is very close to the skeleton warrior before the upgrade, even stronger than the boss-level python in the mermaid dungeon. As expected of a large copy. It's just an ordinary mob, and its attributes are comparable to those of the level 24 leader of the mermaid dungeon. If the skeleton warriors hadn't been upgraded, it would take a little bit of trouble to deal with them. If it was a bronze-level skeleton warrior before, the full attribute of 6,200. Dealing with it is naturally no problem, but it will take a little effort. Just like fighting a boss, you always have to cut more. How could it be as easy as it is now? After seeing the opponent's attributes clearly, Lin Moyu had an idea about the monsters in this dungeon. Killed a level 25 desert ghost tree, experience plus 300,000. Obtained ghost tree branches x5. Not only attributes are at the boss level, but even experience is. Killing one alone can get 300,000 experience, which is quite high. At this time, the skeleton warriors encountered enemies continuously, and they were all desert-thinking trees. This desert area seems to be the territory of the desert ghost tree. There are not many, and they are everywhere. Usually hidden under the desert, when someone passes by, it will attack immediately. Skill, Bone Armor. Lin Moyu pressed down his palm to put on the bone armor for himself. A set of armor composed of bones appeared on his body, and the whites of his eyes shone in the sun. Let the skeleton warriors continue to explore in all directions. The controllable range of the black iron skeleton warrior was only 500 meters. It reached 1,000 meters at the bronze level. Now at silver level, the range has reached 2,000 meters. Lin Moyu followed the route passed by the skeleton warrior. More and more areas were detected. The map in Lin Moyu's mind has also become more perfect. An hour has passed, and Lin Moyu's detection range is getting bigger and bigger. There is yellow sand everywhere and nothing else. Except for the yellow sand and the desert ghost tree, I didn't encounter any other monsters. After probing for 2 hours, something different finally appeared in my mind. Water was found. Lin Moyu hurried over. Standing on the dunes, he saw an oasis. The oasis waterway spreads out towards the distance, winding for a long time. Without further ado, he put away the skeleton warriors from other directions. A large number of skeleton warriors appeared in front of him instantly. Then rushed to the oasis. There must be dangers in the presence of oases in the desert. Skeleton warriors led the way. The skeleton warrior just rushed to the edge of the oasis. There was a bang. The oasis rolled up large swathes of water. Then a large number of scorpion-like objects rushed out of the oasis. Lin Moyu didn't panic at all, he was still on the sand dune and didn't go down at all. Probing blows like a breeze. Oasis Giant Scorpion. Level, 25. Power, 4,000. Agility, 3,000. Spirit, 2,000. Physique, 6000. Skill, Poison Needle. Each giant scorpion is 2 meters high, counting the tail, the length is more than 5 meters. There is a giant poisonous needle on the tail, which looks very hideous and terrifying. There is not only one poisonous needle, but a petal shape, exuding a faint blue light in the sun. Hundreds of giant oasis scorpions rushed towards the skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior is not afraid at all, because the knife has been raised. If it's another team, when they approach the oasis, they must be careful at every step. Attract the monsters little by little, surround and kill them. It's not as simple and rude as Lin Moyu. 10 skeleton warriors waved their swords at the same time, showing off their skills. Skill, Crazy Strike. With 3 times the attack power of its own strength attribute, it hits a violent blow. The broadsword glowed red, blocking out the sun. A giant oasis scorpion screamed and was instantly killed. Kill the 25th level oasis giant scorpion, experience, plus 300,000. Get a sharp tail needle x3. 2 seconds later, other giant oasis scorpions had already moved closer. Palm raised. Skill, Corpse Explosion. There was a loud bang. The sky was full of yellow sand. The giant oasis scorpion was wrapped in yellow sand and blown away. The corpse rolled in the air. Skill after skill. There was one explosion after another. A large pit appeared. The yellow sand was like rain, and those oasis giant scorpions that were killed by the bombing were buried one after another, equaling a lot of experience in the bag. Lin puts the material into the storage space. The experience takes off again. The experience of each monster is equivalent to thousands of little spiders in the spider nest. Just a wave of monsters, experience increased by 8%. Cool. Lin Moyu gave a soft drink in his heart. I didn't expect that after level 20, experience could increase so quickly. If you can keep bombing monsters like this, wouldn't upgrading be as easy as drinking water and eating? Others are cautious and can only kill monsters after exhausting themselves. In front of Lin Moyu, it is as simple and easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Experience really came like rain. Not only experience, but also a lot of materials. In a blink of an eye, the monsters on the edge of the oasis have been cleaned up. Lin Moyu followed the skeleton warrior and moved along the waterway. The waterway winds and flows into the distance, and Lin Moyu doesn't know if this direction is correct. But at present, this is the only way to go. Other places are full of yellow sand, and it is impossible to tell the direction at all. There are a large number of oasis giant scorpions living on both sides of the waterway. Their bodies are buried under the yellow sand, and often only their tails are exposed. From a distance, it looks like a sharp thorn. As the skeleton warriors continued to advance, these spikes were removed one after another, leaving only corpses. While advancing, a large number of skeleton warriors are also distributed on both sides. They headed in the same direction as Lin Moyu, and at the same time cleaned up the bugs hidden in the desert. The number is not particularly large, but it is all experience. The map of Tyrant Desert is too big. After advancing along the waterway for more than an hour, other scenery finally appeared in sight. A not-so-high mountain appeared at the end of the waterway. Lin Moyu also knows why other teams are advancing so slowly. The first is to find the path, and the second is these oasis giant scorpions along the way. Each one is no worse than the boss-level monsters in other dungeons. For a normal team, even a full formation of 40 people, it will take a lot of time to clear the path. The waterway flows to the end and disappears into the ground. Some sparse occupations appeared in front of my eyes, all of which were cacti. A large number of ants are crawling next to the cactus. Not ordinary ants, each ant is more than 1 meter in size, showing fangs. There are barbs on each foot, like a sharp knife with a handle. Desert larva, enhanced elite monster. Level, 25. Power, 2500. Etc. Weaker than the desert giant scorpion, it is a strengthened elite monster. similar to the monsters in the nightmare difficulty of the same level of dungeons. Just this amount. And it's still larvae. Ants are a very large colony. They have a strict hierarchy and a clear division of labor. The young ants are just the weakest of them, if even the young ants are enhanced elite monsters. The worker ants and soldier ants above it. Lin Moyu has cheered up, and has a premonition that a lot of experience points are approaching him. Probing has caught their attention. Several young ants raised their heads to look at Lin Moyu. In the next second, he rushed over with a scream. The speed is very fast, and it feels beyond the speed that the 2000 agility attribute it should have. It's fast, but the skeleton warrior is even faster. A few skeleton warriors blocked them, raising their knives and falling. Bang. Instant kill directly, without any suspense. The attribute gap is too large. With an attribute of 12,000, the skeleton warrior has a completely crushing combat power. The skeleton warrior rushed out and killed the nearby young ants without falling. Kill level 25 desert larvae, experience, plus 50,000. Get ant fangs x3. Kill level 25 desert larvae, experience, plus 50,000. Get ant fangs x3. Experience points are steadily increasing. It has been more than 4 hours since entering the copy. Experience has also risen to 15%. Later, no strange groups appeared again, they were all scattered, and the efficiency naturally dropped a lot. What is this? Lin Moyu walked over and saw a strange-looking cactus. There are small fruits hanging on the cactus. The dark blue fruit, which looks like grapes, is mouth-watering. Nothing deceives the detection technique. Desert fruit. It can quickly restore a lot of mental power. It needs to be taken within 5 minutes after picking, and it cannot be stored. At this time, there was a creaking sound in my ear. A large number of young ants came out from the ground and quickly surrounded him. The number exceeds 100. These young ants screamed angrily at Lin Moyu, as if to warn Lin Moyu to stay away from the desert fruit. What answered them was the broadsword of the skeleton warrior. Lin Moyu looked ahead, a mountain blocked the way. Steep cliffs, difficult terrain to climb. At the foot of the mountain are several cave entrances. There also appeared to be ants at the entrance. Ant mound. Lin Moyu realized that this was an ant cave. If you want to cross the mountain, you must enter the ant cave. But there are 5 cave entrances in front of me, and I don't know which one is the correct passage. With a thought, the 50 skeleton warriors were divided into 5 groups and ran to different caves. Lin Moyu himself picked a desert fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. The desert fruit is not as sour as imagined, but has a hint of sweetness. The taste is very good. The taste and appearance are similar to grapes. Originally, more than half of his mental power had been consumed. After taking the desert fruit, the mental power began to recover rapidly. The speed is very fast. In less than a minute, the mental power is almost completely recovered. Lin Moyu couldn't help showing a look of shock. You must know that his total spiritual power is 2,900. With the blessing of the spirit suit, the spirit power is at least twice that of a mage of the same level. The effect of the desert fruit is too good. The recovery speed is 10 times faster than when he meditated in the skill training hall. Looking at the special cacti in patches, there are a lot of desert fruits hanging on them. Making a prompt decision. Skeleton mages were summoned one by one. The mental power that was about to be full was consumed a lot again. After exhausting his mental power, Lin Moyu dispersed all the summoned skeleton mages. At this time, the medicinal effect of the desert fruit has not disappeared, and the mental power is still recovering rapidly. After recovering part of his mental power, Lin Moyu began to summon the skeleton mage again. After all the effects of the medicine disappeared, he took another desert fruit and continued to wait for his mental power to recover. Skeleton mages keep appearing and disappearing quickly. This seems to be the best place for Lin Moyu to practice his skills. For this alone, Lin Moyu felt that the trip was worth it. You don't need to worry about the consumption of mental power. The speed of skill cultivation is very fast. While he was practicing his skills, the skeleton warriors had rushed into the ant cave. The distance is 2,000 meters, which is a straight-line distance and will not change due to the complex terrain. There are more ants in the ant cave. Kill level 25 desert larvae, experience, plus 100,000, get ant fangs x3. Kill level 26 desert worker ants, experience, plus 330,000. Get ant fangs x6. Shortly after going deep into the cave, the skeleton warrior encountered the desert worker ants. From experience, the desert worker ants are obviously super enhanced elite monsters, and the level has reached level 26, with higher experience. Don't bother with the skeleton warriors anymore, let them fight freely and explore the map. He started to practice his skills with all his strength. After summoning the skeleton mage hundreds of times in a row, the skill has finally been upgraded to level 3. But this is just the beginning. Lin Moyu never tires of it. How can such a good place be missed? This is simply a sacred place for skill training. As time passed, Lin Moyu's skills didn't stop for a moment, calling and scrupulously. After eating the desert fruits one by one, his mental power is always in a state of rapid recovery. 10 minutes later, the skill was raised by 1 level again. I don't know how much faster the speed is than in the skill training hall. In the ant cave, the skeleton warriors continue to explore and advance, and the map is gradually improved. Experience has also been on the rise, reaching 17% at this time. 3 hours later, Lin Moyu stopped slowly. The desert fruit was basically eaten up, and the skill of summoning the skeleton mage was also upgraded to level 20 by him. There is no way to rise higher than his own level. Lin Moyu checked the attributes of the skeleton mage, and his eyes shone with satisfaction. Silver rank skeleton mage. Power, agility and physique are 6,000. Spirit, 24,000. Skill, Ice Storm. Ice Storm forms an ice storm within a certain range, causing ice elemental damage to the target, and the attack power depends on the mental power. Standing in front of him was Master Lu of the ice department. There was a cold glow on the 2 palms. Ice cubes kept appearing and dissipating. From time to time, the sound of ice cubes cracking can be heard. After a 30-fold increase, the mental power will reach 24,000. Lin Moyu can imagine how terrifying the attack power of the skeleton mage would be. And its skill, Ice Storm, is a group attack skill. Lin Moyu pointed in a direction and gave the order to use skills. The skeleton mage clapped his hands together and shot a beam of light. Under Lin Moyu's gaze, the cold light exploded. In an instant, it was freezing and raining. Large pieces of ice flew down like raindrops. The originally scorching desert was suddenly frozen into ice. The icy rainstorm lasted for a full 10 seconds before it was considered over. Covers an area within 10 meters. Group attack skills, and they're very powerful. 24,000 points of spiritual power are not false. As a skill that can only be mastered at level 20, the skeleton mage is a bit stronger than the skeleton warrior, so it should be normal. There are 2 kinds of skeletons, each with its own use. However, the skeleton mage also has its disadvantages, that is, it takes too much energy. Summoning a skeleton warrior only requires 500 points of mental power, and summoning a skeleton mage requires a full 1,500 points of spiritual power, 3 times that of a skeleton warrior. If he hadn't been wearing the 3-piece spiritual suit, he wouldn't be able to summon a level 20 skeleton mage just by relying on his own 1,300 points of spiritual power. But thinking about it, whoever can cultivate the new skills they just mastered to level 20 at level 20. Basically no such thing exists. Looking at the desert fruits that are not many. Most of the consumption is in the second half of the summoning skeleton mage skill. Especially after level 15, consumption is extremely fast. Summoning only a few times will consume a desert fruit. It would be great if I could bring it out of the copy. It's a pity that the desert fruit cannot be saved. It needs to be taken within 5 minutes after picking, otherwise it will lose its effect. Otherwise, Lin Moyu would really like to come a few more times and bring out a large number of desert fruits. The rest can't be wasted, it just fills up the skeleton mage's position. Now there are 125 skeleton warriors, and there are still 350 vacancies in the summoning space of a skeleton mage. While there are still some desert fruits, Lin Moyu intends to fill these positions. Eat a desert fruit, then summon 5 skeleton warriors. Let the number of skeleton warriors reach 130, then he began to summon the skeleton mage with all his strength. The attributes of the summoned skeleton mage are random and not controlled by Lin Moyu. All of a sudden, there was a gust of gloomy wind, and various elements vibrated one after another. Fire system, wind system, electrical system. One by one skeleton mages were summoned and appeared beside Lin Moyu. There are all series. No matter which department the skeleton mage has the same attributes, the difference lies in the different skills. Fire skeleton mage, skill, burst flame. Burst flame causes fire elemental damage to the target, and the attack power depends on the mental power. Ice skeleton mage, skill, ice storm. Ice storm forms an ice storm within the range, causing ice elemental damage to the target, and the attack power depends on the mental power. Wind skeleton mage, skill, tornado storm. Tornado storm. A tornado storm is formed within the range, causing wind element damage to the target, and the attack power depends on the mental power. Electric skeleton mage, skill, 5 thunders. 5 thunders causes lightning damage to the target, and the attack power depends on the mental power. Among them, the fire type and electric type skeleton mage skills are single target attacks. Alternatively, the skills of the ice and wind skeleton mages are group attacks. The silver-white body is slightly shorter than the skeleton warrior, but the soul fire in the head is more vigorous. The elements in both palms are rolling and flowing, showing great power. Lin Moyu felt that his skeleton mage was enough to instantly kill other mages of the same level. When the desert fruit was completely exhausted, the summoning space that had been vacant for a long time was finally filled. 130 skeleton warriors, 70 skeleton mages. A total of 200 skeletons formed a skeleton army. Lin Moyu feels that dungeons of the same level can be pushed horizontally. What kind of nightmare difficulty? That is not a problem. Even the difficulty of hell is not a problem at all. Just like the desert of tyrants where he is now, a large dungeon that requires 40 people to attack can also be pushed horizontally by himself. The skeleton army is much stronger than 40 professionals. When he comes back next time, it's time to practice other skills. There is more than one skill to practice, as well as bone armor and slow curse. As long as the mental strength is sufficient, these 2 skills are not difficult. The most difficult thing is the corpse burst. After all, there are not so many corpses. After the monster in the dungeon is killed, the corpse will disappear after a while. And he can't use it too much, he still needs to reserve some mental power for emergencies. It took almost 4 hours before and after practicing the skills. It has been more than 8 hours since Lin Moyu entered the instance. At this time, the terrain in the ant cave has been initially explored and understood. The skeleton warriors advanced 2,000 meters and got a clear understanding of the situation within those 2,000 meters. Lin Moyu discovered that no matter which entrance you enter from, they are actually interconnected internally. This is a lot like a spider's nest. Ant caves are much larger than spider nests, only a fraction of the depth of 2,000 meters. As Lin Moyu enters the cave, the distance closes, and the fighters spring into action again. They shuttled quickly in the cave, exploring the terrain for Lin Moyu. There are thousands of twists and turns in the ant cave, which is complicated and circuitous. Like a gigantic labyrinth, the edge can never be found. Lin Moyu can only choose one direction to move forward. Kill level 26 desert soldier ants, experience, plus 36,000. Get ant fangs x5. Suddenly got an unusual message. Soldiers' ants appeared somewhere in the cave. According to the division of labor in the ant colony, worker ants are workers, and soldier ants are fighters. The soldier ants are responsible for guarding the queen. If the soldier ants are found, It means that the queen will not be too far away. Lin Moyu immediately rushed towards the direction of the soldier ants. The other skeletons also turned sideways. Ant caves have been gradually discovered, and there are more and more soldier ants. Lin Moyu stepped into an extremely wide cave. A large number of soldier ants are waking up inside, and they were not awakened until Lin Moyu came in. Hundreds of soldier ants woke up at the same time, shaking their bodies and making a hissing sound, and rushed towards Lin Moyu. Soldier ant barracks. Lin Moyu thought of the word. Ants build nests, soldiers' ants gather in groups, and there will be military camps that belong exclusively to them. Needless to say, here it is. And there must be more than one barracks lair. The skeleton warrior was the first to meet him, and the skeleton mage followed suit. This is the first battle of the skeleton mage. Ability, Explosion Flame. Ability, Ice Storm. Skill, Tornado Storm. Skills, 5 Thunderbolts. 70 skeleton mages acted at the same time. For a time, the elements rioted and spells flew around. The roaring sound continued in the cave, and it was colorful. Lin Moyu was dazzled. When the skeleton warrior rushed to the soldier ants, a large number of soldier ants had already been killed or injured. The 24,000-point mental power brings extremely strong lethality to the skeleton mage. Far beyond the same level of professionals. Even a level 30 professional can't deal as much damage as a single skeleton mage. In less than a dozen seconds, hundreds of soldier ants were slaughtered in front of them. Although it is not as fast as the corpse bursting, it saves effort. Lin Moyu doesn't even have to move, just stand there and watch the fireworks show. Indeed, it is also very beautiful, which is incomparable to the explosion of corpses. The soldier ant barracks appeared, and Lin Moyu felt that he should have found the right direction. The team continued to advance, and found several soldier ant barracks in succession. The size of the barracks is better than the other caves. Experience points are soaring at an alarming rate. At this point it has reached 32%. The team pushed all the way without hindrance, and finally entered the depths of the ant cave. There was a buzzing sound in my ears. The skeleton warrior passed a corner and suddenly encountered a group of flying ants. Desert Flying Ant, Super Enhanced Elite Monster. Level, 27. Power, 6,000. Agility, 3,000. Spirit, 3,000. Physique, 7,000. The skeleton warrior reacted extremely quickly and immediately fought the flying ants. There is no doubt that the advantages of powerful attributes are on display. A power up to 12,000 can cause great damage to the flying ants, almost fatal. However, it is difficult for flying ants to cause much damage to the skeleton warriors. The physique is too strong, and the flying ants cannot break through the defense. After a few efforts, the group of flying ants were killed. Kill level 27 Desert Flying Ants, experience plus 360,000, get Flying Ant Wings x2. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up, and Flying Ant Wings was one of the tasks in the Tyrant's Desert. Each Flying Ant Wing is worth 5,000 gold coins. Flying ants have appeared. Lin Moyu is now completely sure that he has found the right path. Flying ants can be regarded as the queen's personal guard, and they will never stay away from the queen. And in an ant colony, the number of flying ants will not be particularly large. At least not as many as soldier ants and worker ants. The team continued to advance, encountering more flying ants along the way. It's just that flying ants don't have barracks like soldier ants, they are more of a group of 3. The skeleton warriors advanced all the way, killing groups of flying ants. Before he knew it, Lin Moyu had been walking in the ant cave for nearly 2 hours, and finally reached the end. A huge ant appeared in the eyes. This ant is 10 meters high, and its whole body is a bit bloated, looking bulky. There are 3 pairs of huge wings growing on its back, vibrating several times a second, making uncomfortable noises. In front of it, there are 4 ants. These 4 ants are equally tall, more than 6 meters high, have wings, and can fly. The ant's legs are like giant sickles, which look very scary. This is the final boss of the instance? Lin Moyu didn't feel like it, and with some doubts, he threw the detection technique. The skeleton warrior also rushed out. Desert Ant Queen, leader level monster. Level, 28. Power, 9,000. Agility, 3,000. Spirit, 8,000. Physique, 8,000. Skills, Summon Ant Colony, Sonic Attack, Storm Blow, Curl Up. Under the detection technique, the information of the Desert Queen can be seen at a glance, not a dungeon boss. The boss of Tyrant Desert Dungeon should be a tyrant. And it should belong to the level of a world-class boss. The Ant Queen in front of me is just a leader-level monster. The attributes are not too high. The detection technique fell on the other 4 giant ants at the same time. Ant Queen's Guard, Super Enhanced Elite Monster. Level, 27. Power, 5,000. Agility, 4,000. Spirit, 3,000. Physique, 7,000. Skill, Carapace Hardening. For Ant Queen's Guard. Average Strength, Average Agility, and Average Spirit. Only the physique is extremely high. Coupled with skills, it is obviously a meat shield-like existence. With their presence, the security of the queen can be greatly increased. The queen ant is the most important one in the entire ant colony, and there is no room for loss. Other teams will have a headache when they see 4 personal guards and try to kill them one by one. However, their existence made Lin Moyu see death. When using the detection technique, the skeleton warrior had already rushed up. The ant queen's personal guards have also rushed up. The queen ant's wings vibrated, and she suddenly let out a sharp cry. Skill, Sonic Attack. Horrible sounds vibrated back and forth in the ant hole. The bone armor on Lin Moyu's body erupted with silver-white light, resisting the attack. All skeleton warriors and skeleton mages are attacked at the same time. It is an indiscriminate group attack, and the scope is extremely large. Fortunately, the power was not particularly strong, and Lin Moyu's bone armor successfully blocked it. As for the skeleton warriors, they blocked them without any pressure. With a constitution of 12,000, they can resist most attacks. Tap to kill one. With Lin Moyu's order, the skeleton warriors simultaneously displayed their skills. The red light on the broadsword is strong. Skill, Crazy Strike. The skeleton mage behind him also used his skills immediately. They followed Lin Moyu's order and aimed at the same queen ant guard. Fire, Ice, Tornado, Thunder. It blooms beautifully like fireworks. After a dazzling light, the guard was instantly killed. Kill the 27th level Ant Queen's personal guard, experience, plus 390,000. Get Flying Ant Wings x10. Lin Moyu immediately raised his hand. Skill, Corpse Burst. Boom. After a loud noise, the 3 queen ant guards were blown away. Hey! They didn't die. Lin Moyu was slightly taken aback. The 3 ant queen guards survived a burst of corpses. That's 450% damage of the corpse's vitality. It is impossible for a monster of the same kind to withstand it. After a closer look, it was found that the bodies of the 3 ant queen guards were shining with metallic luster, as if they were covered with a layer of armor. Skill, Carapace Hardening. Lin Moyu understood that the 3 guards used their skills to block the damage from the corpse burst. The effect of this skill should be the same as the knight's ultimate defense, greatly increasing the defense. The effect is good, but I don't know how much damage it can support. The skeleton warriors had already rushed up, their speed was as fast as lightning, and they had already surrounded them when they landed. The skills of the skeleton mage also came out, attacking in all directions. The 3 bodyguards of the queen ant were shining with skills, their bodies were extremely hard, and their legs were like sickles on the skeleton warrior. At this moment, it is very difficult for the skeleton warriors to hurt them. They also cannot cause too much damage to skeleton warriors. The difference in attributes is too great. With only 5,000 points of strength, It is really not enough to face the skeleton warriors' 12,000 points of physique. They may not be able to fight heads up, not to mention that there are 130 skeleton warriors, and there are 70 skeleton mages behind them. Totally out of proportion. Massive attacks fell on them, and the luster on their bodies quickly became dim. Suddenly the queen ant flapped her wings again. Huge wings whipped out a gust of wind. The strong wind swept in like a storm. Ability, Storm Blow. The storm roared and swept in. A large number of skeleton warriors were blown away, while being torn apart by the strong wind in the air. The skeleton warriors were injured one after another. Although the damage was not large, it was enough to show the power of the queen ant's skills. Lin Moyu knew that he had the passive skill Elemental Resistance. After being amplified, elemental damage can be reduced by 3 times. Even so, the skeleton warrior was injured. Without this skill, it is estimated that the injury will be even worse. If you switch to another professional, you might even be instantly killed. Lin Moyu's complexion changed, and he quickly took 2 steps back, standing behind the skeleton mage. Skill, Bone Armor. Get yourself a new set of armor. The strong wind blew on the skeleton mage, whose physique was not as good as that of the skeleton warrior, and he was also blown up and down. Fortunately, the distance is long, and the skills are not so powerful. The skeleton armor kept flashing, blocking the attack. Lin Moyu knows that the biggest weakness of the team is still himself. Even with the skeleton armor, his defense is still the weakest. If you are severely injured, the damage will be passed on to the skeleton, and the skeleton will also be severely injured. This kind of damage is calculated according to one's own defense, ignoring the physical defense of the skeleton. So do what you can to avoid injury. The storm lasted for a full 20 seconds before it stopped. The skeleton warriors fell to the ground one after another, quickly got up and continued to rush over. They don't feel pain, don't understand fear, and only follow Lin Moyu's orders to fight. The most perfect soldiers. The same is true for the skeleton mage, and various skills have already emerged. All of a sudden, fire, thunder, ice and wind came out again. The skill time of the Ant Queen's personal guard has come to an end, and the defense completely collapsed during the attack. With a scream, the Ant Queen's personal guard died again. The skill light on the other 2 has also disappeared. Lin Moyu did not hesitate to do it directly. Skill, Corpse Burst. Boom boom boom. The corpse exploded 3 times in a row. For the first explosion, the other 2 Queen Ant guards were killed and the Queen was injured at the same time. The second and third times, the Queen Ant failed to escape. The Queen Ant screamed, her wings were blown off, and her body was even more bloody. These 3 blows exploded the body, blowing it half dead. Suddenly, the body of the Queen Ant began to shrink, and then curled up. Skill, Curl Up. At the same time, a crystal-clear film appeared on its body. The membrane has a very strong defensive power, and the big knife of the skeleton warrior cannot cut through it. 0. Asking for flowers. Even the attack of the skeleton mage couldn't break through it for a while. It's another skill similar to extreme defense. See how long you can last. All such skills have a time limit, and the stronger the attack, the shorter the duration. Skeleton warriors kept attacking, and so did skeleton mages. All kinds of attacks kept falling on the Queen Ant. After the Queen Ants curled up, her screams never stopped. Screams resounded throughout the ant cave. After a while, dense crawling sounds rang in my ears. Lin Moyu turned his head and saw a large number of ants rushing from various caves. They are crazy and fast. It is the Queen's skill, Summon Ant Colony. The Queen used her skills to call all the ants in the ant cave. Seeing this scene, Lin Moyu didn't panic in the slightest, instead showing a weird smile. There is such a good thing. Lin Moyu seldom smiles, and when he smiles, there must be good things. A dozen skeleton warriors who were attacking the Queen suddenly disappeared, and appeared in front of Lin Moyu in the next second. They quickly met the rushing ants. The skeleton mage also turned his gun and aimed at the ant colony. A round of concentrated fire instantly killed a flying ant. Then there is the continuous roar of the exploding connection. The corpse exploded one after another. Every hit can bring a huge amount of skills. No matter how many ants there are, don't even think about rushing over. Experience is really a rocket, straight to the top office. Listening to the call of the queen ant, it seems that the ants in the entire ant hole have rushed over. Lin Moyu doesn't know how many there are, but there are many, many. Just look at his experience. When I entered the ant hole, the experience was 38%, but now it has reached 65%, and it will continue to rise. If there are so many monsters bombarding him all the time, his upgrade speed will definitely surpass everyone. Finally, the queen's skills ended. No more ants coming. Lin Moyu secretly cried out, "What a pity." The experience reached 78% at this time, 40% more than when entering the ant hole. The skill stopped, and the queen stretched her body again, and the injuries she suffered just now had healed and regrown. I didn't expect there to be a therapeutic effect. With a wave of his hand, he once again besieged the ant with all his strength. The queen ant flapped her wings, and the wings cut on the skeleton warrior like a big knife. The skeleton warrior was swept away, but it was a pity that the damage was not serious, and the skeleton warrior ran back after bouncing around. In an instant, the queen was seriously injured again. The queen ant's skills seem to have entered a cooldown and are not used anymore. The injuries on her body became more and more serious, and the queen ant kept screaming in pain. 130 skeleton warriors, 70 skeleton mages, a fully saturated attack. After persisting for just 10 seconds, the queen ant crashed to the ground. Kill the desert queen, experience, plus 800,000. Acquire silver level weapon, ant queen spear. Acquire silver jewelry, queen ant ring. Obtain desert queen eggs. Obtain low-level monster crystal nucleus. Queen ant spear, silver level weapon, strength, plus 80, constitution, plus 80, gun type skills increase by 13%, available after level 20. Queen ant ring, silver jewelry, spirit, plus 50, constitution, plus 50, mental recovery speed increased by 10%, available at level 20. Desert queen ant eggs. Desert queen ant eggs can be handed over to the beast master to hatch, and the queen ant can be obtained. 3. Desert queen eggs. Lin Moyu looked at the egg-like, transparent object in his palm. Give this thing to a beast master, and it can hatch the desert queen. With queen ants, thousands of ant colonies can be cultivated. As long as the beast master controls the queen, he controls the ant colony. Although the level of the desert queen is not high, the level of the beast can be improved. Lin Moyu thinks this thing should be worth good money. You can ask when you get back. As for the 2 silver weapons, for Lin Moyu, they are dispensable. That is, you can exchange for some money. 1 minute after the queen was killed, the corpse disappeared. A passage was revealed. The skeleton warrior ran into the passage first. After entering the ant hole, in fact, it has been advancing underground. And the channel is upward. There are no monsters in the passage, all the way up until the sun is seen again. The coolness of the ground disappeared, and the scorching heat enveloped the earth again. It is still yellow sand in the sky, and you can't see the end at a glance. It's hotter here, like it's grilling. Behind the exit is a steep mountain forest. A mountain divides the copy. To get here, you have to go through the ant cave. At this time, 11 hours have passed since entering the instance. This dungeon is too big, and too much time is wasted looking for the path. Skeleton warriors, move forward quickly, hurry up. The longer the delay, the lower the probability of getting the tyrant's heart. Suddenly, a ray of light shot down and landed on Lin Moyu. The bone armor emits a dazzling white light to block the attack. The attack is very strong, and the skeleton armor is rapidly disintegrating. Lin Moyu was startled and quickly backed away. The light then hit the desert, blasting off the sand. Then there was another light. The skeleton warriors quickly formed a shield wall to protect Lin Moyu. The attacker was seen in the direction of the light. It was a monster that Lin Moyu had never seen before. The monster floated in the air about 10 meters above the ground. The shape is a huge ball, about 2 meters in diameter. There is one eye on the ball. The eyes occupy 80% of the monster's body. At this time it was still 100 meters away. It launched an attack from a super long distance, and with so many skeletons placed, it pointed directly at Moyu. There's something interesting about this monster. The master was attacked, and the skeleton warrior rushed over immediately. After the monster attacked twice and found it was ineffective, it turned around and fled. The skeleton mage has launched an attack. There was no chance for it to escape at all, and the attacks from the skill mage were overwhelming. It is also accompanied by Lin Moyu's detection technique. Evil Eye Monster, Super Enhanced Elite Monster. Level, 28. Power, 500. Etc. It turned out to be a mage monster. Seeing such a high spiritual attribute, Lin Moyu knew that this monster belonged to the mage system. Mage-type strange monsters are quite common, but this is the first time I have seen such a pure one. The power attribute is inferior to ordinary monsters of the same level. It seems to give all the attributes to the spirit. The power of the destructive rays is indeed not small. It almost shattered the skeleton armor in just one blow. The key is that the attack distance is very far, and it can launch an attack if it exceeds 100 meters, and it can also fly. It found that the attack was lacking, and even ran away. Thinking about it this way, it's really hard to deal with. It's a pity that Lin Moyu has too many skeleton mages, and the attack power is terrifyingly strong. With a round of spells, the blindfolded monster was instantly killed. Kill level 28 Magic Eye Monster, experience plus 420,000. Obtain primary Magic Eye Crystal. Elementary Magic Eye Crystal, magic props, alchemists can use it to make props, and array mages can also use it to create arrays. Lin Moyu took a look and put away the Magic Eye Crystal. This thing seems to be useful, but the level is too low. Anything with a primary level, the basic function is to use it below level 40. Once it exceeds level 40, it is an intermediate category. If it exceeds level 70, it belongs to the advanced category. Generally speaking, except for some special items, those with the word primary will not be too high in value. With this experience, Lin Moyu began to pay attention to the sky. When the skeleton warrior is advancing, he will also pay attention to the sky. Soon, a huge building appeared in sight. It looks like a castle. Outside the city protection, there are huts arranged in an array. In a military camp, countless orcs can be seen operating in the military camp from a distance. There is even a playground in the barracks, and there are also military formations in which to practice. Lin Moyu began to understand the meaning of a tyrant. It means king. The monster in the barracks has a lion's head and hair all over his body. Wearing armor, each one is more than 3 meters tall. The actions are orderly and majestic. Unlike scattered monsters, they are easy to defeat one by one. Here, if you are not careful, you need to face more than 10 monsters at the same time. These are not ordinary monsters, all of them are super enhanced elite monsters. It is stronger than the monsters in the dungeons of the same level of nightmare difficulty. Even with a team of 40, it will be difficult to fight. It requires good cooperation, top-notch equipment, and comprehensive skills, all of which are indispensable. Unless, like Lin Moyu, he crushed it with absolute strength. Skeleton warriors have already launched a charge. The skeleton mage followed closely behind. There were monsters floating on the barracks, and the skeleton warrior was discovered immediately. A warning was issued immediately. The gate of the barracks opened, and an army of more than 100 warriors rushed out. This is Lin Moyu's style of play. At the same time, he was also thinking about what he would do if he switched to another profession. There should be a long-range profession to pull the beholder over there, and then destroy the beholder first. Then clean it up little by little, and gradually eat away the monsters in the barracks. Otherwise, like him, facing the orc army directly, they will die. Lin Moyu followed the skeleton mage, and at the same time released the detection technique. Desert Lion Clan Warrior, Super Enhanced Elite Monster. Level 28. Etc. Compared with the flying ants, lion warriors are more powerful, and their agility is also greatly improved. High strength and high agility greatly enhance the combat effectiveness. The physique is weaker than that of the ants, only 5,000. They don't have armor like ants. Seeing the armor they were wearing again, Lin Moyu felt that this physique of 5,000 might be a little watery. Before the skeleton warrior collided with the lion warrior, the skill attack of the skeleton mage had already arrived. Ability, Explosion Flame. Ability, Ice Storm. Skill, Tornado Storm. Skill, 5 Thunderbolts. Fire, ice, wind and electricity, the 4 elements, and 4 completely different skills bloom in the lion group. There are single group attacks. The spirit attribute of the skeleton mage is too strong, and the skill attack power is also terribly high, even surpassing the skeleton warrior. Under a round of concentrated fire, several clan warriors fell to the ground immediately. Lin Moyu followed behind, raising his palm. Skill, Corpse Burst. There was a loud bang, and the surrounding area was cleared. Kill a level 28 Desert Lion Warrior, experience plus 390,000. Obtain Lion Skin X5. None of the lion warriors within 60 meters survived. Experience soaring is like riding a rocket. There were still lion warriors coming out of the barracks, but none of them could stop Lin Moyu from advancing. No matter how many come, they still deliver food. Suddenly a corpse was thrown into the air. It was subsequently detonated. The magic eye monster that was always floating was killed on the spot and fell down. Lin Moyu became more and more comfortable with the corpse explosion skill. There is a feeling that after using it a few more times, the corpse explosion skill can be upgraded again. The skeleton warrior rushed into the barracks, not paying attention to the clan war tent inside. Rolled, crushed thoroughly. In a blink of an eye, all the monsters in the barracks were wiped out. Whoosh whoosh. Sharp arrows rained down from the sky. A large number of archers appeared on the castle. Desert Lion Clan Archer, Super Enhanced Elite Monster. Level 29. Power 5,000. Etc. The sharp arrows were densely packed like raindrops, and the skeleton warriors swung their knives to block each other. The castle is 50 meters high, and the skeleton warriors jumped high, and then climbed up from the city wall. But the sharp arrow has a strong impact, and after several efforts, the result was hit by the waves halfway. The skeleton mage stood under the castle and began to confront the archers. All kinds of magic tricks fell, and they were killed one by one. But immediately there are more shooters to fill the vacancies. The dead archer fell on the city wall, and Lin Moyu's vision was blocked, so he couldn't lock the opponent, so he couldn't use corpse explosion. The only way to break through the castle is to break through from the front of the gate. Some skeleton warriors had rushed to the gate, chopping with big knives. The gate is very strong and cannot be opened for a while. The rain of arrows on the castle never stopped. Since it's not up there, let's blow up the gate. Attack the gate with all your might. Skeleton warriors gathered in front of the gate, constantly attacking it. Like stacking hits, the skeleton warriors stood on their shoulders and heads, attacking as many gates as possible. The skeleton mages were divided into 2 batches. Electricity and fire skeleton mages attack the gate just like skeleton warriors. The skeleton mages of the wind and ice systems are suitable for attacking the lion archers on the city wall because of their group attack skills. If other teams see Lin Moyu attacking the city gate like this, they will definitely laugh at him. There are special props for attacking the city gate, which will be much easier. Of course, Lin Moyu's way of breaking the door is not impossible. It's just a bit ignorant. And there were bursts of arrow rain falling. Changing to an ordinary professional, the casualties would have been heavy. Only the skeleton warriors, relying on their super high physique, were there to attack the city gate with waves of arrows falling at them. Gradually, Lin Moyu also felt something was wrong. It shouldn't be like this. It's so difficult for me to fight, other professionals can't beat it at all. Not to mention 40 people, 100 people can't do it. There must be another way to attack the city. I'll ask when I get back. The gate of the castle is much stronger than the dungeon boss, and the skeleton warriors continued to attack for 10 minutes before it shattered. Behind the gate is a group of lion warriors who have been preparing for a long time. Skeleton warriors rushed into the castle like wolves and tigers. The attack of the skeleton mage fell one step ahead. The lion warrior fell to the ground amidst screams. Lin Moyu raised his palm. Boom! In the explosion, the lion warriors were completely wiped out. Then the skeleton warriors rushed to the top of the city walls and strangled the Bao people of the clan. The powerful super-strengthened elite monsters have no resistance in front of the skeleton warriors who are much smaller than them. Especially after the skeleton mage also ran to the city wall, it was a completely one-sided massacre. When Lin Moyu stepped into the castle, the lion warriors and lion archers were all cleaned up. Along the main road of the castle, the skeleton warriors moved forward quickly. 13 hours have passed. In the center of the castle, a huge lion orc sits on a throne. Wearing a crown on his head, he exudes a powerful aura. He sat there like an invincible king. Even seeing densely packed skeleton warriors, he still didn't care. When he looked at Lin Moyu only felt a huge aura sweeping towards him. The breath was so huge that Lin Moyu was even a little suffocated. He could feel a strong sense of depression. Is this a world-class boss? Sure enough, it's completely different from the bosses I've seen before. It was the first time Lin Moyu saw a boss of this level. Although I feel frightened, I still have to fight it. With a wave of his hand, the skeleton warrior has already rushed up. At the same time, Lin Moyu's detection technique also followed. Lion Clan Tyrant, World Level Leader. Level, 31. Power, 13,000. Agility, 8,000. Spirit, 4,000. Physique, 12,000. Skills, Hell Roar, Angry Jump, Spinning Storm. Although I had predicted it a long time ago, I still couldn't help being shocked when I saw the attributes. The strength attribute is 1,000 points higher than that of the skeleton warrior, which means that the attack power of the tyrant is very high. The agility is not low, and the spirit is a bit weak. It is not a magic monster, so it is normal. The physique is as high as 12,000, which is the same as that of the skeleton warrior. In addition, he is a boss, and his life value is much higher than that of his physique. This is true for all bosses, and this time is no exception. It's really not easy to kill. They have large health stats. Kill even if it's not easy, and the sooner the better. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. The skeleton warrior had rushed to the tyrant's side, and the tyrant finally reacted. It stood up abruptly, and stepped on it hard with its big feet. There was a loud bang, the ground cracked, and several nearby skeletons were blown away. The power attribute of 13,000 is not covered, and the skeletons that were blown away were injured to varying degrees. The tyrant is at least 15 meters tall, and the skeleton warrior stands at its feet, leaving only a black spot, which is inconspicuous. It seems that the two are not in a proportion at all. More skeleton warriors rushed up, leapt high, and jumped on the tyrant. Grabbing the hair on the tyrant's body with one hand, they slashed wildly with a knife. The skills of the skeleton mage are constantly activated, and the colorful skills are thrown on the tyrant. The spell skills exploded on the tyrant. The flames produced violent explosions. Thunder and lightning struck down one after another. Ice covered half of the tyrant's body. The tornado sliced through it like a knife. The tyrant roared again and again. A huge axe appeared in his hand. The axe swept across, and tens of skeleton warriors were swept away at the same time. Crashed down a house. So strong, Lin Moyu saw it. He didn't know how other professional teams would deal with this tyrant boss. The opponent was too strong. Those knights couldn't last a few attacks under the hands of the tyrant. The palms sparkle. The red light is under the hood. A red shackle appeared above the tyrant's head, and his speed suddenly slowed down. The 150% deceleration slows down the tyrant's movements. The pressure on the skeleton warrior suddenly decreased. The tyrant also felt the change in himself, and suddenly raised his head to the sky and let out a roar. Ability, Hell Scream. The roar turned into a shock wave, spreading towards the surroundings in an instant. A large area of houses collapsed amidst the roar. Lin Moyu was also hit. The bone armor lasted only 2 seconds before it completely collapsed. Lin Moyu reacted very quickly hid behind the skeleton mage, and then put a bone armor on himself again. The skeleton warriors were blown away amidst the roar. Not even the few skeleton warriors on the tyrant were spared. At this time, the tyrant suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Lin Moyu. Skill, Angry Jump. Seeing this, Lin Moyu's face changed slightly. If he was hit this time, he should not die, but may be injured. Damage is transferred to skeletal warriors and skeletal mages. It is estimated that they will be greatly injured. The skeleton mage at the side moved quickly, pushing Lin Moyu out of the way. The tyrant hit the ground with a bang, smashed a huge hole, and sent the skeleton mage flying. All the skeleton mages were injured, but not too seriously. Although his physique is not as good as that of the skeleton warrior, he still has 6,000 physique, so he won't be killed in seconds. Lin Moyu dodged the blow, and flames ignited in his palm. A spark fell into the tyrant's head. Skill, Soul Flame. The tyrant suddenly let out an earth-shattering scream. The whole castle trembled amidst the screams. Even the world boss can't bear this kind of attack that goes directly to the soul. Lin Moyu took the opportunity to step back again to distance himself from the tyrant. The skeleton warriors returned one after another, entangled with the tyrant again. If there is no skill, a few skeleton warriors, combined with Lin Moyu's slow curse, can grind the tyrant to death. It's just that the opponent's skills are too strong. In particular, the skills all have a shockwave effect, which caused trouble for the skeleton warriors and numbers. Lin Moyu spread out the skeleton mages to attack the tyrant from all directions. In this way, no matter how the tyrant activates his skills, he will not be able to completely escape the attack of the skeleton mage. The tyrant wields a huge axe that chops or sweeps. Due to the influence of the slow curse, the tyrant's speed has more than halved, and the threat to the skeleton warrior is greatly reduced. The skills of the skeleton mage fell on the tyrant one after another, like a cannonball. The tyrant seemed to have a premonition of his situation. With a loud roar, he picked up the axe and spun around. A gust of wind blew up, and the skeleton warriors were blown away again. It's really troublesome. All skills have a shockwave effect. Lin Moyu was a little upset. But having said that, if it is really so easy to kill, the tyrant is not worthy of being called a world-class boss. No matter how other teams kill it, Lin Moyu's style of play is just like this. Straight push up the guts. Not too many skills, completely overwhelming people with force. The skeleton warrior did not attack again after being blown away. The tyrant's skills are not over yet. A large number of tornadoes appeared around the tyrant, and the tornadoes whirred and destroyed houses. These tornadoes became the tyrant's protective umbrella, blocking a large number of spells. As the tyrant continued to spin, there were more and more tornadoes, and they became more and more violent. Boom! All the tornadoes spread outward, and went in all directions in an instant. Wherever it passed, the earth seemed to be plowed, and the houses were completely destroyed. Several skeleton warriors could not dodge being hit by the tornado. The bones were torn apart, making an unpleasant friction sound, as if they were about to be torn apart at any time. The soul fire jumps in the tornado. Lin Moyu felt that these skeletons were seriously injured in an instant, and immediately took them back to his storage space. Unexpectedly, the tyrant's skills were so strong that even the skeleton warrior was seriously injured. Thinking of the Goblin King's skills, It seems that the boss that can drop boss jewelry materials has very strong skills. Lin Moyu's palm was always burning with flames, and the soul flames attacked the tyrant again and again. But the tyrant who was using the skill seems to feel nothing, until his skill ends. The damage accumulated just now exploded at the same time. Earth-shattering screams resounded throughout the dungeon. The skeleton warrior pounced back again like an unbeatable demon. Some jumped on the tyrant's shoulders, some on his head, some on his chest. The big knife fell crazily. Skeleton mage's spell attacks also followed. Skill. With Lin Moyu's order. Red light burst out from the broadswords of all the skeleton warriors at the same time. Skill, crazy strike. One hit, very heavy. Where the knife fell, the tyrant's blood spattered and his flesh was mutilated. The screams also subsided violently. The soul flame didn't stop for a moment, falling on the tyrant one after another. The spells of the skeleton mage are also getting more and more violent. The tyrant fought back hard, but with little success. It explodes skills again. After one experience, Lin Moyu already knows how to avoid it. Again, he did not give it a chance. After fighting for 20 minutes, the tyrant finally fell in his castle. Killed a Lion Clan tyrant, experience, plus 2 million. Obtain gold level weapon, tyrant battle axe. Obtain gold level weapon, tyrant dagger. Obtain gold level armor, tyrant staff. Get the heart of a tyrant. Tyrant battle axe, gold level weapon, strength plus 500, battle axe skill increase by 25%, available above level 30. Tyrant's dagger, gold level weapon, agility plus 500, assassin skills increase by 25%, available above level 30. Tyrant staff, gold level weapon, spirit plus 500, mage skills increase by 25%, available above level 30. Heart of the Tyrant, special props, necessary for making a tyrant necklace. Lin Moyu heaved a long sigh of relief and finally got it done. This is the hardest boss he has ever fought. World-class bosses are indeed difficult to deal with. At this moment, Lin Moyu somewhat ignored the level gap between himself and the opponent. He is only level 20. No. At this time Lin Moyu's body was glowing with white light. After killing the tyrant to gain experience, it is already level 21. Instinctively checked his attributes, and couldn't help showing a little surprise. The other changes are not big. Strength, agility, and constitution have each increased by 30 points, reaching 330. Spirit increased by 200 points, itself reached 1500. The growth rate has been improved compared to before. Soul Flame and Summoned Skeleton Warrior have been upgraded by 1 level, becoming 21 levels. What surprised him was that the Summoned Skeleton Mage had reached level 21. It even upgraded along with the level upgrade. Could it be that after the skill is fully learned, it will be automatically upgraded along with his level? This idea suddenly appeared in his heart, and then he was shocked by himself, and even felt a chill on his spine. If this is the case, I will practice a few skills to the full level as soon as possible. Otherwise, the higher the level, the harder it is to practice. It seems that I will come to the Tyrant Desert again and rely on the desert fruits to cultivate skills. Just when Lin Moyu was thinking this, the dungeon hall had already exploded. The bell rang one after another. 6 beeps in a row. 3 tones is a new record for ordinary dungeons, and 6 tones represent the birth of a new record for a large copy. There is no one outside the dungeon hall. Hundreds of people crowded into the dungeon hall, and hundreds of pairs of eyes were fixed on the light curtain of the Tyrant's Desert dungeon. Not only them, people from outside the dungeon hall kept teleporting over, rushing directly into the dungeon hall. They were all called by the people inside. Come on, who is it? I didn't expect the team from Bailey College to really set a new record. It's a miracle, it's only been 14 hours since they went in. Hehe, it may not be the new record set by Bailey College. That's right, Lin Moyu also went in, maybe he created the new record. Lin Moyu? I haven't heard of him. Where did the little guy come from? What kind of team does he lead? A haughty voice sounded, and a group of people walked into the dungeon hall. They wore uniform clothes with uniform logos on them. It's Bailishing, from Bailey College. The grandson of the principal of Bailey College, Bailey Shing. With proud eyes, Bailey Shing walked in with the people from Bailey College, and said in a cold voice, "Which college is Lin Moyu from? I've never heard of him. What kind of team did he take with him? The sound is full of arrogance." Someone said in a deep voice, "Lin Moyu went in alone, he swiped alone. Solo swipe." Ha 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 ha. Bailishing suddenly burst into wild laughter. Single swipe, a large copy. Are you kidding me? Bailishing's eyes showed a fierce look, and he would attack if he disagreed with him. The man was obviously taken aback, but he still said bravely, "Just to be honest, Lin Moyu is really entered by himself, everyone has seen it." Indeed, Lin Moyu went in alone, and never came out. That's right, is it possible that your Bailey College still doesn't have the record? Bailishing frowned. Lin Moyu, who is it? At this time, someone beside him whispered, "I seem to have heard that he has created 2 new records in the dungeon hall in the past 2 days. But they are all low-level dungeons, a mutant forest, and a spider lair. And some people said that he seems to have a relationship with Lord Baishan." Bailishing looked at the 2 replicas and saw the new record set by Lin Moyu at the same time. He was also taken aback by the record time, which was a bit exaggerated. He realized a problem, so, he's actually only level 20. It's about the same, at most level 22, otherwise you won't be able to enter the spider's lair. The corner of Bai Xingxing's mouth showed strong disdain. A little guy with a maximum level of 22, who enters a large-scale instance by himself, really doesn't know how powerful the world is. He's just a sensationalist. Don't think that you are invincible. Kosh, you are lucky, and set 2 new records. What kind of monsters are in the large dungeon, who dares to say that it can be single-handed? Maybe he just slept in the dungeon. His words were accepted by most people, especially the people from Bailey College. All showed disdainful smiles. Suddenly a voice sounded, "I think Lin Moyu can solo the dungeon." Bailishing heard the response and saw Shu Han. It's a girl, and she's not bad-looking. He was also embarrassed to get angry at a girl, and snorted, "What do you know?" Shu Han said, "I believe in Lin Moyu." Bailishing said coldly, "You believe there is a fart." Shu Han also snorted and ignored him. At this time a golden light rushed out from the tyrant dungeon to illuminate the entire dungeon palace. The golden light fell on the light curtain of the copy, displaying a line of words. "Tyrant's heart has fallen." Followed by the time point of the fall. If you want to get the heart of a tyrant again, you have to wait until a year later. After 1 year, this line of words will disappear, indicating that the tyrant's heart can be dropped again. Wow. Everyone is boiling again. I really lost the heart of a tyrant. Whoever it is has good luck. It's not luck, it's because you played fast enough. You must have killed the tyrant within an hour, otherwise it would be impossible to get the tyrant's heart. Bailishing laughed loudly, "Well done, well done. I just said that our Bailey Academy is going out, not only to create a new record, but also to get the heart of the tyrant. From now on, my Bailey College will also have boss jewelry." Everyone in Bailey Academy also showed joy. It is a great honor to not only break the record but also get the heart of a tyrant. The faces of the students of the entire Bailey Academy were bright. As for Lin Moyu, he has been forgotten by Bailishing. The light curtain is refreshed again. The team that had previously placed first moved down to become second. A new record has officially emerged. Lin Moyu, level 21, 14 hours, 11 minutes and 43 seconds. When Lin Moyu's name appeared, everyone was stunned. Bailishing's smile froze on his face. The pride just now was smashed to pieces. Like falling from heaven to hell. He had the illusion that everyone around him was watching his jokes. Shame, embarrassment, dishonor, all kinds of emotions appeared in my heart, extremely bitter. Lin Moyu, who the hell is this guy? Bailey Xing clenched his fists and blamed all these things on Lin Moyu. Suddenly, a light flashed in front of the dungeon, and a person appeared in sight. Lin Moyu came out of the dungeon and felt very uncomfortable seeing the crowd around him. In particular, there seemed to be a pair of eyes looking at him, full of anger. It seemed a little depressed amidst the anger. "Are you Lin Moyu?" Lin Moyu felt strange. He didn't know this person. Did I piss him off? But this is not important. The dungeon came out just now. The first thing to do is to hand in the task. Of course it is the task of handing over to the White God. After activating the teleportation stone, Lin Moyu left the dungeon hall. Being watched by so many people, it's no wonder he left. He's not a monkey in the action park. Bailey Xing saw that Lin Moyu didn't pay attention to him at all. He didn't take himself seriously at all. Not angry, his face was flushed, and he said angrily, "Why you reckon?" After speaking, he used the teleportation stone to leave, and those who came with him also used the teleportation stone to leave. They have no face to stay here. I always feel that other people's eyes are not right. I don't want to come back for a while. Embarrassed, uncomfortable, want to cry. It's finally gone. Bailey College has lost its face this time. Tomorrow this matter will spread throughout the school, and Bailey College will be very famous. That is, who made them so high profile, and each of them deserved to be in danger. This honor is just being pressed on their face by Mr. Lin and trampled hard. Hey, did you find out that the boss only got through the dungeon at level 21, which means he was only level 20 when he entered the book? Level 20, and he solo brushed the large dungeons. Is this something that humans can do? Necromancer, is there really such a strong profession? Even if his profession is strong, it is impossible to be so strong. He must have awakened his talent, and it is not an ordinary talent. Hearing these words, Shu Han was in a very good mood. It seems that Lin Moyu is less happy about his success than herself. I'll just say you're fine. Shu Han giggled, bouncing away from the dungeon hall. After Lin Moyu came back, he contacted Bai Yuan immediately. What's the matter? Can't you find a team? Bai Yuan's lazy voice sounded from the communicator, and this guy seemed to be resting. Lin Moyu whispered, I got the heart of a tyrant. Oh, got it. What? The next moment, Bai Yuan suddenly let out a strange cry. Can you say that again? Lin Moyu can only repeat, I got the heart of a tyrant. So fast, it didn't take long for the task to be handed over to him. Bai Yuan asked, where are you? Lin Moyu said, I'm in the dormitory. You go to the door of the dormitory area. Good.